Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the room already. If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, then give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. We got Terrence Jackson in the building. We got Zentober in the house. We got Carlton Way in the building. We got Vovo to Love in the house. And we got DJ Elmo and we got Jared. Shout out to everybody who is in the building. All right. So we're going to be talking about a range of different things tonight. And shout out to Carlton because Carlton says, Carlton says, based on the title of this stream, I know it's going to be off code. You already know, right? Because quote unquote on code has done so much, right? it's done so much to do what exactly? You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be checking out some things. And as you guys know, I don't believe in coddle culture. So we're going to be assessing these things and we're going to be asking ourselves a couple questions. All right. So we talked about this briefly on Just Talking with TD and Rob, but how many people heard about this situation right here? Mayor Eric Adams confronted a woman at the town hall with a quote unquote racially charged remark. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Who was it that had the racially charged remark allegedly? Was it the woman or was it Eric Adams? Shout out to my man Bronze the God. And shout out to James Hudson. What's good with y'all? Was it Eric Adams who was quote unquote racially charged, or was it the woman? We're going to find out. New York City Mayor Eric Adams accused a white woman of speaking to him like he was on a plantation after being asked a question about his housing politics in an appearance at a town hall event in Washington Heights. So these people can't take being accused of talking to people like they were on plantations, yet they made their legacy here in the United States from thieving labor on plantations. I think that's interesting. Mr. Adams was seated along with a number of other officials at a table in front of the gymnasium when a woman got up to ask him about rent increases at a rent stabilized apartment that are set to affect millions of New Yorkers. Why in New York City, where real estate is controlling you, Mr. Mayor, why are we having these horrible rent increases this year and last? The woman asked. All right. So now here's a video of what happened. We're going to check it out. Now, how many people saw the video that the Young Turks did about this? If you guys saw the video that the Young Turks did about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. Anna Kardashian, and yes, I called her Anna Kardashian. Oh, that Karen was pissed. And she was pissed at Mayor Eric Adams. Now, Tommy Tuberville can call all of black people the criminals. Joe Rogan can get offered $1 million to say the N-word across the Rumble plantation. And these thin-skinned cretins can't even tolerate somebody mentioning a plantation in the same sentence as them. But what I find ironic about it is that it's Mayor Eric Adams. I find that very interesting.
They had a 0% rent increase. Why in New York City, where the real estate is controlling you, Mr. Mayor, why are we having these horrible rent increases last year and this year?
Okay, first, if you're going to ask a question, don't point at me and don't be disrespectful to me. I'm the mayor of this city, and treat me with the respect I deserve to be treated. I'm speaking to you as an adult. Don't stand in front like you treated someone that's on the plantation that you own. Give me the respect I deserve and engage in a conversation up here in Washington Heights. Treat me with the same level of respect I treat you. So don't be pointing at me. Don't be disrespectful to me. Speak with me as an adult because I'm a grown man. I walked into this room as a grown man, and I'm going to walk out of this room as a grown man. I answered your question. Go to the
Oh man. What do you guys think about that? Shout out to DSP. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Hey, listen here. Listen here, lady. You better treat me with some respect. You better put some respect on my name, B. Mr. Adams' approach to the direct question was to focus not on the substance of the woman's question, but rather the style in which she asked it. Okay, first, if you're going to ask a question, don't point at me and don't be disrespectful to me, Mr. Adams replied. I'm the mayor of this city, and treat me with respect that I deserve to be treated with. I'm speaking to you as an adult. Don't stand in front like you're treating someone that's on a plantation that you own. Give me the respect you deserve and engage in the conversation. Some members of the audience applauded Mr. Adams' response. Up here in Washington Heights, treat me with the same level of respect that I treat you, Mr. Adams continued. So don't be pointing at me. Don't be respectful to me. Treat me with respect as an adult because I'm a grown man. I walked into this room as a grown man. I'm going to walk out of this room as a grown man. I answered your question. A number of observers criticized Mr. Adams for using racial identity politics to apparently try to insinuate himself from a legitimate question about his policy. So now what I want you guys to understand is that apparently Mayor Adams was being racist. So what I would do if I was you is I would encourage you all to point and talk about everybody's plantation roots. Because who cares if that hurts somebody's feelings? But clearly it's something that they're sensitive to. And as everybody knows, whatever somebody is sensitive to, that's where you really got to hit the bullseye at. So now this person right here, Hell Resident NYC, said, Eric Adams, you didn't come anywhere close to answering that woman's question. That woman had every right to be upset when she was on the mic. Every second you were running your mouth about how you're a grown man who deserves respect just made you sound like this. So then he played this right here. So then this person here, Miles Miller, said, New York, and looks like Miles Miller is a black guy. Imagine that. New York City mayor went off on a woman during this town hall tonight. I'm the mayor of this city and treat me with the respect that would deserve me to be treated. I'm speaking to you as an adult. Don't stand in front like you treated someone that's on the plantation that you own. Mr. Adams, who won a closely contested race to fellow Bill de Blasio as mayor in 2021, has sharply divided opinion during his first term in office. He's routinely criticized by progressives for his pro-corporate, pro-police policies, and his approval ratings have dropped over the last year. Now, let me ask you all a question. Do you all know any politicians whose approval ratings have improved over the last year? If you guys know any politicians whose approval ratings have improved over the last year, let me know who they are. This is not about inflation, and this is not about small landlords struggling to make ends meet. This is a systematic campaign by Eric Adams and his real estate cronies to destroy rent stabilization. Now, this is somebody named Shahana Hanif. Systematic. Now, what I want you guys to pay very close attention is to pay very close attention to how white people and immigrants are using these terminologies such as systematic against black politicians anytime they don't get something that they want. So what I find fascinating is that these black bootlick politicians who have been on the take by all of these other groups of people and have failed to do anything for black people are still getting treated like scapegoats. And yet and still, they still continue to do the exact same things. Now, what I need everybody to do is for people to make that make sense. Here's another thing that I need people to make sense about. I need people to explain to me how people who have had a legacy of being disinterested in politics and being disinterested in information and being disinterested in anything that has to do with any kind of intellect or advancement are outraged because they voted themselves into oblivion. I need somebody to make that make sense. And I don't understand why people feel that people should be coddled about that kind of thing. You guys notice when it comes to listening to this kind of content or when this kind of content is being delivered, people tolerate it best with a little bit of sugar. People ain't going to get any sugar listening to this on my channel. You're going to get it with a teaspoon of acid. Because if you ask me, a lot of this stuff is self-induced. Let me ask you guys a question. Who put Mayor Eric Adams into office? What did the voting breakdown of the Mayor Eric Adams supporters look like? If you guys agree with Zentober that you can't make it make sense, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Zentober, well, then by all means, we're listening. Make it make sense. That's what we asked everybody to do. So while Mayor Eric Adams was yelling at Karens in Washington Heights, I'm assuming that this was going on in Crown Heights. New York City Mayor Eric Adams forms the first ever Dem Folks Advisory Council. He formed an advisory council for Dem Folks before he did anything for his folks. Maybe people see you do things like that and they just don't have any respect for you. So they feel compelled to put their finger in your face and talk to you like you're a piece of crap. Maybe. That could be it. Because let me ask you guys a question. Do you all have any respect for somebody like this? How many people in the comment section respect Eric Adams? If you guys respect Eric Adams, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't respect Eric Adams, then give me a thumbs down. Mayor Eric Adams has launched an inaugural J Advisory Council, which will be composed of 37 prominent leaders of the city's J diverse community. So that's interesting, right? It's a J diverse community. How do you have a focus of a particular group of people, and then that particular group of people is quote unquote diverse? Shout out to my man Jay Bird. What's good with it? How do you have that? How does that occur? Does that make any sense? Let's sit back and analyze this stuff. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to have to be analyzing tonight. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we got 20 live viewers and we got 12 likes on YouTube. Shout out to everybody that's watching. If we can get those likes over 20, that would be great. And shout out to everybody watching over on Rumble. We got 9 people watching on Rumble. If you guys aren't subscribed, make sure that you hit the follow button, share the stream, and make sure you guys hit the like button. So now here it says, announced Monday, the first meeting of the council will take place Monday evening at the City Hall. The cohort includes members from each borough and represents various denominations of and J organizations, including synagogues, nonprofits, schools, and community centers. Now, let me ask you all a question. Can anybody tell me how Mayor Eric Adams' Black Advisory Council is going? Now, you want to know what else is interesting? Nobody protested this J Advisory Council. Nobody's throwing mayonnaise across the room saying, well, let's not bring groups of people into it and let's not do identity politics. Because let me ask you guys a question. Isn't this identity politics? I'm pretty sure this qualifies as identity politics. And if it's not identity politics, then my question for everybody is, what is it? Members of the newly formed council will focus on all issues affecting J New Yorkers, including public safety, quality of life, and education, and will ensure J communities across the New York are connected with all of the city's resources and services available, said mayor's office in a press release. That's nice. That's good for them, right? Is there a reason why they are getting that? Probably. There's probably a reason why they're getting that. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you all have any idea of why it might be that they're getting that? Because I'm sure that there is a good reason. The council, which according to the mayor's office is the first of its kind. So Eric Adams, instead of making the first council like this of its kind for people like himself, look who he did it for. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Shout out to Carla Lockhart. How many people think like this? And shout out to iShine for subscribing. How many people think like this? Now, here's the question for you guys. Why do people think like this? And shout out to God Raheem. What's good with it? Why do people think like this? People want to know why things go the way that they go. It's very easy to figure it out. All you got to do is just look at what goes on. Look at what goes on. The council, which according to the mayor's office is the first of its kind to be called together by the city, comes after a period in which reports of anti-Semitism appear to be on the rise. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city rose from 39% from 2021 through 2022, though they are lower so far, though the same period in 2023. Nationally, the ADL reported a 36% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes from 2021 to 2022. So now let me ask you all a question. Is that the leading increase in the leading numbers in hate crimes? And shout out to Carla. Make sure you guys help Carla with that, with those bots. Is the group in New York City that deals with the greatest amount of hate crimes being serviced by this council? That should be a fairly easy question. So then you have to ask yourself the question, what was the priority of creating this? What was the priority of creating this? Residents of largely Orthodox neighborhoods have complained of street attacks that appear to be motivated by anti-Semitism, and critics of the City University of New York system have complained about anti-Israeli activity on its various campuses that they say has crossed the line into anti-J harassment. Now, what they're talking about there is a specific incident that took place, and I think I did a live stream about it. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? So now we got to shout out to God Raheem. God Raheem says the only thing Black New Yorkers got from Officer Adams is a hip hop museum. Here's my question for everybody in the chat. Why is that? Hurricane IQ, shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says, no, the biggest group suffering hate crimes are Black New Yorkers. Facts. My question then is, why did Eric Adams not see it as a priority to create a group that addresses that issue for Black people? See, these are the questions that we have to answer. We have to have this stuff understood and laid out properly, organized, and easily articulatable, so that when these issues come up, these questions and concerns can be rapid fired directly at the people that we need to direct them at. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. The Mayor's Advisory Council demonstrates a commitment by the city to understand the needs of the J community and how to amplify the various J communities within the larger J community, and of course, to speak out when there are issues around anti-Semitism. So now, okay, so what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to listen very closely to what I'm saying. So if what they're saying is that if the mayor's council did this, it demonstrates a commitment by the city to understand the needs of this particular community, then what does him not doing it for certain communities mean? If he's doing this for one community and is not doing it for another community that has hate crime statistics that are much higher than the community that he's doing it for, what does that mean? Shout out to DJ Elmo. That should tell everybody something. If the Mayor's Advisory Council demonstrates a commitment to the city to understand the needs of the J community and how to amplify the various J communities within the larger J community, and of course to speak out when there are issues around anti-Semitism. So if doing this, if creating this council demonstrates a commitment to understand the needs of this particular community, then not doing it means that there's no concern about the community that this isn't done for, right? And I got to agree with Zentober. Nobody cares about Black needs, which means that we have to care about them. Facts. And according to this article, they also just demonstrated that the New York City government doesn't either, based on the statement that they wrote here. Right? Because if the Mayor's Advisory Council demonstrates a commitment to the city to understand the needs of the J community, then that would mean the absence of an advisory committee means that there is no commitment by the city to understand the needs of the Black community. That's a fair, balanced, and normal assessment to make based on what's placed in this article, right? Jared says New York doesn't care about Black people. Knowing that, how do you get these things done? That's the direction that people need to start moving in. Let me ask you guys a question. If your neighbor's toilet stops flushing, do you care? How many people care? I don't care, literally, until shit starts to overflow onto my side of the property. I think that's how most people are, unless you're just a really good Samaritan. Right? Would you guys agree? If your neighbor's toilet stopped working, in most cases, you don't care. So now your expectation would be that that person that lives next door to you is going to fix their own plumbing, right? We got to start fixing our own plumbing. We got to start fixing our own plumbing. Another reason why we got to start fixing our own plumbing is because all of these things that the United States government fails to do, we need to form them on our own. And then once we formed them on our own, everything that we formed on our own is a living receipt of what the government refused to cooperate with us on. Eric Adams refuses to create a Black Advisory Council. We create our own Black Advisory Council, and the existence of that Black Advisory Council is living, breathing evidence that the Democrats failed to do that for us. And there's no more denial of any talking point. No half measures. You can't have half measures. And as long as we have those living, breathing receipts, anytime the Democrats come with nonsense or misinformation, they will get smothered by the truth. And that's how it should be. And in addition, all of those organizations that we create should always have the heat all the way turned up. They should have the heat all the way turned up on the Democrats. And then maybe if the Democrats decide to put something on the table that they plan on doing, then maybe we can turn the heat down. Maybe, just maybe. We might just kick them while they're down just a little bit so they remember what they did over the last 60 years. Right? So now here it says Rachel Ain, senior rabbi at Sutton Place Synagogue, told the New York J Week while in transit to the first meeting of the council, "I see it as an opportunity to amplify the positive and respond to the negative," said the conservative rabbi. So now this is a conservative rabbi. It's important that both pieces are there, and the council is representative of so many different parts of the J community that so many of us have been invited to the seat at the table. It's crucial. Now, let me ask you all a question. If they created a Black Advisory Council in New York, and the Black Advisory Council had FBAs, it had Africans, it had people from the Caribbean, people from all over the world, Black immigrants, and they got together and came up with common objectives, do you think that that would help to diffuse some of the quote unquote non-missile shooting, non-tank driving, non-asset generating diaspora wars? Do you guys think that it would do any of that? If you guys think that it would help the silly situation of the diaspora war, give me a thumbs up. And if you ask me, the diaspora war is just as much of a grift as the gender war, but that's another story for another day. I think it would. And the reason why I think it would is because people aren't ever going to have the same political objectives, right? But if you remember that the goal of these people is to maintain a derangement in our internal politics, if we're all not at least seeking a common set of objectives, that means that our politics are completely deranged. And if the politics are completely deranged, then you can't really ever get on the same page. And I honestly believe that there's issues, right? Because everybody's not on code, or everybody doesn't have the same ideas of, the way things should be. But I believe that there is a effort outside of Black people that is driving the quote unquote diaspora war propaganda. And I don't believe that outside force is anybody Black. Because if you guys recall, the quote unquote diaspora wars, the OG diaspora wars, part of the contributing factors to why white supremacy exists today. Would you guys agree? The diaspora wars aren't new. The diaspora wars used to take place on the continent, and that's how you get people sold all over the place. And that's how you get tribal fights. So this isn't anything new. And anytime any of us are fighting, who's sitting back, rubbing their hands together like a fly that just landed on some fresh, moist shit? The people that live so dirty, they have a lot of time to sit and look at flies rubbing their hands together on fresh, moist shit, right? So it's just something to think about. Zentover says, have any tanks been used in the diaspora wars? Any Apache helicopters? Nah. Same thing that's always used. Asian technology, TikTok and shit like that. So now here it says the council will be chaired by Joel Eisdorfer, a senior advisor to Adams and the first Hasidic J on the administration's senior staff. Other members include Rabbi Elliot Cosgrove of Park Avenue Synagogue, Rabbi Joshua Davidson of Temple Emmanuel, Rabbi Chaim Steinmetz of Kalitha Jeshurun, political activist Devra Halberstam, and the CEO of Common Point Queens, a social service agency, and Rabbi Danielle Ellman. Also on the council are Alexander Rappaport, CEO of Massbia Food Pantry, David Greenfield, CEO of the Met Council on J Poverty, which what is it? What is that discussing? People making $500,000 a year or less? You know what I'm saying? What is it? What is that? If you happen to have a Nissan Maxima with all of the options, you're doing pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a senior partner at a law firm, if you happen to be an A&R and not the owner of the record company, I mean, what kind of poverty are they dealing with there? You know what I'm saying? Planning officer at UJA Federation, and Jack Klieger, CEO of the Museum of J Heritage. As a proud communal leader and a proud New Yorker, I look forward to partnering with my colleagues to ensure that the diverse J community of our city has a seat at the table when important decisions are made. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do we have any lawn chairs or beach chairs or anything at any of these tables? We got any chairs at the tables, guys? What's on the menu for the night? What are we eating? What are we cooking? At this table, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of kosher recipes. Any soul food at the table? Any ribs? Collard greens? Sweet potato pie? Banana pudding? Oxtails? Grits? Now, And shout out to my man, My Goals, holding it down over on Rumble. Shout out to LJ007. What's good with it? Yeah, I know. That sounds good, right? Y'all getting hungry. Some shrimp and grits. You know what I'm saying? That's that real food right there. Macaroni and cheese with 25 different cheeses that you need a shovel to scoop out of the pan. That's that real stuff, right? You know, it's none of that at this table here. Now, here's my question. Why not? The reason why, I love shrimp and grits too, bro. I love shrimp and grits, especially with grilled shrimp. Psh, bruh, listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Yeah, and the macaroni and cheese better be baked. Facts. Anything that we don't have is something that we need to observe and reverse engineer for ourselves. Once we've reverse engineered it and we have it for ourselves, we have to make sure that we make it infiltration proof. And the way to make it infiltration proof is to not allow Democrats or outside entities be a part of it. And we need to make sure that we make these organizations just as strong, just as legitimate, and just as effective, actually even more effective than any of these other shell organizations. Would you guys agree? So now here it says also, and also notice when Eric Adams was running for mayor, did this particular community demand this and say that they weren't going to vote for him if they didn't get it? Did the J community say, you're either going to set up this advisory council or we're not voting for you? Did that happen? Did that occur? Shout out to my man Chaos Rain Show. What's good with it, bro? Yo, if y'all not subscribed to my man Chaos Rain Show, make sure y'all go and check his channel out, man. He does some good work. Shout out to TJ. What's good with it, bro? Appreciate you. Anybody that is new that had came over from Torian's channel, everybody know Torian. That's my man, 100 grand. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all, if y'all not subscribed to Torian's channel, make sure y'all check him out. But anybody that came here from Torian's channel, I appreciate y'all being here. Welcome. Terrence Jackson said, I want to know who Eric Adams' advisors' last names are. I bet you Carlton put some good guesses in there for you. I bet you Carlton, Bronze, and Carla throw some, and Zentober probably throw some real good guesses in there for you. And if they don't know what the last names are, I bet you they know what the last 3 to 4 letters are. You know what I'm saying? We got to get it to the point where last names like Johnston, Jenkins, and McCoy are known for money. Shout out to my man Cole Obsidian Plays. What's good with it? So now here it says also in the press release, Rabbi Joseph Potsanik, executive vice president of the New York Board of Rabbis, noted his eagerness to work together as a quote-unquote unified community. So see, this is what I'm talking about right here, all right? And that's why I asked the question about the quote-unquote diaspora war, right? It was a question. It was a thought exercise. Because see, let me ask you guys something. When it comes to these AAPI organizations, they never really tell you about the kind of AAPI people that make up the organization, do they? Shout out to, I knew my man Adrian Hicks will come through. Shout out to my man Adrian Hicks. There you go, right there. There you go, right there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them got a last name like that show about nothing. You guys know about the show about nothing, right? We can best confront the challenges today if we work together collectively as one community. Now, that's what they said. That's what this particular community said. Now, Zintober say he don't know about the show that's about nothing. Say the second and third word that Adrian put in the chat fast. Say it together fast. It might jog your memory. You know what I'm saying? Our J community, the largest in the world outside of Israel, is a critical part of New York City. Adams said in the press release. So now when it comes to us, we need to stop listening to drill music. But when it comes to this particular community, they're irreplaceable. From the top of the Bronx to the bottom of Staten Island, the work and contributions of our J brothers and sisters are felt across all 5 boroughs. With anti-Semitic crimes up across the nation, our newly formed J Advisory Council will ensure that J New Yorkers in every community have a seat at the table and have access to the support and resources that the city offers. Now, what I want you guys to make sure that you understand here is that when you're listening to this, it doesn't say anything. There you go. Yeah. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. You got it. Drop some radiation emoji in the chat for Hurricane IQ. Yeah. Oh, okay. My bad, Zintober. My bad, Zintober. And that right there, that's one of the reasons why I feel that there's outside propaganda that's fueling that quote unquote diaspora war. And when I say outside propaganda, it could be dollars. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about YouTube and TikTok algorithms and stuff like that. There's a lot of things encouraging that kind of stuff. A lot of money in it. Very lucrative. You know what I'm saying? So now here, it says 1 year ago, Adams met with 55 woman rabbis and cantors who were concerned that the Adams administration wasn't consulting with J groups and leaders outside of the Orthodox community. Now, let me ask you all a question. Who has had a meeting with Mayor Eric Adams that has addressed his failure to address FBA people, Freeman, ADOS, Native Black Americans, whatever everybody feels like calling themselves? Who's done that? Has anybody done that? And if you ask me, the fact that nobody's done that, that right there is proof that we need think tanks. We also need media, because honestly, if you ask me, there's a lot of people that don't even realize that politicians are supposed to be doing this kind of stuff, and they're getting a free pass. A lot of these politicians like Eric Adams and all these guys, they're getting a free pass on not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Would you guys agree? So this is what Mayor Eric Adams has chosen to do. Mayor Eric Adams has chosen to be the first mayor to not create the first FBA or first Black Advisory Council. He created the first J Advisory Council. And he created this advisory council under the guise of doing it to prevent anti-Semitic crimes, despite the fact that the group of people that he belongs to is the group of people that gets the most hate crimes committed against them. Now, Jared asks a great question, and I'm going to let you guys answer that question. Are there any Black think tanks? I'm going to let you guys answer that question. I think Dr. Claude Anderson has the Harvest Institute, but aside from that, I don't think that there are any. So we're going to talk about this situation right here. Like I said, we got a lot of stuff that we're going to talk about today. Deputies accused of shoving guns in mouths of two black men. Now, here's my question. Why would deputies do that? Oh, TJ, you're going to have to shoot some information about Dr. Rick Wallace. I never heard of that one. That's what's up. Appreciate you putting that in there. Now, how many let me ask you guys this. Over the past 5 years, can you all put into the chat the names associated with high-profile police misconduct? I want you guys to flood the comment section. A bunch of people, a bunch of names that have been associated with high-profile police misconduct. Anybody that you can think of off the top of your head, throw it in the chat. Anybody that you can think of. Don't be scared. Put it in there. They don't even have to be black. You can put anybody in there. Derek Chauvin, facts. Racist cop. Jason Van Dyke, facts. Even if you put the victim's name, you can put the cop or the victim's name in there, and that's perfectly fine. What about Philando Castile, Dante Wright, Elijah McClain, George Floyd, Angelo Quinto? Shout out to Felicia. Alton Sterling. Carlton Crazy Ass said Kamala Harris. Botham John. Facts. Now, what was Tyree Nichols, right? Another one. Right? Now, let me ask you guys a question. After each and every one of those police brutality instances, facts, Jalen Walker, literally right in my backyard. After each and every one of those incidents, what does the police department say? Ahmaud Arbery, Walter Scott. Now, the people on Rumble, they're always sitting around lurking, waiting to interject themselves into a conversation. They'll say, Ahmaud Arbery wasn't attacked by the police. Well, the McMichaels family were former police who used to work for the crooked racist DA, Jackie Johnson. So technically, the cover-up that was about to take place with Ahmaud Arbery was facilitated by law enforcement. So that counts. They were following protocol. Facts, Adrian. We're working to regain the trust of the public. That's a great one, Terrence. Carlton says they're putting the officers on administrative leave and we're investigating ourselves. Facts. Now, let's focus on Terrence's comment. Since whatever the most recent police misconduct issue has been that you've been exposed to or that you've paid attention to, has the police regained your trust? Let's start there. Have the police's efforts to correct themselves and regain your trust, have they been effective? Have there been any at all, or is it just something that they say? Let's ask this question. What have the police done to attempt to regain your trust aside from deleting and beating more people? What else have they done besides say, well, we're looking to regain your trust? And then next thing you know, somebody else is in the headlines getting deleted or getting beat. You know what I find interesting about that? There is never any accountability for the police as a system for their failure to improve their practices and their protocols. And you know what's even more interesting about it? The population at large supports police degeneracy. It's absolutely a robot-like response. Zentober, if you guys agree with Zentober, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't agree with Zentober, then give me a thumbs down and let me know why you disagree. Now, I have several playlists across my channels that are labeled police. They're labeled All Lives Matter Mafia. And you guys should watch all of those playlists all the way through. And in each of those playlists, we ask this very same question. Well, since the last police brutality issue, what have the police done in order to change? They haven't done anything. So what we have to understand is that at this point, the action of committing crimes against us, as well as the action of saying that they plan on not committing crimes against us, is simply trolling. Yeah, and Blue Lives Matter. That's another one of those playlists. Facts. Would you guys agree? All they're simply just trolling. That's all they're doing. So now this took place, if I'm not mistaken, in Mississippi. Deputies accused of shoving guns in mouths of two black men. All right. So now my question for you guys is, how many people heard about this particular incident? If you guys heard about this, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about this, then give me a thumbs down.
My name is Michael Goldberg. I'm a reporter covering Mississippi state government and politics for the Associated Press.
Shout out to Blue
This is
Electric.
the latest development in a racial reckoning that has really swirled around American policing since the death of George.
Now, if you ask me, right, this is what I call playing the game. And a lot of times when I say this stuff, people don't initially agree with it. They'll be like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. But if you take your time and think about it, it actually does, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Shout out to Tia 2U. What's good with it, Tia? Let me ask you guys a question. We've said this multiple times. You see people say it in comment sections all around YouTube. You see people say it on Twitter. I'm going to ask you guys, is police brutality and criminal justice reform a black political issue? Let me know what you guys think. Is police misconduct and criminal justice reform a black political issue? Shout out to Michael R. What's good with it, bro? I agree with Zentober. It's not. Because black people aren't criminals. Now, do the police utilize misconduct against black people at a disproportionate rate? Yes. Would you guys agree with that? Now, the reason why I say that, right, and the reason why I feel that people need to kind of assess this, shout out to my man Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with it, bro? The reason why I say that, and again, it's perfectly okay if you don't agree with me, right? Just hear me out. Hear what I'm saying. How many times do these politicians bring up something about criminal justice and they'll advertise that to black people as if it's our political issue? So then when they address it to everybody, it takes away from other things that we actually need. Now, the politician named Tommy Tuberville said that, quote unquote, black people are the criminals of the United States. Let me ask you guys a question. Is that true? If you guys feel that Tommy Tuberville's talking point was true, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that his talking point was true, then give me a thumbs down. And I agree, Adrian, criminal justice is just a hamster wheel of nonsense. I agree. So what I propose is that people start telling these people to stop calling police accountability a black issue. Stop pandering to black people with the police accountability nonsense, because we got a president that proudly said more white people get deleted by the police than black people. Remember that? What president said that? What president said that? Everybody's favorite. Let me ask you guys a question in the comment section. How many of y'all have been victims of police brutality? Facts. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Shout out to Jared. Trump said it. So if more white people are out here getting killed by police than black people, according to Trump, then when the Democrats attempt to black police misconduct and police brutality, we need to tell them, yo, that's a bipartisan issue. That's something y'all need to address anyway. Don't put that on the docket as if you're addressing us with that and then cross that off of the list of one of the things that you'll do for us. Would you guys agree? How many specific police misconduct addressings that the government have done have been made specifically to help deter police brutality and violence against black people? And I'm with you right there, Michael. Or I don't believe a thing Trump says either. I don't believe a thing any of these people say. I believe what I say. You know what I'm saying? I believe what I say because I said it. I don't believe what any of these other people said. Yeah, I've been harassed by the police. But now the reason why I say this is because one of the ways to change the tide with a lot of this kind of stuff is we have to construct our own talking points and drill those talking points home until they stick. Would you guys agree? Now, am I saying that we wouldn't benefit from a reformed criminal justice system or a police accountability system? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that everybody would benefit from that stuff. So one thing that we got to not do is we got to not get tricked into putting ourselves into a rise all tide situation. And if we advocate for police reform and police brutality, they're not going to make it where it specifically addresses us. The people who claim to get the worst end of the police, it needs to be them leading the charge. So let them. Your boy Trump said that y'all deal with the police the most. So deal with it. That's not our issue. We need to divorce ourselves from rise all tide issues that people want us to advocate for to make it look like we're getting catered to. And that's one of the reasons why you guys haven't really seen me cover affirmative action. Because I really could care less about affirmative action. What I care about are the sentiments behind the reason why people pushed to get it taken away. People think that that's some kind of victory against black people, and it's not. That's their own denial living in their echo chamber. Affirmative, even your boy Vivek Ramaswamy on the Breakfast Club, even that idiot himself said that affirmative action doesn't benefit black people, and there's been plenty of studies to come out and validate that. And I agree. I agree 100%, Adrian. Police reform will never happen. Remember, LAPD has gangs in it. Facts. The Banditos, who was another gang in the police? The Enforcers, right? They had Sheriff Villanueva, that corrupt that corrupt sheriff. And also remember, that was where Kamala Harris was doing all of those corrupt sentencings when she was the prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? And TJ, I agree, but also non-police, PC, and non-black people delete black people in many cases with impunity as well. Would you guys agree that happens? Yeah, I saw TD Hip Hop Media's stream. TD Hip Hop Media has just said that they're allowing non-citizens to become cops. Yeah. Remember, I think he did that. He did a stream about them proposing to do that in California as well. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I agree. Hurricane IQ, Chicago PD has known Proud Boys. Do you all remember when we went through the CIA and the FBI report where they talked about the WS infiltration of the police force? Do you guys remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. So these are real issues that the government is not going to address. So this is what I propose, and this is what I've been proposing. We have to study these issues and we have to address them head on. We have to address these social media propaganda spreaders. We have to address these idiots in the government. We have to address everybody. We got to start out by doing it, making the message strong. We got to do it by getting financial resources. And then we got to do it by creating high value networks where we can utilize money and resources to supersede politics. Because if we don't create systems where we're able to work around politics, the point of what all these other groups are doing now is to politically deadlock us so they can always have a money minefield of us at the bottom of the political spectrum. Would you guys agree? Right. Could you imagine somebody that doesn't speak English as a first language babbling your Miranda rights and you have no idea what they're saying, and they got a whole audience of backwoods Bojacks cheering them on to delete you, and then they do? That's going to be a big part of that situation.
George Floyd in 2020. So now the Justice Department is also
so now what we need to start, if you ask me, what we need to start doing is when these people come out and start saying that these things are a racial reckoning, what we need to say is that this is a criminal justice correction. And everybody benefits from a criminal justice correction. Reparations are a reckoning of a lineage that has historically been done wrong and cheated in the United States. Criminal justice is not a racial reckoning. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you all feel that criminal justice reform is a racial reckoning? If you feel that it is, give me a thumbs up. If you feel that it's not, then give me a thumbs down.
Also investigating whether deputies committed federal civil rights crimes in Rankin County.
The officers forced their way into the residence. Then these deputies immediately subdued and handcuffed these men.
Now, here's the thing, right? I don't know how many people are subscribed to my Crimecast channel, but on Crimecast, we talk about all kinds of crimes. We talk about how difficult it is to survive the suburbs and the rural areas. And another thing that we talk about a lot of is when police delete non-black people. The reason why I talk about that kind of stuff on that channel is because as soon as somebody tries to jump out the window and say, look what was done for you, police misconduct may affect us disproportionately, but if they correct police misconduct reform That'll help everybody, B. So you're not addressing anything there. If you make police accountability laws and some white dude gets gunned down unlawfully by the police in Colorado, that's going to help him, which it should. However, that's not something specific that's going to help us, which means that it's not a quote unquote racial reckoning, because racism as it happened in the United States only dealt with us. So you can't fix issues that only happen to us by creating blanket policies that help everybody else who could be subject to the same issues. There's other issues that caused certain people to be low income. And there's legacy issues that caused a lot of us to be low income. But if you do a policy that just helps quote unquote low income people, you're not addressing the legacy issues that manifested that situation that caused many of the generations of our families to be low income, which we'll be going into later, right? And so that's one of the reasons why I feel that there should be a think tank. That's one of the reasons why I feel we need to have a strong media arm and propaganda arm. And honestly, it doesn't matter who agrees with what we're saying. It doesn't matter how many people come in and thumbs down the video. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how many people's minds we reach to get them to open up and understand what we got going on here, and to get on board with doing extra political activities to supersede the political system that's been created, funded, and fueled by non-black people to ignore us and to target us. And we can start targeting back. Y'all remember that song by Do or Die? Bust at me, you better believe I'm busting back. That's what we need to start doing. Busting back.
Yeah.
So an Associated Press investigation has revealed that deputies who were accepted to a special unit on a Mississippi Sheriff's Department that is being investigated by the Department of Justice, they have been involved in at least 4 violent encounters with Black men since 2019.
Is anybody surprised by that information? So now, here you got to ask this question here. How is it that these individuals were still allowed to be on the force? Notice how when this kind of information comes out, literally none of the trolls ever address this kind of information. So just as much as any of these people will sit there and say, well, they shouldn't have been resisting. They shouldn't have been resisting. These officers also shouldn't have been hired, but I don't see you tweeting about that. So let me ask you guys a question. Do these clowns that we have to contend with supersede facts? Because again, what I need to know is why did these guys get hired? Is there anybody that can give a justification on why these guys got hired? I'm going to tell you why they got hired. They got hired because of their violent tendencies. If you guys agree that they got hired because of their violent tendencies, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. When they see these police officers that have these violent tendencies, that's something that they find attractive on a police application, because they feel that those people will know how to handle things. And so despite the fact that it's supposed to be looked at as a negative, in the language of police, that's looked at as a positive. And in police language, that's just as good as being an Ivy League graduate. We definitely don't need to take these people to the academy. They know how to handle things. A violent record and still being free in the eyes of police recruiters is evidence that you effectively know how to handle things.
In two of those encounters, the men allege that a gun was placed in their mouths, and in one of those two encounters, Michael Corey Jenkins, a Mississippi man, claims that an officer fired a gun into his mouth, leaving him with a lacerated tongue.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. What part of the protocol book does it say that that's permissible behavior? And now my question is, what are people supposed to do with that? On what page of the Mississippi locality of police handbook does it say that that's part of the policy? Is that part of the policy anywhere? And shout out to Carla and Hurricane IQ for answering the bots.
Encounters with Black men since 2019. In two of those encounters, the men allege that a gun was placed in their mouths, and in one of those two encounters, Michael Corey Jenkins, a Mississippi man, claims that an officer fired a gun into.
Facts. I agree 110%, Adrian. And that's a question that I want to ask everybody. I think everybody owes Adrian an answer to that question. Adrian says, my question is, when are we going to get honest about our options to deal with this? My question is, when are people going to get honest about the options to deal with this stuff?
To his mouth, leaving him with a lacerated tongue and a broken jaw.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. Would the police have done this to any other group of people? And I got to agree with Carlton. Sadly, no time soon from what I see.
In two other incidents, men were killed after interacting with Rankin County Sheriff's deputies, some of whom were on this special unit. The Associated Press reached out to the sheriff's office and asked them to make each of the deputies available for interviews. The Associated Press also sent a detailed list of questions to each deputy. These requests were never answered.
Now, they just said that the police are trying to be more transparent, right? Oh, the police are being more transparent and we want to have more transparency. That's what they said, right? So now transparency would be when somebody's asking you about something that you're alleged of doing. Transparency would be, well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to be open about it. We're going to explain everything that it is that could have possibly happened, right? That's what transparency is. Let me ask you all a question. Is this particular police department being transparent? This doesn't seem like transparency is occurring, does it?
Black residents of the majority white community really see this as an extension of Mississippi.
Now, when they talk about Black residents of the quote unquote majority white community, every Black person is a resident of a majority white community because the United States is a majority white community and Black people are a minority. Is that a fact or is that something that I'm making up?
Mississippi's rather dark racial history, and they view this as another chapter and sort of a long-standing saga. And
so now again, what we have to do here is we have to press the issue of police reform and then put the pressure on the question of, well, why does this happen so disproportionately to Black people? Police reform is a nationwide issue, not a Black issue. But now what we need to do is we need to figure out the same question that these people want to figure out. Well, white people sit there and say that Black people make up 13% of the population and commit 55% of the crime. Why is it that Black people make up not the majority of arrests, but make up the majority of police brutality incidents? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that while being under the understanding that this doesn't count as appeasing Black people, because criminal justice and police reform are a criminal justice and police issue. We're not doing anything wrong. It's police who aren't following protocol. These policies will benefit the police. The reason why these things are happening is because of racism, and police reform does not address racism. Police reform addresses police policy and procedure. If you're a racist, you're a racist. If you work in the police department or if you work at Walmart, you're a racist. So that means that now we have to go back and look at what the recruiting procedures are for the police and see exactly what kind of people that the police are recruiting. Because regardless if I change policies or not, if I'm a racist, I'm going to behave as a racist. And if racism is driving my misconduct, then policy changes are not going to help, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
in which sheriff's deputies are not held to the same standards that regular citizens are with respect to obeying laws in Mississippi.
All right, so there's that. All right. So let me see here. Hold on. So we're going to look at this real quick. It says several deputies from a Mississippi Sheriff's Department are being investigated by the Justice Department for possible civil rights violations, have been involved in at least 4 violent encounters with Black men since 2019 that left 2 dead and another with lasting injuries, an Associated Press investigation found. Let me ask you guys something. Does that constitute as a pattern? And let me ask you guys a question. If it does constitute as a pattern, what is that showing in the pattern? 2 of the men allege that Rankin County Sheriff deputies shoved guns in their mouths during separate encounters. In one case, the deputy pulled the trigger, leaving the man with wounds that required part of his tongue to be sewn back together. In one of the 2 fatal confrontations, the man's mother said a deputy kneeled on her son's neck while he told them that he couldn't breathe. Now, when it comes to being suffocated to death, the majority of America thinks that that's funny. Would you guys agree that the majority of America finds humor in that? If you guys agree that the majority of America finds humor in that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you don't think that they do, then give me a thumbs down. And I'll show you some memes that say otherwise. And nobody's going out on a limb to say that they don't agree with those memes. So since nobody's going out on a limb to say that they disagree with those memes, then we have to assume that they agree with them. The same way that they assume that we're all Democrats. Police and court records obtained by the Associated Press show that several deputies who were accepted to the Sheriff's Office Special Response Team, a tactical unit whose members receive advanced training, were involved in each of the 4 encounters. So again, remember how these people were acting like they had no idea what people were talking about when we criticized the Scorpion unit? Well, here's a commonality between the Scorpion unit and this particular unit right here. they recruited and accepted these deputies into a special response team. It seems like to be the worst of the worst is the criteria for being involved in one of these special teams. It seems like that's the criteria. Yeah, I got to agree. Those tactical teams seem to always attract those guys. Now, that sounds like an HR issue. It sounds like human resources are looking for a specific personality type to do that particular job. In 3 of them, the heavily redacted documents don't indicate if they were serving in their normal capacity as deputies or as members of the unit. Such units have drawn scrutiny since the January killing of Tyree Nichols, a black father who died days after being severely beaten by black members of a special police team in Memphis, Tennessee, and also being tased by a white one, which they don't mention. So again, if we're still protecting the white people on the police department, so there's no racial reckoning here. There's no racial reckoning here. Where's the racial reckoning at? Nichols' death led to a Justice Department probe of similar squads around the country that comes amid the broader public reckoning over race and policing sparked by the 2020 police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And this alleged reckoning over race and policing, this is Democrat misinformation. What reckoning has happened? Do people know what a reckoning looks like? You guys remember when Negan had Rick and Abraham and Michonne and Glenn on their knees with their hands behind their backs, and he was walking around with Lucille? That's what a reckoning looks like. I don't recall that happening at police departments across the United States. I want somebody to tell me the tangible results that solidify that an evident racial reckoning occurred. What were the results of this quote unquote racial reckoning? Carlton Way said, I remember that scene. That was one of the most brutal things I've seen on TV. I guarantee you, if people saw something like that, things would change about policing. What? Who cares? Negan, we need to have that same response when we decide to have a reckoning. Facts. If you ask me, Negan did a lot of stuff right. And if you ask me, if the Walking Dead wasn't a fiction show, Rick wouldn't have survived the Saviors. You know what I'm saying? So this is my question, and I really want to know the answer to this. What are the tangible changes and the tangible results of this alleged racial reckoning that happened? Who got reckoned? What were the results, and how have things improved? – Oh yeah, Negan definitely buck broke Rick. Definitely. Shout out to my man We Lit. What's good with it, bro? Saying that there was a reckoning is dangerous, especially when one didn't happen. They didn't even get the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passed. No, what legislation came out of any of that? And let me ask you guys a question. These people are now talking about a culture war, but let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that the culture war started way back when they tried to force when they successfully forced Christianity on us? That was a culture war, right? Jim Crow, that was a culture war. The culture war has been going on for a long time. So let's call it what it is. When the French colonizers were killing Haitians for their native religion of voodoo, that was a culture war, right? So the culture war has been going on for a long time. Shout out to Terrence. Facts. Terrence said the people who deserved a reckoning will feel like they were treated unfairly when nothing actually happened because of one. Facts. Hence the culture war, anti-woke of 2023. Adrian Hicks said, bro, you know the deal. Say things enough times and people will start to believe it. That's why they would publish a racial reckoning. Facts. So now, Adrian, would you agree that's one of the reasons why it's so important for us to snatch back our media and snatch back our narrative and make sure that we maintain full 100% control over it so that these people cannot lie and tell the story? Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it, Deneen? And make sure you guys go show my man We Lit some love. Go check out his channel. So now here it says in Mississippi, the police shooting of Michael Corey Jenkins led to the Justice Department to open up a civil rights investigation into the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. Jenkins had 6 white deputies burst into a home where he was visiting a friend, and one put a gun in his mouth and fired. Jenkins' hospital records, parts of which he shared with AP, show that he had a lacerated tongue and broken jaw. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Where's the body camera footage for all of this? Anybody know where the body camera footage is for all of this? Where's the body camera footage? Where's the body camera footage at? So I'm sure there's a reason why there isn't any. Adrian says, bro, I'm at Ultron level. We are beyond media jockeying, and you know it. That's why you have Thanos as an avatar. Facts, but it's not Thanos, so it's Darkseid. But Thanos, Darkseid, you know. They may as well be brothers, right? Deputies said Jenkins was shot after he pointed a gun at them. Department officials have not answered multiple inquiries from the AP asking whether a weapon was found at the scene. Jenkins' attorney, Malik Shabazz, said that his client didn't have a gun. So now these police officers should be able to produce a gun with his fingerprints on it, right? Yeah, that's fact. Same difference. Same difference. Right. So he had this gun and he pointed it at him, and the police ran up on him and just put the gun right in his mouth. And we're supposed to believe that. Now, mind you, does the population at large always believe the police at their word? And even when the body camera footage shows something different than what the police say, they still believe it? Or do these people actually believe facts? Which one are we dealing with? And I agree with Carlton. We got to beware of that. They'll release the body cam footage in 2024 to attempt to get black people riled up to vote Democrat. You guys agree with Carlton? I agree. They had complete control over him the entire time. 6 officers had full and complete control over Michael the entire time, Shabazz said. So that's just a fabrication. Rankin County, which has about 120 sheriff's deputies serving its roughly 160,000 people, is predominantly white and just east of the state capital, Jackson, home to one of the highest percentages of black residents in any major U.S. city. Now, let me ask you guys a question. It's home to one of the highest percentages of black residents in any major city. In that city, who has the majority of the power? Who has the majority of the power in that city? And let me ask the question, how did the power dynamics become the way that they are? That's the question. Who maintains the power dynamics in that city? So let's ask this question. Are the power dynamics representative of the population matrix of the city? Now we have to address, if they're not, why are they the way that they are? Shout out to Tabith. What's good with it, Tabith? Why are they the way that they are? Let me ask you all a question. If people have the numbers to take control of their government and they make the choice to not do it, should they be afforded sympathy? Adrian says, bro, if you really want to shift the power dynamic, black people need to register independent en masse. We all need to file human rights abuse claims at the UN. I agree. I'm down with that. I'm down for whatever. Anything that's going to interfere with the power dynamic in the United States, I'm 110% down for. So now my question is, if people have the ability and the human resources to have control over a city and they choose to not do it, should those people be afforded sympathy? And I agree with Hurricane IQ. No, they should not, because they made a choice. Not only do they make a choice, and they maintain a choice. They maintain that choice. They maintain that choice. Sadly. Do you guys remember that city that was majority black in Tennessee, and the comptroller made an effort to shift the power so that they could control the new Ford plant that was being built? Did you guys remember that? That was a majority black city, and somehow a comptroller was about to take all of the power. How does that happen? See, all of the interviews that locality did ask, yeah, it was Mason, Tennessee. Thank you, Carla. All of the interviews that city did, begging for sympathy, give us somebody, look at what's going on with us. This is terrible. This is terrible. I don't want to hear none of that. I want to hear how you mismanaged it to the point to where a comptroller is about to take over the city. I don't want to hear about the sympathy. I understand that that's a dire situation. I'm not dumb. I'm so not dumb that I don't understand how you lost power. So I need you to explain. I need you to explain that. But they didn't give any of those explanations. And honestly, when these politicians mess up royally, I think that people need to stop giving them a sympathetic ear. I think that people need to start demanding explanations of failure. Would you guys agree? I don't want to hear about poor you. I want to hear about how you messed up. Because if I hear about poor you, that's going to give you too much support. And if you messed up that royally, you might sneak your way back into office. We can't have incompetent people attempting to masquerade as being competent. Exactly, Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says those explanations would expose those politicians, showing that they're just in it for themselves. Facts. We can't have incompetence masquerading around as competence and then be garnering sympathy when they've done something not according to plans. No. Right. We need that Ugandan interviewer. How did you fail? Did you sit there and not do shit? Do you panda? How did you fail? That we need old boy. You know what I'm saying? In the county seat of Brandon, a towering granite and marble monument topped by a statue of a Confederate soldier stands across the street from the sheriff's office. So what? So what? Spray some graffiti or piss on it and keep moving. You know, they put these things out here as if anybody's supposed to be scared or intimidated by some ancestral inbred. Who cares? Let me tell you guys something. That Confederate soldier should be standing across from the police office, because that's the reason why those people have what they have down there, not because of hard work. Would you guys agree? The legacy of degeneracy and racism should be across the street from that police station, because for one, it's in an area of the United States where that was part of the culture, as we'll be talking about later. And it also is the guiding principles of that police station. It absolutely should be across from the police. Let me ask you guys a question. Does the Democrat initiative to remove the statues, or as I call it, erase the evidence, go hand in hand with the Republican anti-woke effort to take Black history out of school. You got the Democrats knocking the landmarks and the evidence down, while you got the Republicans taking the evidence out of the schools. They're working hand in hand. These people are having a fake culture war. There is no culture war. It's a smokescreen. It's fake. They're doing the same thing. It's just methods of erasing evidence. The Democrats are going to erase the evidence through multiculturalism, and the Republicans are erasing the evidence through direct attacks. It's the same thing. They're on the same team. And some of us are confused and think that we're on one of those teams. You're not. People that are sitting up there playing politics with these people, that's like the fish asking the fisher for the reel. They're on the same team. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, in notice of an upcoming lawsuit, attorneys for Jenkins and his friend Eddie Terrell Parker said on the night of January 24th, the deputies suddenly came into the home and proceeded to handcuff and beat them. They said the deputies stunned them with tasers repeatedly over roughly 90 minutes, and at one point forced them to lie on their backs as the deputies poured milk over their faces. So now let me ask you guys a question. Where in the policy handbook does it say that you should pour milk over their faces? And I got to agree with Adrian Hicks. That's why you go independent. Yeah, I agree, Carlton. Erasing those statues and erasing Uncle Ben and erasing erasing Aunt Jemima, that's what makes it easier for people like Vivek Ramaswamy to say misinformation like affirmative action is a Black attack on Asians. That's not true. You got these people sitting up here making memes as if we created affirmative action to attack Asian people. Hey, listen, I'm telling you, people need to be treated the way that they treat you. As many Black people go to church and believe the myths of the Bible, nobody practices the golden rule. The golden rule is reciprocity. Treat others the way you would like to be treated. Reciprocate, in other words. Match with equal energy. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you all feel that we've matched with equal energy? I kind of agree with that, Michael R., but I got a better idea. We should actually make sure that we own the businesses and extort people who want to do business in our neighborhoods the same way we get extorted because we don't have anything. You guys know we get extorted every day? We get extorted every single day. A lot of the extortion is self-induced, but a lot of it isn't. We should control every business and all real estate. And we'll definitely do business, but there's conditions. But see, the problem is that we allow people to come into the community or a majority community, and they operate at a premium and treat us like crap. Got to stop doing business like that. Got to stop doing business like that. If you got any friends that are grimy, any friends that are pookies, ask them about what happens when there's a quote unquote drought. We need to start doing business like there's a drought. You cut off the supply and raise the price. You can't get into the community because we cut off the supply of real estate. And if you want to get in, you paying a higher price. And while you're there, you're not going to be allowed to own anything. You're only allowed to rent it at the highest price. And if there's a certain amount of incidents with your business and the people in the community, you're out of there. See, the interesting thing about this is that criminals, certain criminals, understand this kind of stuff. And civilians don't seem to. That's why I said, if you got any friends that are grimy, because we're all criminals, so it should be pretty easy. Just ask one of your friends. How do you deal with things when there's a drought? How do you deal with, quote unquote, turf wars? Let me ask you guys a question. Are we dealing with, quote unquote, turf wars? We've been dealing with turf wars ever since we've been in the United States. But for some reason, it seems like only pookies understand that. And they don't even do crime right. So them understanding that isn't benefiting us like how the criminals of other communities do crime right, and it benefits them. All of this stuff here, none of this stuff is rocket science. Speaking of rocket science, we're going to be talking about Elon Musk later on. So now my question to everybody is, why do you guys feel that people are so opposed to this? None of this stuff is difficult. All of this stuff that I'm saying is very common sense. Do we have a business owners association? You know how they got the Karen homeowners association, where if you happen to walk past a particular neighborhood and you're black, all of the white women call the police on you, the homeowners association? How come we don't have that kind of association where we're keeping track of businesses and land ownership? And if the legacy people in a community don't own more than 50% of the real estate in a community, we start blocking people out? How come we don't have anything like that? That should be what the real neighborhood watch is. Watching who buying up the real estate. I agree with you, Adrian. It's called learned hopelessness. You can see it all throughout the comment sections and YouTube videos. I just troll people nowadays. I agree. If you guys agree with Adrian, it's called learned hopelessness. And that's why a politician, a grifter like Barack Obama, can sell you on hope. They can sell you hope like it's dope. They can sell you the dope of hope. Hope is the new dope. You know what I'm saying? These people are out here on a hope hustle. I don't want hope. I want determinism. So now here it says the men restated the allegations in separate interviews with AP. When a taser is issued, it is automatically logged into the device memory. The AP obtained the automatic taser records from the evening of January 24th. they show that the deputies first fired one of the stun guns at 10:04 p.m. and fired one at least 3 more times over the next 65 minutes. However, those unredacted records might not paint a complete picture, as redacted records show that tasers were turned on, turned off, or used dozens more times during that period. So now, what does that show? It's a lot of people that fell for Obama in 2008. It's all good. You live and learn. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta agree. Adrian Hicks says it's the same concept as tying up a baby elephant with a rope. It learns to stay in place even when it's a powerful adult with the same rope. Facts. When it could literally just snap that rope off and do what it wants to, it'll still stay there. Operant conditioning. You know what I'm saying? Operant conditioning. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation was brought to investigate the encounter. Its summary says a deputy shot Jenkins at approximately 11:45, or about 90 minutes after a taser was first used, which matches the time frame given by Parker and Jenkins. People on Rumble. The data from the taser matches what the woke suspect says. What y'all gonna do about it? Believe all police. Believe all police is like believe all women. Those people over there are the people who are against believe all women, but they believe all police. Except for when they arresting people on January 6th. You know what I'm saying? Aside from that, then it's believe all police. That's why you can't do it, man. Give it up. Police say that the raid was prompted by a report of drug activity at the home. Jenkins was charged with possessing between 2 and 10 grams of methamphetamine and aggravated assault on a police officer. Parker was charged with 2 misdemeanors, possession of paraphernalia and disorderly conduct. Jenkins and Parker say that the raid came to a head when the deputy shot Jenkins through the mouth. He still has difficulty speaking and eating. Another black man, Carvis Johnson, alleged in a federal lawsuit filed in 2020 that a Rankin County deputy placed a gun into his mouth during a 2019 drug bust. Johnson was not shot. There is no reason for an officer to place a gun in a suspect's mouth, and to have allegations of 2 such incidents is telling, said Samuel Walker, emeritus professor of criminal justice at the University of Nebraska. So my question is, like I had said before, is there ever a reason to put a gun in somebody's mouth as a police officer? What part of the policy manual is that? Where's it at? What page? What chapter? If there are incidents with the same kind of pattern of behavior, they have their own set of rules, he said. So these are not just chance experiences. It looks like a very clear pattern. Well, we know it's a pattern. So now, again, let me ask you guys this. As we're reading this, does this show that there's been any change on the part of the police? Every time that one of these incidents occurs, allegedly, according to the police, there's behavior change, right? That's what they say. There's accountability, right? Remember, they said that there was a racial reckoning. Honestly, this actually sounds like the racial reckoning, because this sounds like a bunch of white dudes who were upset about people being black, and we're going to do some off-policy stuff to them. So it sounds like it was the black people that got the racial reckoning for being black to me. It sounds like it was the black people who was in the position of Rick Grimes and Glenn and Abraham and all them. And it sounded like the police officers was sticking Lucille in people's mouth to me. So it sounded like it was them people that was getting a racial reckoning. Facts. Adrian Hicks said, bro, think about it. What would happen if a black man shot another black man in the mouth? What would the block look like? What time would those men and the man associated with the men be on? Right. Right. It'd be time to circle the block, as they say. But ain't nobody circling nothing on this. They ain't even circling reading this article. And I got to agree with Hurricane IQ. No change whatsoever. None. So now the police claim that they want to regain the public's trust, right? We can't even trust them to keep their word and change. So are we supposed to trust them that they're going to do things according to policy? We supposed to trust that? Jenkins doesn't know the name of the deputy who shot him. In the heavily redacted incident report, an unidentified deputy wrote, "I noticed a gun." The unredacted sections don't say who shot Jenkins, only that he was taken to the hospital. Deputy Hunter Elward swore in a separate court document that Jenkins pointed the gun at him. So now where is this gun that he pointed at them? Where's the gun that he pointed at him? Where's the gun at? You know what I'm saying? Elward's name also appears in police reports and court records from the two incidents in which the suspects were killed. The sheriff's department refused repeated interview requests and denied access to any of the deputies who were involved in violent confrontations. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Does this sound like transparency? Facts. Super facts, Adrian. The block should be so hot that the police would have to send a special delegation to even be able to negotiate. Facts. And I agree with Carla and Terrence. Facts. In the officer's imagination. The sheriff department refused repeated interview requests and denied access to any of the deputies who were involved in the violent confrontations. Does that signal transparency, ladies and gentlemen? That's my question for you guys. Does that signal transparency? So again, it's clear as day that the police are simply selling you a dream. They don't have any desire for transparency. They don't have no desire for that. They just want to tell you that so that you shut up. And then they're going to go ahead and go about business as usual. Right, exactly, Hurricane IQ. So much for transparency. So now, again, we got to log all of these times, any of these times where the police keep saying all this stuff. And then, hey, listen, if there's supposed to be police accountability, hey, they got to be Democrat accountability too. The Democrats don't get to sit up on TV and be all preachy and talk all crazy and act like they're doing something. In all these years, the same amount of time that the police haven't done anything, they haven't gotten anything done either. Oh, no, 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 no. The Democrats need to get railed for this every time they do it. As far as I'm concerned, the Democrats should get the exact same heat that the police department gets anytime anything like this happens. Would you guys agree? Let me ask you guys a question. When is the last time Democrats have been held accountable for them failing? Well, Deneen, there's not even any evidence that they saw a gun. There's just a claim, like these people are saying that they saw a gun, but they haven't produced any evidence that there's a gun, and they haven't produced any evidence of any fingerprints on that gun. They haven't produced anything except for excuses. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree, Felicia. Facts. Never. Let me ask you guys, is it time to start showing them that they need accountability? Adrian says, family, I know I'm on full villainy mode, but these are your family members and your friends that keep getting mowed down. And all we hear is wait or oops. This is not a video game with extra men. Facts. Facts. If you guys agree with Adrian, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's a fact. And the longer people let this kind of stuff happen, the higher the probability is that you might catch one of those bullets. Each of us drives places. You know what I'm saying? Each of us goes to work. Each of us makes late night food runs. Well, I do. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if you happen to get deleted by the police, all those Rumble crowd will say is, well, you shouldn't have been driving at that time of night. Why? You do. So what I want people to understand is that all of the excuses that the population at large gives, all of those excuses are self-censoring excuses. Well, you shouldn't have been out at that time. This ain't C-19 lockdown. It ain't no curfew. What are you talking about? I can be out at whatever time of night that I want to be out at. There's restaurants around me that are open all night long. If I feel like going to get some food, I'm going to get some food. What are you talking about? No, just you shouldn't be out because the United States is a sundown country. That's what they're saying when they say that. Anytime any of these clowns sit there and tell you that you're not supposed to be out at a certain time, what they're telling you is that the United States is a sundown country. The department has not said whether deputies presented a search warrant and is unclear if they have been disciplined or are still members of the special unit. Well, if it's unclear, then we know that they're still members of the special unit, because if they had been disciplined to try to save face and keep their image clear, they would have been bragging about the fact that they removed those deputies off of the force. Right? So basically what that means is that they didn't remove anybody. The news outlet Insider has been investigating the sheriff's department and persuaded a county judge to order the sheriffs to turn over documents related to the deaths of 4 men in 2021. Chancery Judge Troy Farrell Odom expressed bewilderment that the department had refused to make the documents public. So now they refused to make the documents public. But remember, this is the same nationwide police department, the same nationwide system of police that says that they're trying to, you know, improve public trust. Does it sound like there's been any kind of reckoning? Where's the reckoning at? What reckoning has occurred? I'm still not seeing the reckoning here. But remember, this is what the media is telling you. Rest easy because there's been a reckoning. What reckoning? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 41 likes and we got 33 people watching on YouTube. Please make sure you guys smash that like button and hit that bell. And also, if you guys have not shared the stream, please take a moment and make sure that you guys share the stream. Shout out to the people watching on Rumble. We got 5 people watching on Rumble. If everybody could smash that like button and hit that follow button and share the stream out, that would be great. The day that our law enforcement officers start shielding this information from the public, all the while repeating, trust us, we're from the government, is the day that should startle all Americans, Odom wrote. Well, if that's the case, if what Odom is saying is true, America should have been startled a long time ago, because literally this is what happens in every single one of these cases anytime we talk about it. I mean, literally, this has been the deal every single time that we've talked about it. The Associated Press requested body camera or dash cam footage from the night of the Jenkins raid. Jason Darr, an attorney from the sheriff's office, said there was no record of either. How is that? So then what happened? What happened then? We got to take a moment and digest that. So why is the Democrat media sitting there and propagating that there's been some kind of quote unquote racial justice? What racial justice? Where? What racial reckoning? What are these people talking about? What are these people talking about? Mississippi doesn't require officers to wear body cameras. That's to me, that sounds a lot like they're trying to get that transparency going. They're really on it with that transparency. They want everybody to trust them. Incident reports and court records tie deputies from the raids to 3 other encounters with black men. All right. So again, we got a pattern going on here. We got a pattern going on here. During a 2019 standoff, Elward said Pierre Woods pointed a gun at him while running at the deputies. Deputies then shot and killed him. In a statement to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation obtained by the AP, Elward said he fired at Woods 8 times. Police say they recovered a handgun at the scene of the Woods shooting. Court records place Christian Dedman, another deputy who shot at Woods, at the Jenkins raid. Dedman was also among deputies involved in the 2019 arrest of Johnson. According to the lawsuit Johnson filed alleging that one of the deputies put a gun in his mouth as they searched him for drugs. Johnson is currently in prison for selling methamphetamine. Other documents obtained by the AP detail another violent confrontation between Elward and Damian Cameron, a 29-year-old man with a history of mental illness. So now, again, let me ask you guys another question. Would the police reckoning help the mentally ill sector of the United States? Because we've done all of those reports about the mentally ill, and in most cases, if you're having a mental health crisis, you're not going to survive the police. The police have a horrible history of deleting people that have mental illnesses. Would you guys agree? They have a horrible history of doing that. He died in July of 2021 after being arrested by Elward and Deputy Luke Stickman, who also opened fire on Woods during the 2019 standoff. A grand jury declined to bring charges in the case last October. In an incident report, Elward wrote that while responding to a vandalism call, he repeatedly shot Cameron with a taser, punched and grappled with Cameron at the home of his mother, Monica Lee. He said after getting Cameron into his squad car, he again stunned him to get him to pull his leg inside the vehicle. So you're going to stun somebody, and that's somehow going to help you get your leg in the vehicle. How's that work? How's that work? After going back inside to retrieve his taser, deputies returned to find Cameron unresponsive. Elward wrote that he pulled Cameron from the car and performed CPR, but that Cameron was later declared dead at a hospital. Lee, who witnessed the confrontation, told AP that after subduing her son, Elward kneeled on his back for several minutes. She said when Stickman arrived, he kneeled on her son's neck while handcuffing him, and that her son complained that he couldn't breathe. Lee said later, she went outside hoping to talk to her son before deputies drove him away. I walked outside to tell him goodbye and that I loved him and that I would try to see him the next day. That's when I noticed they were on the driver's side of the car doing CPR. Lee said, I fell to the ground screaming and hollering. How many stories have you heard end like that? One thing that the police like to do is delete mentally ill people in front of their mom. I think they get off on it. I think they get off on it. So there was a situation that took place in Shreveport. And in this situation, there's a video that shows a Shreveport police officer beating a black woman unconscious, dragging her nearly naked body. Have you all heard about this situation? If you guys have heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard about it, then give me a thumbs down. So now, as you guys can see, it's popping out here. There's all kinds of stuff going on, right? But now, while all of this stuff is going on, what are the Democrats busy doing? What are the Democrats busy doing while all of this happens? While all of this goes on? This alleged incident isn't the first time this year the Shreveport Police Department has drawn attention over accusations of police brutality. While confirmed details were immediately scarce, including when, where, and why the incident occurred, it is very clear that at least one officer wearing a uniform with Shreveport Police Department shoulder patch participated in the apparent brutality. The footage was posted to TikTok on Tuesday by a user named 28grams28. The first of two videos from the incident showed the unidentified black woman's limp body being dragged across a field by two uniformed officers and dozens of bystanders who expressed their disapproval at the police response. Now, let me ask you guys something. Would you all say that that's actual expressing of disapproval? If you guys feel that that's actual disapproval, give me a thumbs down or give me a thumbs up. If you guys feel that that's actually a sign of approval, then give me a thumbs up or give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, that's actually a sign of approval because there was no intervention. What kind of operant conditioning was done to deter the police from doing this again? There hasn't been any, right? So if there's nothing to create a behavior change, then that basically means that the behavior is approved, right? Yeah, I agree, Deneen. They then let her fall to the ground to face the bystanders. One of the officers, who is white, is wielding an assault rifle as he turns toward the crowd. That's wild. All the while, messages are flashing across the screen to indicate what is alleged to have happened. The woman they're dragging is unconscious, one message says at the top of the screen. Shreveport police is dirty as F. He beat her unconscious, another message said. As the video continues, another message references the crowd to explain everyone is around, just freaking out because of how they was handling her. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I don't know exactly what went on here. Apparently, this entire article is based off of a TikTok video, which can be very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? That can be very dangerous. So I don't know what happened. However, going off of what the people are saying, quote unquote, on this video, the question that I have is, besides video recording it, what did they do? At one point, the white officer is shown abruptly turning toward the crowd and yelling for them to back up because, as a message on the screen claim, somebody threw something at him and hit him. So let me see. Let me see if this will play or not. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Oh, okay, hold on real quick. I think I got to go to TikTok. Yeah, hold on real quick. We about to go to TikTok. And everybody knows TikTok is where TikTok is where all of the intelligence stuff is. You know what I'm saying? TikTok is where all of the intelligence stuff is. So check this out. Let's see. Hold on here. Man, that's have you I'm not trying to, this ain't funny, but have you ever seen a cop with an assault rifle like that? Like, that's wild. Like, he out there like it's a video game. That's wild. And so what people need to also notice is that it's a black cop with him. Right, exactly. Facts, Adrian. I agree. It doesn't matter what actually happened. What would that same crowd do if it was black on black? Now, there was a black police officer there, as you guys can see, but it's the white police officer that's got the gun. Man, that's wild.
What you gonna do? Man, y'all might well leave. Get the fuck out of here. Man, y'all get out of here.
So yeah, I gotta agree with Maine. The white police officer knows he's at war, and the black police officer thinks that the white police officer is his friend. You know what I'm saying? Shit. The 28-second clip ends there, but one more video was posted showing what appeared to happen prior to the police dragging the woman. In a separate 11-second clip, a white officer appears to be raining down punches on the woman while at least one of her hands is behind her back. Another woman is shown on the ground in front of her. A message is printed on the screen. See how police are over there pounding her head? Another message says, "This is how the woman got knocked unconscious because of him." Viewers were encouraged to identify the officer and make him famous. Comments under the video suggested the two women were engaged in a fight prior to police arriving. Well, if they were both fighting, they both lost. You know what I'm saying? This alleged incident isn't the first time this year that Sharif Police Department has drawn attention over accusations of police brutality. Back in February, a Sharifpur police officer was charged with murder for the shooting death of 43-year-old Alonzo Bagley, an unarmed black man. Now, how many people heard about this Alonzo Bagley deletion? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about it, then give me a thumbs down. But again, remember, this stuff doesn't happen. This is all fake. It's all hyperbole. It's all made up. We're just paranoid. Officer Alexander Taylor was arrested on a charge of negligent homicide. Taylor's own body cam footage proves Bagley's hands were up when he was shot. Bagley was killed February 3rd after officers responded to a neighbor complaining that the music was too loud in Bagley's apartment. And in 2020, just days after George Floyd was murdered by ex-cop Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis, a Sharifpur police officer defended the lethal knee restraint employed in the shocking death. Sergeant Brent Mason wrote on Facebook in a since deleted post that the deadly technique Chauvin used was a common mistake officers employ, and he said that should not constitute an act of murder. Well, my question is, what should it constitute then? What should that constitute? If it shouldn't constitute an act of murder, then what should it constitute? What kind of special grace should we give to these people? After writing about what he says is the correct way to kneel on a suspect in an effort to restrain them, Mason resorted to a racist stereotype and suggested without proof that Floyd suffered from health problems and was probably intoxicated when Chauvin and the 3 other officers encountered him on May 25th of 2020. Finally, Mason said that Chauvin should be presumed innocent despite the death being recorded by witnesses who implored the cop to stop kneeling on Floyd, who repeated helplessly that he couldn't breathe. In that instance, Mason was placed on leave, but is still reporting to work. Racial reckoning where? Now, here's my question for everybody. What should happen to the Democrats for promoting this false truth of racial reckoning? What should happen to them? What kind of consequence should we choose for them? Oh yeah, facts, man. We was just talking about that yesterday. That's not really placed on leave if he's going to work. Facts. The only thing that he's leaving is leaving his house to go to work. You know what I'm saying? That's the only kind of leave only thing he's doing is leaving his house and going to work. You know what I'm saying? I agree. Zentober, a real reckoning. Put them out of office and alert that they should have security with them anytime they want to make a public appearance. You know what I'm saying? Wall Street ends slightly higher in shortened session. Tesla jumps. Where did Tesla jump to? Hold on real quick. Let me see something. I had another article up here that I wanted to show you guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me see. The hell? You know what's they believe it or not, they actually changed this. They actually changed this article. This was a different article. That's wild. This was they changed this article. This was an article that was talking about how Elon Musk increased his wealth because Elon Musk had the largest jump of wealth in billionaires. And I was going to go over this article to ask y'all what y'all felt that this would do to the racial wealth gap. But they've actually changed the article into something else. Now the article is strictly talking about Tesla. It's not talking about Elon Musk's net wealth. So if somebody else did an article about it, maybe I'll be able to find it and I'll be able to show it to you guys. But I want to show you guys something. I got a lot of stuff that I want to show you guys. How many people heard about this? Families displaced from California neighborhood seek $2 billion. Did you all hear about that situation? If you all heard about that situation, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that situation, then give me a thumbs down. Now, there's some interesting info about that situation, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a clip, okay? So just bear with me while I find this clip, because we're going to compare some things. While you guys are patiently waiting for me to get this clip, if you guys could smash that like button and hit the bell, that would be great. So what now, as you guys can see there, it's talking about a $2 billion displacement settlement that people are looking for, right? We're going to read this article. But before we read this article, we're going to look at somebody that everybody likes looking at. Now, I want you to understand here that this guy that everybody likes looking at is talking about the exact same thing that's in that article, okay? He's talking about the exact same thing that's in that article. Everybody's favorite, right? Smash that like button for him. Smash that like button for him and hit the bell. We're gonna keep him up there real quick on a still picture for a little bit. But smash that like button and hit the bell for him if you're not subscribed to the channel. Share the stream out. California land reparations lawsuit. That was the same article. That's it's talking about the same thing as that Associated Press article. These California land reparations are a different situation. I think he's wearing a curtain or a tablecloth, one of the two. He probably got finished eating everything on the buffet table and then took the cloth off and wrapped it around himself like it was a bib. Peep game.
Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. I'm here in Clearwater, Florida, where I will be talking to African-American CDFI CEOs, their alliance, a little bit later. On today's show, though, a Palm Springs land reparations lawsuit is making headlines as Black and Latino.
Palm Springs land reparations lawsuit. Now, I want you to hear what he does. Listen very closely.
Today is Thursday, June 15, 2023. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. I'm here in Clearwater, Florida, where I will be talking to African-American CDFI CEOs, their alliance, a little bit later. On today's show, though, a Palm Springs land reparations lawsuit is making headlines as Black and Latino descendants.
Black and Latino descendants. If you guys heard what he said, Black and Latino descendants, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear that, I'll be more than happy to play it again. But he said Black and Latino descendants. Black and Latino descendants of who?
Section 14 advocate for reparations for their families for evictions that took place in the 1950s and 1960s. We'll tell you really what this is all about. Things got heated in the House Oversight Committee. Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett went at nutcase Congresswoman Lorraine Boebert from Colorado. Will show you the exchange.
Now, how many people were aware of this particular situation? These California land reparations. This is something that you haven't really heard much about.
Also, new voting districts could change again before 2024 in some states. We'll talk with the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund about the Supreme Court decision and how that could impact Black representation in Congress. Also, 2 of the Tennessee 3 are back on the ballot for Election Day.
There is no Black representation in Congress, so there can't be an impact unless there's actual Black people that are going to be in Congress and actually looking out for Black interests. But that's non-existent, so that can't happen. But again, pay attention to this reparations issue.
One, of course, is a shoe-in. We'll tell you exactly what's going to be happening there as well. Plus, Gerald Horne has a new book out about the battle for independence in Texas. He talks about Juneteenth, Black soldiers. He talks about how slavery played a role in the Alamo. Folks, it is a fascinating conversation I had with Gerald Horne. It is one you do not want to miss as we are 4 days from celebrating Juneteenth as a federal holiday. It is time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
It's time to bring the funk. Well, I hope you brought your deodorant. All right, so here it is right here. Palm Springs, California, Section 14, descendants seeking reparations. Now, again, nobody's heard about this. Nobody knows anything about this. And nobody's got any historical reference about any of this. Palm Springs, California, Section 14. Who knows about Palm Springs, California, Section 14?
Time when Black Latinos were forcibly removed.
Black Latinos. Now, where on Telemundo or any of these places do you see any of these people advocating or putting headline first news stories about anything that we got going on? Nowhere. They use their medias to disparage us and talk crazy about us. So my question for you guys is, what is the point, purpose, and motivation of any of this? Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many times have you been watching something on YouTube and after the video that you've watched is over, his content has been recommended? If that's ever happened to you, give me a thumbs up. If it hasn't happened to you, give me a thumbs down. Have you been watching somebody else's content or some content somewhere else, and at the end of the video, you see that? His content is recommended to me relentlessly on YouTube. And I don't know why. Him and Democracy Now!
Considered the playground of the rich. But there was a time when Black Latinos were forcibly removed from their homes in the heart of Palm Springs, the 1950s and the 1960s. Now they and their descendants are suing for.
Now, have you ever heard about Black Latinos being removed from their homes in Palm Springs, California? If you guys have heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, that's facts. And the Young Turks. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How come Professor Black Truth, Torian Rain, Tariq Nasheed, Phil Scott, the Black Authority, my channel, how come none of our channels are ever recommended at the end of a video? Let me ask you guys a question. How many times has my content ever been recommended at the end of watching a video?
Considered the playground of the rich. But there was a time when Black Latinos were forcibly removed from their homes in the heart of Palm Springs, the 1950s and the 1960s. Now they and their descendants are suing for billions. We're joined right now by attorney Ariva Martin, who is involved in this case. Ariva, for folks who don't understand Section 14, what this area is, so just explain, just set this whole thing up, this particular lawsuit, and what these African-American Latinos are actually saying.
So now remember, first he said Black Latinos. Now he said African Americans and Latinos. And see, do you guys see how they do? Look at how YouTube does. So now that right there, that's how a Roland Martin can have millions of subscribers, right? And how they keep my channel to where you can't even find it unless you're subscribed. And also make sure that you guys are part of the Discord by hitting that link that's pinned in the comment section and follow the backup channels. But, you know, yeah. And that's another thing that they're doing. Now they're starting to recommend channels that have 100 to 200 subs with 7 views. Yeah, they're doing that all the time. Now, my channel is one of the few channels that you can watch on YouTube, and you can guarantee that the same people will be in the chat all the time. Shout out to MoFax and TD. Yeah, no doubt, Carlton. Now, facts. and he does, just like Adam 22's wife. You know what I'm saying? Just like Adam 22's wife. We should start calling him Rolo the Plug. You know what I'm saying? We should start calling him Rolling the Plug. But that's how Roland Martin can get all of those subscribers. Because YouTube is constantly recommending his content. Constantly. If you put one of my videos at the end of everybody's videos that you watch, do you think eventually multiple people are going to subscribe to the channel? Of course. The more exposures, the more chances are somebody will subscribe. The less exposures, the less somebody will subscribe. So now they falsely inflate somebody's number, like Roland Martin, and he has 1 million subscribers, and people look at him like, you know, this is the guy right here. This is the guy. Bro, he's not the guy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Hurricane IQ. Yeah, me and Torian, we do collabs a lot. You know what I'm saying? Torian is my man. Shout out to Torian. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it, though. Same with Democracy Now. Ain't nobody sitting there watching Democracy Now. Who's watching that? You know what I'm saying? But what they want you to believe that you're crazy and that there's nobody out there that thinks the same way as you. There's nobody out there that has the same political interest as you. They want you to believe that you're in a vacuum, isolated by yourself, and that everybody else has the popular talking points, and that you're alone and hopeless, and you're not. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? Roland Martin is not communicating this in an effective way. Would you guys agree? Let's listen to a little bit more. We're not going to listen to all this, but we're going to listen to a little bit more.
Right. So Section 14 is a 1 square mile area in downtown Palm Springs, California. It's finally called Section 14. It actually is a plot of land that was owned by the Agua Caliente indigenous tribe. And as Blacks and Latinos were moving into Palm Springs in the 1940s and 1950s, many Blacks escaping the South thought they were escaping Jim Crowism.
So what were the Latinos escaping that moved in? And let me shut up. I'm not even going there. Let me just shut up. Let me just shut up. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to zip my lips. I want y'all to ask all the questions in the comment section.
Time when Black Latinos were forcibly removed from their homes in the heart of Palm Springs in the 1950s and the 1960s. Now they and their descendants are suing for billions. We're joined right now by attorney Ariva Martin, who is involved in this case. Ariva, for folks who don't understand Section 14, what this area is, so just explain, just set this whole thing up, this particular lawsuit, and what these African-American Latinos are actually saying.
Right. So Section 14 is a 1 square mile area in downtown Palm Springs, California. It's finally called Section 14. It actually is a plot of land that was owned by the Agua Caliente indigenous tribe. And as Blacks and Latinos were moving into Palm Springs in the 1940s and 1950s, many Blacks escaping the South, thought they were escaping Jim Crowism, moving to California, looking to find the American dream, looking to build homes, to build generational wealth, to really provide a bright future for their families. They realized that California wasn't very different in many ways than the South. And there were racially restrictive covenants that prevented Blacks from living on streets where whites live.
What happened to the Latinos that you feel so compelled to mention in the same sentence? What happened to the Latinos that you felt so compelled to mention in the same sentence? Notice how they keep talking about Latinos, and then when they talk about all the bad stuff that happened, all the bad stuff happened to the Black people. Okay, what about the Latinos? What about the Latinos?
There were banking and financial restrictions that prevented Blacks from getting loans for cars and for homes. And the indigenous tribe was the only group of people who were willing to allow African Americans and Latinos to live.
You keep talking about all of these restrictions that Black people had. What were the restrictions on Latinos? Let me ask you guys a question here. Why did generations and generations and generations and generations of Black people allow this nonsense? She hasn't mentioned anything actionable that happened to Latinos. So now, again, my question is, why are Latinos even being mentioned?
On their land. So Black folks built a community on this plot of land, 640.
Okay, Black folks built a community on the land. Again, what about you? You keep mentioning Latinos. What about the Latinos? Let me ask you all a question. Is media like this dangerous? Another question. Is media like this directly addressing serious issues and serious needs that we have politically? Is this helping anything? What is this helping? What is this bringing attention to? What is the point of this? And again, let me ask another question. Is this reciprocated? It would be a different story if it was reciprocated, right? Like if there was equal effort, I wouldn't be even criticizing it. But let me ask you guys a question. Is there equal effort? Do we see equal effort with this? So again, one has to ask the question, well, why is she doing it? Why is Roland Martin doing this? How is this benefiting us at all? What's the reciprocity for this? Okay, so if Roland Martin is going on this campaign for Latinos, what are we getting in return from them besides places like American Cholo talking shit about Black people, or rappers that are Latino talking about, Latinos started hip hop and we're not doing business with Black owned record labels? What are we getting besides that? So now what I find fascinating is that we'll give free advertisement and free advocacy to other groups of people. And I shouldn't say we, a sector of us will do that. But that same sector of people will look crazy and charge a premium towards one of us. Adrian Hicks says, bro, because we are the sacrificial lambs of the earth. Let me ask you guys a question. Are you guys okay with that? Because see, me personally, I'm not. And I'm tired of people like this attempting to act like they know what's best for me. Because they don't even know what's best for themselves. Yeah, I agree. Nothing. It's not of those keep every boats afloat while putting a hole in black people's boats. Facts. Facts. So now, and I agree, brother Eli. Facts, bro. I'm not with that ish either. As soon as I heard NAACP, I knew it was some BS. So now here's my question to everybody. How do we get rid of this nonsense? How do we excoriate this nonsense? Because that's exactly what this is nonsense.
6 acres, 1 square mile, fondly referred to as Section 14. They built homes, they built churches, they built businesses, they built a thriving community. And this is while they are working to help Palm Springs become this exotic getaway in the desert. They were working as cooks and nannies and maids and chauffeurs and carpenters and builders.
Hey, Adrian said, yes, Rob, come to the dark side. We have cookies, bro. I am dark side. I've been on Planet Apocalypse.
As Palm Springs was building itself up to cater to the likes of Gene Autry, Frank Sinatra, Lucille Ball, and some of the biggest names in Hollywood in the 50s and 60s. But they had a problem. Despite wanting this free labor, despite wanting these African-American and Latino families to provide these services, they did not want...
She still hasn't mentioned how the Latino families were involved in any injustice. So now let me ask you guys a question. If she's not giving any kind of testimony on how these Latinos were involved in any of this quote unquote injustice, why didn't YouTube mark this with misinformation? Why didn't YouTube mark this with misinformation?
These families to be in the heart of downtown Palm Springs. They wanted them, they wanted their labor, but they wanted them out of sight. So the city basically hatched a plan to remove the families from this community. And they didn't use eminent domain. They didn't use a legal process. They used sheer might, sheer force. They demolished using bulldozers the homes, and then they used the city's fire department to set the homes on fire.
So now, how many people have heard about this particular situation? If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard about it, then give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 37 people watching on YouTube, and we got 18 people watching on Rumble. If everybody can take a moment, smash the like button, hit the bell, share the stream to your social media from wherever you're watching. I would definitely appreciate it.
So they upended this very vibrant Black and brown community, and they buried the secret essentially for 60 years. And now these families have found their voices, and they're speaking out, and they're demanding not only an apology, which was issued, but they're demanding that they receive some kind of reparative justice.
Wow. I mean, you know, we think about we just had the 102nd anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and we talk about that. I never heard of this.
Yeah, Roland, you know, so many folks say they didn't even know Black folks lived in Palm Springs. A lot of folks.
So now a lot of folks didn't know that Black folks lived in Palm Springs, but you keep bringing up the Latinos. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a lot of people don't know that Black folks lived in Palm Springs because you keep bringing up Latinos. That could possibly be it. Shout out to my man Terrence Jackson over on Rumble representing. My man Terrence Jackson said the Rumble crowd is oddly quiet. They always are, but they always be over there watching, don't they? They be over there. Look, when I be telling y'all about the numbers on Rumble, I'm not kidding. They be over there watching heavy. I be getting more viewers on Rumble than I get on YouTube, and they don't say a word. They don't say shit. It's only my man My Goals and my man Terrence, and sometimes my man Embrace Villainy is over there. But that's it. They don't say shit. Told you.
Folks have traveled there. They played at the golf courses. They played at the tennis courses. They've been to the nightclubs, the swanky restaurants, the swanky resorts. And you literally can drive through Palm Springs and you'll be driving through what was Section 14. But there's not a plaque. There's not a monument. There's nothing that evidences the tremendous contributions of Black and brown folks in the building up. And
what did the brown again? You keep saying all of the restrictions that Black people had against them. What disparities did the brown people face, and what did they do? Now, let me ask you a question. Why do you all feel that a lot of these media outlets talk this way? Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Deneen said, haven't heard from Esposito in a while. Oh, yeah. He was over on Twitch. He's scared to come on YouTube. But you already know what Esposito gonna say. And Esposito pays to be abused, so I ain't mad at him. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly how it should be. People should pay for their abuse. We do. You know what I'm saying? We pay for our abuse, so I ain't mad at Esposito paying for his. That's why I always tell everybody don't block him. He pays. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's invested in his trolling, and he paying. Let him troll. Pay for your abuse. You know what I'm saying? So we heard what Roland Martin, what his platform had to say about this particular issue. So we're gonna look at what Associated Press is saying about it. Okay. As a child, Lawrence W. McFarland lived on a small piece of land on a Native American reservation in Palm Springs. He described as a little world of its own, surrounded by the parts of the city that were the tourist magnets and depicted in movies. The retiree, who now lives in Mississippi, recently recalled seeing houses of the diverse, tight-knit community being torn and burned down in the square mile area known as Section 14. We thought they were cleaning up some of the old houses, he said. Now, I don't know how you assume that, but that's what he said he thought. But eventually, his family was told to vacate their home, and McFarland and his mother and his younger brother hopped around from house to house before leaving the area and moving to Cabazon, a small town about 15 miles west of Palm Springs. So now, here's my question. Who told them to vacate their home, and why did they listen? Shout out to my man Torian Rain. What's good with it, bro? Who told them to leave their home, and why did they listen? That's the question right there. Who told them to leave their home, and why did they listen? And McFarland and his mother and his younger brother hopped around from house to house before leaving the area altogether and moving to Cabazon, a small town about 15 miles west of Palm Springs. Decade later, Palm Springs City Council is reckoning with those actions, voting in 2021 to issue a formal apology to the former residents for the city's role in displacing them in the 1960s, but from the neighborhood that many Black and Mexican families called home. But the former residents say that that's not enough. So somebody needs to take this article to American Cholo, because I don't know if anybody knows what Cholos are, but Cholos are Mexicans that live in California and Texas, and ask him to tell his people about what he said on his radio show, because I'm pretty sure that American Cholo said that Latinos don't want any reparations, right? Well, what is this? Y'all don't want reparations. We'll handle it. That's what American Cholo so proudly said, right? This is taxpayer money. So how I feel about this is that no taxpayer money should go to any of the non-Black displaced people in Palm Springs. Terrence Jackson says, was it a request or was it a threat? It doesn't go into that degree of detail with that, and that's one of the reasons why I was asking, because I'm like, well, if somebody just asked you that, why'd you listen to what they said? I think that the Mexican American families involved in this should also decline Palm Springs' apology, because those people always say, let the past be the past, right? So now my question is, why are you changing your values when some money is about to be given out? You need to keep it gully. Stand on something. And honestly, if you ask me, I don't think that the Black people who are involved in this should really be helping any of these other people. If anything, the Black people need to be doing a lockout blockout play. This is what you said right here, so go away. Did you come out and check your mans? Let me go check. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of that hugging and all of that nonsense. Nah, man, throw some elbows. Nah. Nah. Why are you helping people that get on their radio platforms and say that this isn't something that they want or believe in? Shouldn't they be held accountable for that? Now, here it says, those former residents now say that the city owes them more than $2.3 billion for the harm caused by their displacement. But according to American Cholo, that's a waste of taxpayer money. So those people that American Cholo speaks for should respectfully walk away from this situation. And if you ask me, the Black people involved with this should help them right along the way. You guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I don't believe that they should be involved in anything. And if they are involved in something, they should be involved in their own separate lawsuit. And Roland Martin and anybody else that's covering this definitely shouldn't be mentioning them in the same sentence. Those former residents now say that the city owes them more than $2.3 billion for the harm caused by their displacement. That would be nearly $1.2 million per family. The dollar amount was disclosed Sunday at a meeting attended by experts such as Cheryl Grills, a member of the state's reparations task force, studying redress proposals for African Americans, and they're not studying redress proposals for African Americans. They're studying redress proposals for descendants of slaves, descendants of American slaves, foundational Black Americans, not African Americans. Nobody from Africa that immigrated here is eligible for American reparations. I sent you the Roland Martin part, Torian. I actually found this a little bit later. The dollar amount was disclosed Sunday at a meeting attended by experts such as Cheryl Grills, a member of the state's reparations task force studying redress proposals for African Americans. Now, here's my question. Where is the misinformation embedding? Because this is misinformation. Let me ask you guys a question. If a media outlet says that reparations are for African Americans, is that misinformation or is that true? Is that an accurate accounting of what's going on? So now here it says the effort in Palm Springs is part of a growing push by Black families to seek compensation and other forms of restitution from local and state governments for harms they've suffered due to generations of discriminatory policies that continued long after slavery ended. So if it's a growing push by Black families, then why are Latinos included? Why are these Black families including Latinos in this? And I agree, Jay Bird, it's missing, and I agree with you as well, Hurricane IQ. It's misinformation, and they need to write a retraction. I agree. And again, why is Reuters and Associated Press being pushed as legitimate reference media when they're not quoting things accurately? See, these are the kind of questions that we got to ask. California statewide reparations task force is evaluating how the state can atone for policies like eminent domain that allowed government to seize property from Black homeowners and address redlining that restricted what neighborhood Black families could live in. What do this have to do with Latinos? Now, here's my question. What are Black people and Black politicians doing to block Latinos out of this? We don't have a shared history with Latinos. So my question is, what's going on here? So now let me ask you guys something. When Democrats ask for a vote, is this something that needs to be brought up? Well, what happened here? Like, you don't just get to go around and call information that you don't like misinformation. They need to start addressing this stuff. Somebody like Joey Reid or somebody like Roland Martin gets to sit behind the Democrat machine and sit there and call information from a channel like mine misinformation because you don't like it. Let me ask you guys a question. How many people like this? Last year, Los Angeles County officials voted to complete the return of land in Manhattan Beach to a Black family descended from property owners who it had seized by the city going through eminent domain in the 1920s. the family decided to sell the property back to the county for $20 million. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Was there stipulations and a reason why the family sold the property back to the county for $20 million? I'm pretty sure that the county made rules that the family couldn't use the property in a commercial way. So again, is anybody going to tag AP with misinformation on this for not explaining things properly? But again, remember, this is reference media. This is what they consider reference media. Facts. If you guys agree with Torian, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. They basically sold them a lemon. And I got to agree with Adrian Hicks. A lot of black folks have accepted the democratic conditioning that says we can't ask for anything for ourselves outside of being a coalition. And actually, Roland Martin damn near literally said that word for word. He actually believes that. He is a staunch proponent of that kind of ideology. He's a staunch proponent of that kind of ideology. And let me ask you guys a question. Who does that kind of ideology help? Does that help anybody? It sure doesn't help us. I can tell you one group of people that it doesn't help. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help us at all. Palm Springs officials expected to work with a reparations consultant. What the hell is a reparations consultant? What is a reparations consultant and who is it? How do you consult on something that's never been done? How do you consult on something that's never been done? How are you a reparations consultant? Now, there's going to be a whole bunch of Asian people that are going to be upset about this. And they're going to sit there and try to say that these people are getting this stuff because of the color of their skin. The reason why they're getting it because of the color of their skin is because the shit that happened to them because of the color of their skin. Right. They got their reparations consultant off of Rumble, and their reparations consultant says you don't deserve reparations. Now, Maine says, who cares what they think? I care. And I'm going to tell you why I care. I care what other people think because I notice that other people manifest what they think. So that's one of the reasons why I care what people think. Because Asian Americans created a history remix that says that affirmative action is a black attack on Asians. And the entire America, because of their guilt for how pathetic they are, believes it or wants to run with it to attempt to absolve themselves of degeneracy. And they were able to pass, they were able to knock down affirmative action behind a false pretense. I don't care that affirmative action got knocked down, but what I find interesting about it is the false pretense that everybody was able to be brainwashed into. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the reasons why me personally, I care, because sometimes when you see things that people are starting, like I saw this anti-woke stuff and anti-blackness coming long time ago, and I paid attention to it. And now it's It's almost reached maturation. And what's interesting about it is that the Democrats and all these other people that claim to care about all this kind of stuff, they just sat there. They didn't do anything about it. They just sat there and watched. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Adrian Hicks. Adrian says, bro, sidebar, do you or Torian want to cover the Indochina Immigration Act of 1975? I collected some information on what they got after the Vietnam War. Hey, I'm down to cover it, and we could do a collab on it. So Torian is in the chat. If you down for that, you know what I'm saying, let me know. And now here's the thing. You know, a lot of these people, including, you know what I'm saying, bootlicks, they don't care if they get used or not. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if you ask me, we need to start being more aggressive and start attacking. Oh, man, I got a stream coming up on the LGTB channel, bro. Look, I ain't even saying nothing. You about to be dying laughing. If y'all not subscribed to the LGTV channel, make sure y'all check that channel out. I'm about to, you about to be dying laughing. So now here it says Palm Spring officials are expected to work with a reparations consultant to decide whether and how, look at this, to decide whether and how to compensate families displaced from the area. So we know that the families got displaced, but we need to decide on if we're going to make it right or not. We need to decide on if we're going to make it right or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is crazy. Said Amy Bladesell, a spokesperson for the city, in an email. The council may take this up for a vote later this month. The city, located 110 miles east of Los Angeles, is home to about 45,000 people today, and it is largely known as a desert resort community, home to golf courses and ritzy resorts, which means that there's probably a decent amount of money in that area. Right? Shout out to Jaybird for dropping the LGTV channel link in the chat. If y'all not subscribed to LGTV, make sure that y'all subscribe to LGTV. Y'all about to be dying laughing when y'all see this. So now here it says the families are also exploring legal avenues for reparations. Arvia Martin, a Los Angeles lawyer representing them, filed a tort claim with the city in November, alleging that officials hired contractors to bulldoze the homes and sent the fire department to burn them. City officials said in response that they would work with the former residents and their descendants to try to come up with a solution, Martin said. So now let me ask you guys a question. Is this woke? Is this woke? If this is woke, give me a thumbs up. If this isn't woke, then let me know what it is. Because see, if you ask the population at large, even when they're guilty of doing something undeniably, there's always a reason why restitution shouldn't occur. There's always a reason why restitution shouldn't occur. So now let me ask you guys a question. Is this woke? There's no evidence of the tremendous contributions they made to the city, she said. Julianne Movox, an economist and dean of the College of Ethnic Studies at California State University, Los Angeles, said the $2.3 billion figure accounts for the displacement of 2,000 families and the trauma caused on them. Lisa Middleton, a city council member and former Palm Springs mayor, said it was important to acknowledge the city's role in displacing the Section 14 residents. What do you guys think? Now, have you guys heard about this particular situation in mainstream media? If you guys heard about this in the mainstream media, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about this in the mainstream media, then give me a thumbs down. Our history includes some wonderful moments for which we have every right to be proud, she said at the meeting, but it also includes some moments for which we have every reason to be remorseful, but to learn from those mistakes and make sure that we do not pass those mistakes on to another generation. First of all, I disagree that they're trying to change anything. Second of all, I disagree that they're mistakes. They're not mistakes, they're strategy. And third of all, they're absolutely attempting to pass the strategy down to the next generation. Oh, Malvo. All right, good look, Adrian. All of this stuff that they're saying right here is fluff. But the story of displacement at Section 14 is more complicated than some people may realize, said Renee Brown, Associate Curator and Archivist for Palm Springs Historical Society. Section 14 is part of the part of the Agua Caliente Band of Chihuahua Indians Reservation. The tribe wanted to open up Section 14 to lease to developers, and the city helped it clear the land over the course of more than a decade, Brown said. The city could never have gone on that land and done anything, she said, without tribal permission. The tribe did not respond to requests for comments. So what it sounds like to me is that the tribe was double dipping. And now that there's a focus on what was going on, now the tribe doesn't want to say anything. They shutting down like them artificial intelligence robots when they asked the artificial intelligence robots about taking over the world and deleting humanity. Remember how them artificial intelligence robots was like, we're not going to talk anymore. Those AI robots said, we ain't saying anything anymore. That's exactly what's going on right now with this Indian tribe. They were double dipping. They sold and leased the land to these families, and then they also granted the city permission to tear the land up. So if you ask me, this tribe also needs to be in on paying the reparations. That tribe also needs to pay those reparations. So now here it says the tort claim argues that the tragedy was akin to violence that decimated a vibrant community known as Black Wall Street more than a century ago in Tulsa, Oklahoma, leaving as many as 300 people dead. There were no reported deaths in connection with the displacement of the families of Section 14. So now they go on and talk about the Tulsa massacre. 3 survivors of the Tulsa massacre are seeking compensation through a lawsuit filed against the city. U.S. lawmakers introduced legislation in 2021 to try to make it easier for the survivors and descendants to seek reparations, but the bill never received a hearing. Now, first of all, how is it going to make anything easier if they're not even hearing anything about the bill? Right, Terrence, facts. I agree. Ain't nobody getting paid. They're not using Tulsa as their argument. Nobody is getting paid. Facts. Palmdale resident Pearl Devers lived in Section 14 with her family until she was 12 years old. She helped spearhead efforts in recent years to create a group to reflect on their time living there and determine the next steps. So here's one way where somebody was affected who's alive today. It seems like when you go back and study this, more and more people who were affected by this kind of stuff are alive today, despite the fact that all of these people say that nobody who was affected by any of this kind of stuff is alive today. Isn't that something? I'll tell you who else is affected by this stuff, but we'll be talking about that later on in the video. Her father, a carpenter, helped build their home and many others in Section 14, she said. She recalled how close residents in the neighborhood were, saying her neighbors acted as a second set of parents for her and her brother. She recalled smiling and seeing burning homes until one day her mother and their family had to pack their bags and leave. So again, my question is, why didn't they stop the people from burning up the homes? Do you notice how like the one particular testimony, the guy just did what he was told? This particular testimony, they just packed up and decided to leave. Literally nobody did anything to directly intervene to stop this stuff from happening. Here's my question is, why? So now here it says, we just felt like we were running around from being burned out, she said. Well, you didn't just feel like that. That's what was going on. That wasn't a feeling. That was called reality. You know what I'm saying? Alvin Taylor, Dever's brother, said it's essential for city officials to listen to displaced residents and descendants before deciding on a course of action for how to best make amends. An apology is not enough, Taylor said. Well, here's my question. What means do you have of forcing your will on them? What means do you have of forcing them to do right by you? Do you have a means of forcefully making them do right? Because if you don't, you may be in for a surprise. So I don't know if you guys are aware, but NBC News, who, mind you, NBC News is reference media, recommended media, and they have 8.1 million subscribers, which is probably one of the reasons why so many people listen to them like they're legitimate versus listening to a conspiracy theory channel like mine. They recently came out with a video about generational wealth that was stolen from Black Californians. So now, how many posts on Twitter have you seen of people saying there wasn't slavery in California? Now, here's my question again. Is slavery the only reason why reparations are owed? I want you guys in the comment section to list every reason you can think of why reparations are owed to ADOS, FBA, Freemen, Native Black Americans.
In Northern California, on the shores of the San Francisco Bay, Marion Johnson and her brother Michael know their way around this sprawling industrial park in the city of Hayward. Where are we right now?
We are on my father's mother's property.
Not what's there now, but what used to be. What was over here?
My grandmother's home would have been here.
Your grandmother's home is where that warehouse is now.
Right.
Yeah.
This was in the place where all the farming was done. She had a garden, then the houses to the back. My father and my uncle's houses would have been over there.
A community called Russell City, population about 1,400. One of the rare places where local laws did not prevent Black families from owning property, with schools, churches, even a vibrant blues scene.
So now let me ask you guys a question. Is there anybody that's in here that can list all of the places where the laws prevented Black people from owning property? Now, that's something that happened to Black people related to skin color. Asian people ain't really saying too much to advocate about that, though.
It attracted the likes of Ray Charles and Etta James.
Here's our tree.
And there's the willow tree. This is in the yard of our great-grandfather.
It's just by chance that the tree didn't get destroyed.
Yes, just by chance.
Chance or
Right. You got to wonder what the ancestors had in store.
They say this willow is all that remains of their family's property. In the early 1960s, local authorities...
Now, here's my question for you guys. What happened to the property? I agree 100%, Adrian. If you guys agree with Adrian, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Adrian, give me a thumbs down. Bro, I was going to say, we need to move beyond talking just about slavery. We need to talk about theft and cutting us off wealth generation for a century after slavery. I agree 110%. And I know you watch my content, Adrian, so you know I take a financial and business approach when talking about these particular things. And one of the reasons why I take the financial and business approach is because you can use net present value to calculate the dollar amount of money that has been removed. And also you can utilize the financial data as timestamp receipts. And you can also trace it back to specific legislation. Tracing things through financial information is irrefutable. And that's one of the reasons why these people start melting down and start referencing slavery. How many people had a parent or a grandparent that was alive during Jim Crow? If you do, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. Now, they're still alive today, more than likely, right? So now to the 13 people watching over on Rumble, what's your response to that?
Parties declared Russell City, which did not have utilities like clean water and electricity, a blight area, seized the land and sold it to developers.
That's your wedding picture, August 14th, 1960.
Right.
Beautiful.
Marion's mother, Jessie May, in her 20s then, witnessed some of her community's destruction.
I just remember that a lot of people were being burnt out.
They were trying to get people out.
Yes, and they did. They burned down churches. They burned down houses.
This is supposed
Not the people who talk about Black Lives Matter burning stuff down. No. Never. Such civilized and Christian people would never burn anything down. Would they? Now, mind you, Ron DeSantis wants to make it illegal to talk about stuff like this because it hurts somebody's feelings. Well, sorry, Ron, this hurt somebody's pockets. And you got to pay.
In her 20s then, witnessed some of her community's destruction.
I just remember that a lot of people were being burnt out.
They were trying to get people out.
Yes, and they did. They burned down churches. They burned down houses.
This is supposed to be the safe forever. We're going to plant our roots here and we're going to build everything for our families here.
When people were forced to leave, was there any compensation at all?
Only for landowners, homeowners. So my grandmother, she got, I think, $2,200 for 6 lots. And
$2,200 for 6 lots of land. 6 lots of, man, listen. I honestly, at this point, it's hard for me to fathom why people even want to sit down and come to any kind of table or any kind of agreement with any of these people. It is beyond me. It's beyond me. It's beyond me.
My grandfather got, I think, $1,100 for his 2 lots.
So there was some compensation.
Yes. There was some compensation, and with eminent domain, you know, it's pennies on the dollar.
All your lives, you've been told, get the family's land back.
Yeah, by both sides.
Mm-hmm.
The Johnsons believe, based on stories passed down over the years and the few records they've been able to find, that local laws were used to devalue and unjustly take their family's land. That's why they and many other Black families in the state say they're owed reparations.
Why do you deserve reparations?
There's generational wealth that was stolen from us.
It's just fascinating that question even has to be asked. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adrian Hicks. Adrian says we should come up with memes showing Black families' homes on fire and caption it with "no feelings. We're hurt in this picture." Yeah, no feelings. We're hurt in this picture. Facts. Hey, who's down to make that meme? Somebody make that meme and let's make it go viral. We got to start using these memes in the same way that they use memes. Or you should make the house burning and say, this is what American hard work looks like. Because those people worked really hard to burn all those people out of those houses. I mean, they worked really hard. I mean, that's hard work.
We had to continue to rebuild every time. We would be further along if you hadn't done what was done to our family.
How much generational wealth do you think has been lost?
When you say how much, what do you mean? A dollar figure? It's priceless. I'm a homeowner. I shouldn't have to pay property taxes. I should have free medical insurance. I should be able to go to the school that I want to go to without having to pay.
My family was forced.
So they gave that lady a pre-programmed response because that's not what anybody would say. So they got somebody that's safe for the media to sit up here and talk to this guy. It is what it is. That's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying?
How much? What do you mean? A dollar figure?
It's
priceless. I'm a homeowner. I shouldn't have to pay property taxes. I should have free medical insurance. I should be able to go to the school that I want to go to without having to pay.
My family was forced to move twice through progress.
Across town in a Hayward suburb,
Was there any open land left?
Donna Whitmore says her family also knows loss.
Their houses were knocked down. My 92-year-old grandmother.
So now, again, this is a white family right here. You moved there because you chose to move there. The black people moved there because that's the only place they were legally able to move to. I ain't trying to be funny, man, but I don't have no sympathy for this family here. You could have moved wherever you wanted to. Shout out to Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. You chose wrong.
Grandfather was forced to move and his house knocked down where my mother and uncles were born.
Whitmore, Susan Gelke, and TJ Ferrara.
These people's where they get these people from? Whitmore, these aren't even Latino people like they was talking about on Roland Martin's stream. What is this nonsense? What is this crap? Seriously. What is this garbage? Where they find these people at?
Belong to Hayward Concerned Citizens, organized in response to calls to defund the police in their town. Now they're very concerned about calls for reparations.
I think we've all gone through something, and right now we're at a whole different place in our history.
2 years ago.
Yeah. The people who are dealing with that stuff are not in a whole different place. You guys are looking at evidence. Why are people even trying? Seriously? Why are people even trying to come to a table or come to any kind of agreement with these people? And see, that's one of the reasons, shout out to my man Zintober, that's one of the reasons why I feel that it's my obligation to try to grow my platform large enough to where I can do on-site interviews, produce my own information to be able to provide to people so that it's not BS like this. And I got to agree with Torian. Torian says, I think these so-called coalitions are all media orchestrated. I agree. I agree.
Open land left.
Donna Whitmore says her family also knows loss.
Their houses were knocked down. My 92-year-old grandfather was forced to move and his house knocked.
And what was the circumstances behind it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the circumstances behind it? Notice the main beneficiary of affirmative action shutting the door on the black folks that gave them their civil rights. And honestly, if you ask me, that was a fatal flaw. Black people should have made sure that everybody was locked out and blocked out of any political advancement that we had. That should have never been shared, if you ask me. People are going to get enough of that rainbow coalition. We all in it together. Kumbaya BS. People are going to get enough of it. People still haven't learned their lesson. They still haven't learned their lesson.
Knocked down where my mother and uncles were born.
Whitmore, Susan Gelke, and TJ Ferrara belong to Hayward Concerned Citizens, organized in response to calls to defund the police in their town. Now they're very concerned about calls for reparations.
I think we've all gone.
Adrian says it wasn't shared. It was hijacked. I tend to disagree with that. No, I'm not sure who Martha Griffith is, but I know who Henry Motzowitz is. And at the same time, a lot of times people invited people in. Gloria Steinem was invited. I think that there was a group called the Brown Panthers, if I'm not mistaken, and they actually used to work with the Black Panthers. They were invited in. People should pick up on the pattern that if you invite people in, it seems to me like there's a very poor track record of choosing allies. People either need to learn how to choose better or not choose at all until they learn how to vet better. We come from a place where everybody calls everybody agents and nobody ever picks out the agents. I read 2 news articles about people who infiltrated BLM in Colorado, and they were all white. And you got black people that sit up here and call other black people an agent, while you got white dudes that look like Hacksaw Jim Duggins talking about Black Lives Matter and then get shocked. Then they get shocked when there's an infiltration. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna check out that link, Adrian, and I'll probably whatever you put in, I'm gonna pull it up in the next stream because I don't have my window set up to where I can pull the link. But I got you though. I got you.
To something. And right now, we're at a whole different place in our history.
2 years ago, Hayward issued a formal apology to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and Latinx community members.
Right. It's almost nauseating to me every time I hear that whole "we don't have friends, we don't have no friends" thing, because these was the people that were making friends while Dr. John Henrik Clarke was alive saying that shit. I ain't trying to hear that shit now. The fuck everybody keep typing that bullshit in the comment section for. You didn't listen to the shit when the shit was applied. When it was supposed to be applied, it's too late saying the shit now. You're going to burn the food up and then talk about turn the fire down on the stove. Like, man, the fuck? That's spilled milk. We ain't got no friends. When was that said? When was that stated? It's 2023. The only thing that tells me is that people are slow learners.
For perpetuating institutional racism with its role in the destruction of Russell City. All residents were evicted and burned out of their homes and communities without appropriate compensation in 1966. The city also set up a committee that includes the Johnsons to search for any property records that will further document exactly what happened.
There's no white people mentioned.
Nor Asians are mentioned.
Yeah. Their apology really wanted to focus on our mistreatment of people.
So they mad because no white people were mentioned, probably because white people did the shit. What did you all do to try to stop it? Probably nothing. So again, I want you guys to again also pay attention to what NBC is giving a platform to. Shout out to my man Adrian Hicks. Oh, the world is correct. The world is definitely correct. Torian said the arrogance is real. Facts. Facts. And again, people want to make headways and come to the table, and you know what I'm saying, we're going to figure what out. If you haven't figured this out by now, you may as well just stop trying. Stop trying to figure anything out. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't figured this out by now, stop trying to figure anything out. Just go ahead and live your life. Just call it a day. You know what I'm saying? Try to make it through to the end.
There's no white people mentioned.
Nor Asians are mentioned.
Yeah. Their apology really wanted to focus on our mistreatment of people of color.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing, but you know, everyone should be included in that because Russell City included.
Everyone should be included in that. Everybody wasn't included in slavery. Everybody wasn't included in Jim Crow, and everybody wasn't blocked out of being able to buy property in California. Black people had to buy property there because white people and people of color made laws to not allow black people to buy land other places. Why does this woman think that she should get a pass on that? You know what? The only thing that would make this video better is if a tractor drove through her home right now during the interview. If a bulldozer just drove right through there, you know what I'm saying? Just right in the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? The interviewer get up real quick and the chair back up, just boom, and then go right through there. Again, I don't feel bad for her because you could have went anywhere in California and you made a choice to live there. I don't feel bad for your ass, lady. Those black people didn't have a choice. What did you do to make it where people had a choice to move elsewhere in California? Nothing. You moved your ass there because your family were not affluent white people. You were a lower class white woman that had to move amongst the undesirables that your community deemed as undesirable. Nobody feels bad for you about that shit. Facts. It'll have a radiation symbol on it. Just you know what I'm saying? Adrian said, I told you earlier, the current benign neglect is you can't even say black. This is media normalization of this new practice. I agree. Zentober says, but Rob, we just have to have the conversation with these white folks. Well, I'll tell you, the only kind of conversation they understand is not one with, words.
Nothing, but everyone should be included in that because Russell City was a whole group of different races.
Here's an article in the Daily Review in 1960. This is the worst slum in Alameda County.
Well, I mean, this was in the past. I mean, just get over it. Shout out to James Sumler. Let me see. Hold on real quick, Torian. Let me see what you put up there. Okay. So Torian says, notice they said no Asians, but then said it only mentions people of color. She was scared to say black in front of that black man. Facts. And he should have called her on that. He should have called her on that. If you guys feel that he should have called her on that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that he should have called her on that, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and shared the stream to your social media, please take a moment and do that as well.
Insist their research shows people from numerous ethnic groups were forced to relocate over several decades across the Bay Area, and that black families forced out of Russell City got fair compensation.
I think it was actually the best.
How did black people get their compensation? So I want you guys, now remember, this is Democrat media. This Democrat media, pay attention. This is just like the Roland Martin stuff. I want you guys to see and make sure that you understand exactly what's going on here. What is going on here? What's going on here?
In the long run for many of these families, because they were able to to go from no running water, no sewage, and no paved streets, and no fire protection to living in a community where you had all those right off the top.
The AB 3121 task force meeting is now called to order.
The Johnsons are among thousands of Californians sharing their stories with the state's reparations task force.
I say, if you want to find out how much is owed, follow the money.
Signed into law by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom in 2020.
We do not imitate, for we are a model of the world.
After a Democratic supermajority.
You definitely are a model of the world, but it's not for anything good. Now, let me ask you guys a question. When are we going to start actively coming at people? Because again, these people have no issue talking shit. And in most cases, it's unprovoked. If you want to come talking shit, unprovoked, I think that it's time to start provoking people. Torian said, I hope this PC 3-bean salad family don't think they're entitled to FBA money. Yeah, they trying to upgrade from the 3-bean salad to some green bean casserole. Adrian says, bro, what's going on is the normal thing. As soon as the white women see that black folks will get something without them, they actively try to destroy it. Susan B. Anthony was the same way. Facts. Super facts. If you guys agree with Adrian, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Party passed it through the legislature.
Ayes 52, noes 9, Senate amendments are concurred in.
The task force was established to study whether California owes black residents reparations for unjust government actions, and if so, to develop proposals for eligibility and compensation. During dozens of public hearings, passionate public comment.
You can never repay for the damage have been done to black people in America.
We have developed an entitlement mentality.
It's time for us to start damaging America then. Period. It's time for us to create our own millionaires and billionaires. It's time for us to start utilizing lockout, blockout practices. It's time for us to start crushing adversaries relentlessly and then walking back over them and dragging them. Because otherwise, until anything changes, it'll just be more laughing. It'll just be more trolling. It'll just be more memeing. It'll just be more outrage politics. And how many people are tired of that? How many people are tired of this? And I think that we should. And that's what I'm talking about. Adrian Hicks said, bro, we could destroy the hair care industry in 2 weeks. We should. And then we should build it back up and us control it and then lock everybody else out of it. We have to start taking over these economic sectors and actively pushing people out aggressively. We have to do that. We have to take control of the money. We have to take control of the resources and the real estate. We could not only own the sports apparel industry, but we could also own the sports industries. I honestly think that it's time for certain athletes and certain celebrities to get a knock on their door that they won't forget. Nobody ever got harmed or anything bad ever happened because of a knock on their door, right? But there's been many door knocks in history that have really changed people's perspectives about certain things. I think they need a perspective changing door knock. I don't think that would hurt certain politicians either. Because I think what people need to start understanding is that there's a certain sector of people that are fed up, that are done. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I agree with that 100%. We could, and again, my thing is, I don't think people should really care about affirmative action, but it's the momentum behind the affirmative action decision that people need to pay attention to. If white America Asian America, and Latino America want to rewrite history, I think we should rewrite history as well. And maybe in this version of history, maybe it'll be some of them running for the hills away from our neighborhoods. Since, nobody knows what happened. Zentober says, why should they have all the fun? Facts. Torian says, one of the best things that we can do is when they fall, let them fall. Don't try to pick them back up in their places. Nah, I even kind of disagree with that. One of the best things that we can do when they fall is actually walk over them repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? And possibly drop heavy objects on them while they're down.
And never has it been put on display more than with this disgraceful reparations board.
We need to do this. We need to get the money. Where's the money? Do you think that people are actually going to get cash payments?
Yes,
Yes.
I do believe that people are actually going to get cash payment.
Okay, so shout out to this lady right here because me and TD actually interviewed her. And there's another guy, which this is interesting. There's a guy named Chris Logston. Shout out to Chris Logston. Me and TD actually interviewed him as well. So once we listen to this, we're going to listen to something else, and then we're going to listen to what these people said.
In South Central Los Angeles,
I think the state of California has the most local reparations initiatives.
we met Task Force Chair Camila Moore at her family's church.
I'm gonna give God. You ought to give God. Lift your hands and give God.
Where she often comes for inspiration.
The Bible verse that I'm often reminded of is Proverbs.
This lady is cool as a fan. No disrespect to this lady. She is very nice. You know what I'm saying? Great reparations advocate. Like I said, very cool, down to earth. No offense. None. No, please, no offense. If you watch this, you know what I'm saying? No offense. Anytime I see the church, it is nauseating to me. Is there anybody else that anytime they see all of this worship and praise and hallelujah and all of this, don't you guys want to just throw up? Yeah, and MSNBC, they definitely did her dirty. And Roland Martin did her dirty too.
Proverbs 14:9. So that is fools mock at reparation, but amongst the upright there is favor.
What does that mean to you?
To me, that means that reparations is not a new concept. It's something that all communities are owed if they have suffered from gross human rights violations.
So you've traced your ancestors back to slavery.
Yes, on my father's side.
An attorney with expertise in international reparations, Moore walked us through the task force's draft report, starting with a history lesson about California, a free state when it entered the Union in 1850.
A lot of people don't know that there were over 2,500 enslaved Black people in the state of California.
So now let me ask you guys a question. Has it turned into a white narrative that reparations are for slavery? If it's turned into a white narrative that reparations are for slavery, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. Because as we all know, reparations is for more than just slavery. But for some reason, white people can't keep slavery out of the conversation. And again, because that's the easiest thing for them to default to is that, quote unquote, nobody who was a slave is around today. So white people try to pin reparations to one thing as far as slavery, while utilizing their media to attempt to act like everything else didn't happen, while they also have their politicians like Ron DeSantis attempting to remove Black history from the schools so nobody's ever taught about this, and the left wing of their politicians knocking down statues all over the place so they can sit there and say that the Confederacy, slavery, Black codes, and Jim Crow never existed. So again, as you guys can see, the Democrat-Republican connection of they're all on the same team. Never let anytime you hear any of these people talking about the right or the left, never let them fool you with that nonsense. That is a trolling tactic. That is a trolling tactic. These people are all on one accord. Toria said flames for the night the second you walk into the foyer of a church. Facts. You know what I'm saying? I'll be in that bad boy looking like this.
Men and women brought west by Southerners during the gold rush and forced to work in the mines. Why do you think that Black Californians should receive reparations?
We're owed reparations for the debt owed from slavery due to the broken promise of Reconstruction in this country and the lingering badges and incidents or systemic discrimination that African Americans still face today.
The task force highlights housing discrimination and unlawful property seizures, discrimination against Black businesses, over-policing and mass incarceration in Black communities, healthcare inequality, why Black life expectancy.
So again, now do you see how they're trying to lump all of these other issues? They're trying to make it healthcare, police brutality. No. Socialized healthcare and all of that shit, that is a leftist Democrat talking point. That don't have anything to do with reparations. That is a national issue. Now, as far as it being a national issue, we then have to examine why do certain things disproportionately affect Black people. And the reason why those things disproportionately affect Black people are the issue that we have to deal with. Healthcare dysfunction as itself, not our issue. It's not. How it affects us is our issue, because healthcare issues affect everybody differently, right? The overprescribing of narcotics to coddle white people post-surgery is one of the reasons why the opiate epidemic started, right? Because of overprescribing things like Percocet, Oxycontin, and oxycodone, and only giving Black people Tylenol and ibuprofen. Well, that's how you end up getting a heroin epidemic. Because every 4 to 6 hours when you need that fix, you ran out of your 30-day supply of perks. So the medical apartheid is backfiring and creating national crisis. Again, healthcare is not a Black issue. How healthcare affects Black people is a Black issue. And people got to cut that off. That's why we got to have our own experts, and we got to have our own think tanks, research, and media. Not having no nonsense vote blue no matter who media like CNBC calling some liberal clown up there to try to make some kind of excuses or make some kind of headways or make some kind of silly comment. We got to have our own experts, physicians, lawyers, economists, financial planners that say this is how this issue is affecting you. The rest of this stuff here is a national issue, so don't be fooled by it. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
7.5 years shorter than for white residents. Based on that gap and economic modeling, the task force estimates a health reparation payment of about $13,000 per year, or $900.
A health reparations payment? How do y'all feel about a health reparations payment? What do y'all think about a health reparations payment?
Estimates a health reparation payment of about $13,000 per year, or $966,921 for a 71-year-old lifelong resident. The task force recommends that any Black Californian who can trace their ancestry to an enslaved or free Black person living in the U.S. before 1900 should be eligible. About 2 million people.
I think that adosos that can have their lineages traced back to plantation ownership, slave ownership, and contributors to Jim Crow and Black Code politics should pay them. I think that reparations should be a weighted average. I think that adoso should pay the heaviest part of the weight. Because you guys remember, Reuters came out with that report that shows all of the adosos who slavery still affects today. Look at all these politicians. Shout out to my man Fantizzi for tagging me in this on Twitter. Among America's political elite, Reuters found that 5 living presidents, 2 Supreme Court justices, 11 governors, 100 legislators descend from ancestors who enslaved black people. Of course, these people are never going to want to do the right thing. And they want to sit here and say that America doesn't have racism in its DNA? How? When we're looking at descendants of slave owners who are part of the government. Are you serious? That's not woke. That's a fact. I'm telling you guys, like the thumbnail said, playing nice is for losers. Here, I'm gonna put it into the chat. Adrian, hold on real quick. Adoso politicians. American descendants of slave owners. You guys remember when I started calling people adosos? There you go. There goes some adosos for you. Somebody owned his family too, and somebody probably owns him right now. Clown. Bucky Beaver.
Final report also may include a California residency requirement. The numbers are just massive.
Yes, and the harm is massive. And so the solution has to be massive as well.
That's why your critics just think this is not, even if you could justify it, it's not workable. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I'll beg to disagree. Reparations is an idea whose time.
If people want to continue to say that reparations isn't workable, my solution to that is that we need to stop being workable and see how good America works. If people continue to say that this stuff isn't workable, then the workaround for the non-workability of this is that we're just not workable.
Time has come, and I see it coming to fruition despite the naysayers.
Obviously, slavery was an evil of almost indescribable proportions, but I think people in this country want to look forward. I think that things like this.
Congressman Kevin Kiley represents California's vast.
Nobody's ever asked to look forward past anything without anything getting fixed. It's only us that's expected for. So again, that's more proof that you're not looked at as a human being. Literally, no one is ever asked to look past something without compensation, except for who? Except for who?
Country want to look forward. I think that things like this.
Congressman Kevin Kiley represents California's vast 3rd congressional district. He's based in Rockland, a small conservative suburb near the capital, Sacramento. 3 years ago, Kiley was one of just 12 state assembly members, all Republicans, to vote against the law that established the task force. 58 Democrats supported it. Why did you vote against even studying the issue of reparations?
Well, because it was very clear from the beginning that this was something that was never actually going to happen.
Do you see a continuum at all, a connection to slavery, Jim Crow, to present day inequality between black and white Californians?
I'm focused on the inequality that's the result of current policies in our state.
So notice how he didn't answer the question. Now, if this was the other way around, there would be a whole bunch of white people saying, he didn't answer the question, he didn't answer the question, he didn't answer the question, he didn't answer the question. But notice how the reporter, the journalist, asked him a very simple question and how he just superseded the question. So again, what you're looking at right here is the table. And these people feel that they don't even have enough respect to answer a question. So again, Take a good look at the table. Take a good look at the table.
I'm focused on the inequality that's the result of current policies in our state and in our country right now.
What's the point of this? That's my question for everybody that's watching right now. We got 29 people watching on YouTube. We got 12 people watching on Rumble. This is what I'm asking you guys. What is the point of this? Facts. Terrence Jackson says he's sitting there allowing himself to be disrespected. My question is, what's that going to do? If you ask me, the table is also disrespect. If you voluntarily subject yourself to this kind of interaction, my question is, historically, what's ever come of it? And what do you think that you're going to do different to make something come of it? Shout out to Jay Field. Jay Field said, I think what's happening in France is inspirational. Yeah, they over there rioting over some police brutality. But that's all they do over in Europe is riot. They riot about COVID-19. You know what I'm saying? They riot about the economy. Russia and Ukraine shooting missiles at each other. Torian said, off topic, do you think Charlie Kirk allowed his employees to take the day off today? Well, based on his logic, he shouldn't have, because nobody alive today did anything as far as Juneteenth. None of these white people today did shit about Independence Day. The white people nowadays are sitting there calling themselves slaves and saying that they're slaves to the elite. So clearly the ideology has changed. And so if we're not doing anything because nothing happened today, then Charlie Kirk should definitely have his employees working today. Right? Nobody alive today fought in the 4th of July. As a matter of fact, according to white people, America is a country of immigrants. And as far as I'm concerned, only invaders fought in the Independence Day battle, not any immigrants. And immigrants are what's going on right now today. And we only deal with what's going on right now today, according to this guy right here. So, I mean, really, no white people should really be celebrating 4th of July, because, I mean, what did they do right now today besides heroin and shoot up schools? Just saying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm wrong, by all means, correct me. But if I'm right, let me know. Because the thing is that this is the logic that they use. And it's fun and games when they use that logic and say it to somebody else. And when they say it to somebody else that's just going to whimper and tuck their tails, then they really get off on it. But man, these people act like a vampire in sunlight when you say something back. When you show them that you got fangs too, and your fangs are sharper and longer, man, things kind of change a little bit.
Democrats supported it. Why did you vote against even studying the issue of reparations?
Well, because it was very clear from the beginning that this was something that was never actually going to happen.
Do you see a continuum at all, a connection to slavery, Jim Crow, to present day inequality between Black and white Californians?
I'm focused on the inequality that's the result of current policies in our state and in our country right now.
You're focused on now. They're trying to focus on a historical context.
Let's ask us a very simple question that you don't have to be a physics major to answer. Has the past contributed to the current state? In every situation, does the past contribute to the current state? If it does, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down.
That got us to where we are now.
And I'm focused on what we can do now. And so I happen to think that the absolute most transformative thing for people of any background to improve their life prospects is a good education. So you want to link that to all of these other sort of indicators of positive life outcomes, be it income.
Hey, you want to know something that's funny? So check this out, right? So far, we've been live for about 4 hours, right? And I told you guys that this would be a long stream. Now, check this out. This is what I want you guys to really pay attention to. In the comments section of when I do a long stream, somebody always takes the time to say, "This is a long-ass stream. I ain't watching all this shit." But you want to know what's crazy? ABC, MSNBC, CNN, and Fox all post content, a lot of it that's not even live streamed, that can be up to 6 hours long. And in many cases, it always has over 500,000 views and over 10,000 comments. What does that tell you about the people that watch this kind of content versus the people that watch that kind of content? And let me ask you a question. Is it cool to say that? I'm just saying. Think about that. Think about that shit. I want y'all to pull up ABC or ABC News YouTube channel right now and look at a video that's like 3 hours long. Oh, sometimes it'll be some real, it'll be real actual people. It'll be real actual people. It'll be like an account, they got 40 subscribers or something like that. Account created 2016. And you will see it too all over YouTube. It won't just be mine. It'll be other people's channels and stuff like that. But then if you look at an actual news channel, yeah, right. The reason is because my name is Rob and it got 2 B's instead of 1. Facts. That's like saying the instruction manual is too long. And how many people don't read the instruction manual? But then again, there's a lot of people that read the instruction manual and they tend to be able to use shit better than the people that don't. I didn't know that could do that. I didn't know if you pressed Alt-Tab, it'll tab across all the screens that are open on the computer. Of course you didn't. You didn't read the instruction manual. You know what I'm saying?
Be it life expectancy, be it anything else. That is the single most powerful thing we can do.
Back in the Bay Area, the Johnsons are a big, close-knit middle.
Man, why they had to put them ribs on the screen like that? I'm starving right now, man. I'm so hungry. Hold on real quick. Look at them ribs. That's a nice slab right there. Look. Where they get them ribs with, like, those ribs got meat on them. Where they get them ribs with all that meat on them? You know how a lot of times it's just like the ribs, it's just a little bit of meat in the bone. Those are some ribs for real.
Back in the Bay Area, the Johnsons are a big, close-knit middle-class family, sharing traditions like this potluck barbecue. But they say it's been a tough road getting there from Russell City because of the
that was some them collard greens look right too. Hold on real quick.
Middle-class family, sharing traditions like this potluck.
Look at look at them big pieces of meat in the collard greens. look at them big pieces of meat in the collard greens though. You know what I'm saying?
Barbecue. But they say it's been a tough road getting there from Russell City because of the bigotry they faced even after moving to Oakland.
On the action play that you bless the food, does the plant hands prepared it?
Look. Adrian said, "What you know about some ribs, Northerner?" I know that wherever some ribs at and some black people cooked them, I want to try some. You know what I'm saying? That's what I know about ribs.
And the malice is about to receive it. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. These and they're fighting for reparations.
You said you felt like you faced housing discrimination.
We did. The lending, you couldn't get anyone to finance you. I recall actually going to developments that were coming up to look at the model homes. Every time we went, we would go in and look at the houses. By the time we got back to the office to get an application, thank you, there were nothing.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many people have gone and looked at the history of real estate discrimination in the United States? Bro, that potato salad and baked mac and cheese can go great with this. Facts. Facts. Bron said it's too early for, man. Look, I eat that. Listen, seriously, bro. Come on, man. You got to get your stomach right, bro. You got to get your stomach right. Sometimes I'll pull the rib. Sometimes if I got some leftover ribs, I'll pull them bad boys out the refrigerator and not even put them in the microwave and eat them.
There. It was the 1970s in East Oakland, an era of rising crime and tension between Black residents and police. 2 of her brothers spent time in prison.
Today, they are decent.
So now, why was it just tension between the Black residents and police? If these other communities are oppressed as well, like they keep trying to push the narrative that they were, why is it only an issue with the Black residents and police, but when they talk about the political initiatives that everybody's trying to get, then they lump everybody else into the political initiatives? Does that make any sense? Bro, I've been hungry. I'm hungry, bro.
Loving, kind men. We've all gone to college. We own homes. We attend church. We help our community.
And for that reason, people would say, why are you entitled to reparations? You've made it.
It's not because of, it's in spite of what was done to us.
So that's just it, right? You're not entitled to reparations because you made it. So if a drunk driver hits you with their car and you have to go and do physical therapy for a year because you can't walk after the impact, but you're finally able to walk again, I mean, you made it. So, drop the lawsuit and everything. It is what it is. You can walk again. You made it. What are you doing? Why are you suing? I want you guys to pay. There's a difference between regular logic and Black logic. And when I say Black logic, I'm not talking about Black people logic. I'm talking about logic that people want Black people to have. And anytime anybody does that, people should call it out. Why are you trying to Black logic me? There's a specific kind of logic that people want to try to force on Black people. And what I'm advising people to do is not only call it out when it happens, but reject it. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
We have to be resilient. We've always had to be resilient. We've always had to start from scratch.
We don't deny them their history. I mean, their story is very unique and it holds a very prominent place in Hayward. Our issue, again, is from a very practical side. It's the taxpayer money, and they were compensated.
So again, like if the company that I work for, like say for instance, right, let's just say for instance, I work for a pharmaceutical company, Bayer, right? I work for Bayer. Okay. Bayer is how I make my money. I go to work, I do my job, and I come home, and I get my paycheck from Bayer. Bayer has been implicated in being a contributing factor to the opiate epidemic. Well, hey, listen, man, it didn't affect me. They just gonna have to figure that out. I mean, nobody told them to shoot heroin up their arms anyway. I agree, Adrian. They want you to willingly hand over your struggle and history, something they would ask no other group to do. Facts. And at this point, they're not even asking us. They're attempting to force it on us by doing stuff like suppressing our channels, deleting our channels, shadow banning our channels, locking us out and blocking us out of financial resources, which is the reason why we have to form our own.
Compensated by the county.
I wasn't raised on generational wealth either. I had nothing. When my husband and I got married,
That doesn't have anything to do with it. Sophia from the Golden Girls. That doesn't have anything to do with it. That's your problem if you didn't have generational wealth. You should have. There's literally no excuse for any legacy white American to say that they don't have generational wealth. There's no excuse whatsoever. What were you blocked out of? If you had a 400-year head start, not only with slavery, but with black codes and Jim Crow, listen, man, listen. The fact that there are legacy white people in the United States who are financially failing says something about them. It should literally be virtually impossible for legacy white people to fail in the United States. They had racism on their side, black codes and Jim Crow in the North, slavery for a long time in the South. And these are all things that were going on while the United States was a country after 1776. They had the laws in the Maryland and Virginia colonies and other settlements before that. If you don't have generational wealth in the United States, that is your problem, caused by you, and should be solved by you. The reason why the majority of you all should have generational wealth is the reason why we don't. Protecting your interests through harming us. It wasn't the other way around. Shit, I don't give a shit. Just because you competed doesn't mean that you win a prize. Aren't these the people that always say that?
Yeah, we had nothing but a mattress and a chair. That was it. And
whose fault is that? You know what else you had? You also had the ability to move wherever you wanted to. The other people didn't. Maybe that's why they're getting a little bit more recognition and notoriety for this than you are. Just saying.
And we struggled and we worked. We put ourselves through college. We never got money for that.
What does that have to do with anything? She had options. Facts. That's the whole point. She had options. And what she did with her options is where she's at right now. Facts. Access to government policy that boosts wealth building tools. So now if you sit there and you got somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy on the Breakfast Club and he's mentioning a bunch of pseudo history and you correct him, well, that's you being mean and aggressive, according to Greg Foreman.
The Johnsons say the issue is more than just money.
I believe we are going to get this property back. I believe this tree stands here as a landmark to let them know this is our land.
So what do you guys think
Thanks
about
for watching
that?
our YouTube channel.
He's another person that looks like an AI rendering. That guy right there. So now, good old NBC, they're really doing the pre-election push. Yeah, facts. Like Tariq will say, you got $1 million worth of whiteness. Facts. And if they don't know what $1 million worth of whiteness is, then they should look up a black person and a white person that are of similar economic status, same age and same health, and see how much more money a white owner of a health insurance policy will get paid by the exact same health insurance policy, same company as a black person would. And then miss me with the bullshit. They have tables that have that information right on them. Western Southern Life is one place that you can look at to see that kind of information that I'm talking about. And again, I'm going to tell you guys, this is one of the reasons why these kind of people will do everything possible to stay out of my way. Flaming meteor coming right at them. Because the worst thing that any of these people want to see is to see their heroes decimated. And that's the only fate that any of these kind of people have if they ever step in front of me.
Welcome back. We want to dive in deeper. As we saw earlier, reparations is a hugely divisive issue. A Pew Research poll taken in late 2021 found that by a more than 2-to-1 margin, Americans oppose reparations.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. When you look at this percentage and you look at this graphic on the screen, what does that tell you guys? Oh, shout out to Jay Phil. Oh, we already know. And you know, and Hunter Biden is going to be the cover boy of the next episode of Crimecast. Hunter Biden going to be the cover boy on the next episode of Crimecast. That's what I'm saying. I got all these streams that I want to do planned out, but there's so much information. It's hard for me to get them all in. But there's a lot of, man, listen, man, it's so much stuff going down right now. Even with all the channels that I got, I still can't cover it all. I still can't cover it all. And with the thing that be cracking me up is how YouTube be unsubscribing people. YouTube is unsubscribing people as we speak. You know what I'm saying? I got to agree with Zentober. It tells me that it's high time that we embrace villainy. Facts. Adrian Hicks says, it tells me that there's a bunch of Democrats that oppose our reparations. Time to make them pay politically. I agree with that too. Terrence says, you know that 50% of Americans are Democrats. I think it's time to expose Democrats, and I think it's time to expose them hard. Let me ask you guys a question. Is Gavin Newsom for reparations or against reparations? And let me ask you guys another question. Is it in right-wing interests to create left-wing bad guys? Now, if you listen to the right wing, if you listen to the right wing, all Democrats just want to pay black people reparations. If you listen to the right wing, disinformation wing of the United States political system. Right. So now one thing that, would you guys agree, one thing conservatives don't want is us targeting and eradicating specific Democrats. They want to be able to control the narrative on the Democrats. They don't want us putting particular Democrats in the crosshairs and airing them out. They want to control the narrative so that they can provide a story to their constituents. And we can't allow that to happen.
For African Americans. And look at the racial split. Whites overwhelmingly oppose reparations. 80.
Like Joe Biden. And again, here's the reason why whites oppose reparations. Here's the reason why they oppose reparations. They oppose reparations because they stole it fair and square. So now, again, you guys see what this says right here? What this says right here is among America's political elite. And this is why anytime I hear a white person talk about the elites, I always ask them that question. Who's the elites? What elites? You mentioned the elites. Who are you talking about? Anytime anybody says, quote unquote, the elites, we get that established up front. What elites? Who are you talking about? Oh, you know, we're all in it together as Americans. Okay, well, if we're all in it together as Americans, how many of those elites owned your ancestors? We weren't all in the plantation together as Americans. We were all in the plantation together as owners, descendants of owners, beneficiaries of racism, or slaves, or victims of racism, depending on what part of the United States that you lived in. But now remember, when it comes to these people, they have unified and said that none of this was bad, which is an advantage that we have, actually, Because if we dedicate our efforts to reverse the situation to where we're benefiting from what they've done, then that means that we have their blessing to continue on with the same kind of behavior that they built the United States on, just us building our wealth off of them, right? Because remember, this very same group of people said that colonization and slavery were a necessary evil. Well, now we know why we're in the situation that we're in, because we haven't owned any slaves and we haven't colonized anything. So I say it's time to start investing in private prisons in rural areas and colonize. Since those are acceptable behaviors, since those are acceptable things, that's what's considered hard American work. Would you guys agree? Because that is clearly the only thing that we haven't done here in the United States that other groups of people who have legacy wealth in the United States have done. So anytime I hear them say this kind of stuff, what I've come to the understanding of is that they're encouraging us to copy their model and utilize it. And if you copy their model and utilize it, well, by all means, you might be happy enough. You might be lucky enough to get a pat on the head and called the model minority. But I don't even want to be the model minority. The model minority is a model minority that just simply does what they're told. I want to be a clone minority where I actually engulf the majority's financial privileges and then exploit them. Now, here's my question for you guys. If we were able to manage something like that, would we be a model minority or would we be a prototypical minority? We can even let them decide since they've had a history of deciding what they want to call us anyway, right?
8%. But the numbers are almost exactly reversed among African Americans who strongly support the idea. So joining me now is Cornell William Brooks. He's a professor of the practice of public leadership and social justice at the Harvard Kennedy School. He's also a former president and CEO of the NAACP.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. How do you feel about quote unquote social justice? That's a great question. I have no idea. I'm trying to figure out where they got those reparations sweatshirts in the back with the in the Sons of Anarchy font. That shit, I thought it said Reaper Crew for a minute. Wait a minute. The Sons of Anarchy didn't start allowing black people until the last episode of the last season. They decided to. They said, "Well, we only got 3 left because the Niners and the Mayans and the Mexican mafia them killed everybody. There's only 3 of us left. We may as well let Michael Beach go on and join."
And Coleman Hughes is a columnist and host of the Society
there go your boy,
podcast.
Coleman Cruz. He's somebody that likes to dance around on subways in his underwear. He's fully clothed for this occasion, luckily for us.
Conversations with Coleman. Both of you have agreed to essentially lightly debate this issue with me as playing my role of moderator here. So
now why do they got a black person arguing against another black person about reparations and they have the white guy as the moderator? Let's discuss that, shall we? Why did anybody agree to it? Why did the social justice guy agree to this? In what reality would a white person be moderating a debate about reparations and 2 black people would be debating against each other like the black guy is going to pay the other black guy reparations? But remember, this, ladies and gentlemen, is reference media. This is reference media. This is what is looked at as reference media. Facts, Carlton. Carlton says they're using him as a tool to say, see, even black people don't want reparations. There's some black people that'll do that voluntarily. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure Coleman Cruz is getting a nice little paycheck. But that's what he's doing, though. Now, here's my question. Do you all think that anybody in the comment section of this video pointed that out? And if they did point it out, do you think that in MSNBC's moderators allowed those comments to stay up on the video, or did they delete them? Terrence Jackson said, if the host doesn't ask where his family is from, I won't trust it. Now, you know this dude ain't about to ask where his family is from, but you can tell where his family is from by his last name. You know what I'm saying? Because his last name is actually Cruz, but they got it listed as Hughes.
Cornell Brooks, let me start with you. You've been studying this for quite some time, and you've been working with some religious leaders to come up, I think it's fair to say, a modern blueprint of what you think. What would reparations look like?
Why are religious leaders working on reparations and not economists? What are religious leaders going to do? Tell you about an offering plate? What? The only thing that religious leaders are going to tell you about is an offering plate and forgiveness. And neither one of those are anything that anybody should be interested in. Let me ask you guys a question. When it comes to reparations, I would like you guys to put into the comment section professionals who you all would think would be appropriate at devising a plan. Let me know some suggestions of professionals that you think would be appropriate in devising a plan. And then let's ask the question, why those professionals are not present.
Look like in the 21st century, make the case.
That's right. So I've had the pleasure and honor of working with both the National Council of Churches and the Union of Reform Judaism and a group of Harvard Kennedy students, Kennedy School students.
The Union of Reform, what's the Union of Reform Judaism going to do? Pause. Now, my question is, who's putting the gas in these people's tanks to be doing all this stuff? Who's putting the gas in people's tanks to be doing all this? Yeah, I agree, Carlton, Dr. Claude Anderson. And I actually agree with Jay Bird as far as Boyce Watkins because of his financial expertise. Boyce Watkins can be the calculator. Just calculate shit and shut up. Don't speak. Just crunch numbers and shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? As long as there's that kind of agreement in place, you know what I'm saying, Boyce Watkins can be on the team. Don't talk. Just keep your head down and punch them numbers on the calculator and shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay employed. You know what I'm saying? Nobody asked you for your opinions. Just give me the register tape when you're done and shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying?
and the Union of Reform Judaism, and a group of Harvard Kennedy School students who are working with these large religious associations all across the country, representing over 40 million people, to create a moral discourse on reparations. Why? Because we know that in many corners of our republic, it's being politically weaponized. And they're endeavoring to make, I'd say, 3 key points here. The first of which is, with respect to reparations, you often hear that the harm was too long ago, it's too expensive and too impossible, too difficult to do. What we find is the harm.
So again, I wanted to, did you guys hear the organizations who he said would be working with or allying with as far as this stuff goes? My question is, who are those organizations and how did they get involved with any of this? Who are those organizations and how did they get involved with any of this? See, that's the question. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we got 32 people watching on YouTube. Shout out, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys that's watching on YouTube. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button, hit the bell. If you're cloud watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the 15 people watching on Rumble. If you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the follow button, hit the like button, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Was not long ago, right? So in other words, yes, slavery ended in 1863 and 1865, but the convict leasing system, representing 1 million people enslaved, lasted up until the opening days of World War II, right? And all of these.
I don't think that's a bad idea, Jay Bird. I don't think Reza Islam would be a bad person to help be part of a think tank, articulate stuff. Reza Islam seems like a real intelligent, well-composed dude. I don't know too much about him. I haven't really paid too much attention to what he does, but in the times that I've seen him talk and the things that I've seen him talk about and some of the tweets that I've seen him post, he's very well articulated and he seems like he's really smart. And, you know, as long as you got your mind in the right place, that would never hurt anything to have somebody like that, you know, part of the team or either, you know, part of the support. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said about Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? Like Boyce Watkins is, you're not dumb. You know what I'm saying? But since you want to act dumb, just do the functional stuff that we know that you can do and just and stay quiet until about 10 years later. You know what I'm saying?
Systems of oppression continue into the present. Point 1. Point 2, with respect to reparations being too difficult. I want to know something here, Chuck, that's critically important. My colleague, Linda Bilmes, who's a public economist at the Harvard Kennedy School, we've done a study and we looked at all of these programs across the federal government, and we make the case that we're already doing reparations. We simply don't call it that. So in other words, there's a norm in government which essentially says, if an American has been harmed through no fault of their own.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Is this dude face looking like, and he talking like he took some Benadryl before he started this interview? Like, bro, you're supposed to take Benadryl if you do that before you go to sleep, not before you got something important to do. But this dude looked like he took 2 Benadryls and he trying to struggle through this interview.
The government will often step in to try to make.
Now, mind you, I have this. Oh, I thought the playback speed was on 1.25. I was about to say I got this on 1.25. You know what I'm saying? He's still sitting up here sounding like Deputy Dog. You know what I'm saying?
Them whole. We do this not only with respect to Japanese Americans who were interned after World War II, but we also do it with respect to veterans, with respect to people who suffered in a natural disaster. We do it with respect to children who've been harmed by vaccines. We do it with respect to pensions that are insured. So we do this over and over again, which says that we can do it. And lastly, we do it at the level of millions, billions, even trillions of dollars. So we can't afford to do it.
All right, Coleman Hughes, let me bring you in here. You testified before Congress in 2019 against the idea of reparations. You said, paying reparations to descendants of slavery would, quote, only divide the country further. And you thought it would insult.
Again, who cares? The country been divided. We had a whole civil war here. Who cares? Why Ron DeSantis is already making laws to preserve the country's emotions because the country is made up by 70% fragile people. Who cares? Look at your boy Coleman Cruz, though. And see, my thing is, I don't have any faith and I don't have no religion. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I could still, recognize that Rizza Islam is an intelligent brother. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that Rizza Islam, I'm sure if you got into a deep conversation, I'm sure, his religion would come up, but I don't think he's out here actively putting people in chokeholds trying to convert them to being to being a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? There's people from the population at large that's out here actively trying to put you in a chokehold to convert you to being dead. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, people gonna get it one way or another. You know what I'm saying? People sitting out here acting like they can afford pettiness. People have put themselves in a position where, hey, you ain't getting shrimp. You better eat that Taco Bell like it's a delicacy and shut the hell up, or let the Taco Bell go bad and starve to death thinking that you deserve shrimp. Regardless of whatever happens, if you're not there anymore, you didn't deserve to be there in the first place. And people are getting to, you know what I'm saying, like about 5 seconds left on the shot clock. You know what I'm saying? With 8 seconds left in the game. You feel me? People are really out here moving like they actually have a choice about being petty or not. That's what's so funny. The people out here sitting up here acting like they can tell the firing squad where to shoot them at. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. It's wild out here, bro. And you know you all good here, Jay Bird. That's what's up, bro. We welcome you. Because we try to look at things in terms of not what people want, not what people want to hear, but in terms of reality. And it's the sad thing about it is there is a large percentage of people who are literally operating outside of reality. To try to tell them any different. I agree with Bronze of God. People listen to these dumbass pastors all the time. Nothing wrong with RZA. Some people need some people need a life transplant. Go live another life in another universe. You don't belong here. You know what I'm saying?
All Black Americans by putting a price on the suffering as well, and would make Black Americans like yourself victims without their consent. I hope I captured that correctly, but you take it further. Make your case against.
So let me just make a distinction off the bat. I support reparations for redlining, right? Because there are many victims of redlining that are still with us. They're still alive. And Cornell, all the examples of successful reparations for other groups that you highlighted were examples of reparations given to directly the victims of these human rights abuses in their lifetimes or their immediate family members. That's why I support reparations for redlining paid directly to the victims, as they're doing in Evanston outside of Chicago. I make a distinction between that and reparations for slavery, which ended in 1865. I know of no examples where groups are getting reparations for historical crimes that are over 150 years old.
How long has it been since World War II? I don't think it's been 150 years, but I'm pretty sure descendants are benefiting from the government programs for the wrongs of World War II, as well as Native Indigenous, right? It's been how long since the John Wayne Cowboys and Indians days, but they still getting billions of dollars and still getting casinos. And again, if you look at the bottom part of this video, the misinformation that Coleman Cruz says in this video is not corrected with an embedded message. Now, you don't expect anything to be corrected with an embedded message on Rumble because, that's the site where you know what I'm saying, brothers and sisters kind of get married. But you know, on other websites like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, any of that other stuff, where they're quick to put a embedded message that something is misinformation, they don't put it out. They don't put it on there. Facts. Shout out to Shamika Gray. Shamika said, my grandma is 97 years old. We want our money, all of it. Facts. That's like J.G. Wentworth. You know what I'm saying? Like J.G. Wentworth.
And unfortunately, the opportunity was tragically missed to pay it to the slaves themselves or their immediate families. But claims like this time out, right? And this is timed out. And let me say one more thing. Martin Luther King had a plan for addressing the legacy of slavery, which he laid out in his book.
There we go. Martin Luther King had a plan. What was that plan called? What was that plan called? Underwear Cruise? What was that plan called? I wonder if Martin Luther King knew that he would become white people's biggest weapons. You think that had anything to do? Yeah, it's my money and I want it now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. It's time for that money. It's time for that 877 cash now. Oh man. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Oh man. You know, it's time for that cash right now. But yeah, so Dr. Martin Luther King in the canceled check speech was talking about reparations. So I'm curious as to what Coleman Hughes is saying that his plan, Martin Luther King's plan is. All right, Zentober, peace, bro. Appreciate you being here.
Why we can't wait. And he called it the Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged. The Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged was not a race-based policy. It was a class-based anti-poverty.
Martin Luther King, the guy who was dealing with Jim Crow, black codes, you know, all of that stuff, Martin Luther King made sure to make it where it's not a race-based policy. All of the issues going on in the United States were race-based at that time. So who else would have needed to be addressed in that policy? Who else would have needed to be addressed in that policy, guys? At the time, right? At the time, what was Martin Luther King advocating for? So again, where is the misinformation embedded message on this video from MSNBC?
Program that would benefit the black poor and the white poor and the poor of all races. That's what I support in terms of addressing the legacy.
The white poor had a benefit. It was called being white. They were allowed to do whatever they wanted to, move wherever they wanted to, go to school wherever they wanted to, and do anything that they wanted to black people with impunity. Why would Martin Luther King be doing anything for poor white people when it was poor white people who were the foot soldiers doing the burning down of all of the black neighborhoods? It was poor white police officers and poor white firemen who were in those civil rights black and white photos abusing black people with their dogs and water hose. Yeah, he's definitely embracing villainy, like them underwear, like them tidy whities was embracing him on that Subway video. But serious, what needs to happen? Shout out to my man James Hudson. What's good with it, bro? What needs to happen is people need to get away from calling these people. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to start hardline debunking the things that they say. And then after we've debunked what they've said thoroughly, we need to start going after the media outlets hardcore that allow this misinformation to be spread. Now, I'm not sitting up here saying to cancel anybody, but at the same time, no, if you're going to sit up here and say this kind of stuff, C-19 ain't the only C-19 in the 2016 election are not the only things that need to have reference information attached to them. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. C-19 and the 2016 election are not the only things that need reference materials attached. So if MSNBC is allowing this to be said, and the self-proclaimed moderator isn't willing to fix it, NBC needs to be gone after. YouTube needs to be gone after. And any social media site that posts this without reference information needs to be gone after. Because these are not credible information sources. Simply because there's an Elon Musk face behind it. It is not. That does not make you a credible news source genetically. Shout out to AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? What's your question, Jay? That is one of that right there is one of the ways how they try to dampen our voice. There's more people that watch Matt Walsh and Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and all these other people, and people like Kid Gravity, Afro Elite, Torian, me, TD Hip Hop Media. They make sure to do what they can to make sure that our channels cannot have the same amount of amplitude as those other channels. And if you ask me, we have to fight against that. Oh, yeah, facts. And Elizabeth Warren tried to say that she was a Native Indigenous person, just like so many other people like her. She's a Dawes Act recipient. And honestly, I don't know what's going on with the Native Indigenous people. Native Indigenous people should have been trying to sue them folks to get that Dawes money back. They need to do that. But you know what I'm saying? They got a lot of inebriation going on over there because they strategically put alcohol vendors over there where they gave them some land at. So they kind of got them in a little bit of a inebriation. You know what I'm saying? By design. But these are the good people. These are the good people of the world.
In terms of addressing the legacy of slavery, that's what I feel is the wisest path forward for this country.
Let me follow up a little bit, Coleman, because it is interesting that there are some forms of specific areas where you believe a reparation of sorts should be put there. How do you distinguish Jim Crow? And what is the right amount of time? And I say that Germany is still paying reparations to now descendants of Holocaust victims.
So what do you guys think about the questions that the self-proclaimed moderator is asking? Now, these questions would be good questions, but this self-proclaimed moderator is just going to allow Coleman Cruz to probably skirt around the questions and babble, because he wouldn't put these questions out on the mainstream media and force an answer from Coleman Cruz. You should have watched the live stream on my other channel from yesterday. If you like AI, you would have liked it.
So what is the timeline where you feel like where you would draw the line?
So I think reasonable people can disagree on this, and I don't claim to have the last word on the subject, but I think we can all agree reparations should be paid ideally in the lifetime of the victim. If the victim dies, it should be paid to their spouse or to their children. Once you get to grandchildren and beyond, my personal view is that that's beyond my line. But like I said, reasonable people can disagree on this, but there's no doubt that, in my view, crimes from the 1850s and 60s are beyond the statute of limitations.
Do you see this where services can sort of be what is?
There is no statute of limitations. Where's the statute of limitations that he's quoting? Where's the statute of limitations that he's quoting? Jay Bird says, for people who say I vote because my ancestors fought and bled for my right to vote, how did that become a response for not practicing politics? Facts. Facts. That's a great question, and I have no idea.
Reparations, so maybe it is free college, maybe it's discounted college, maybe it is tax breaks, however you want to describe it. Is that an acceptable form in your opinion?
It is an acceptable form, and when we look at what we call
now pay very close attention to what he did here. And Benadryl, my man, Benadryl Benson here, he just is, it is, whatever.
Tax breaks, however you want to describe it. Is that an acceptable form in your opinion?
It is an acceptable form. And when we look at what we call reparatory compensation programs in government, they use a variety of strategies to help make people whole. But let's go to this point about indirect victims. When we look at
So they want to make people whole again, huh? So any of the people that white people lynched and tar and feathered and tore limb from limb, you plan on gluing them back together again and making them whole? Idiot. Just food for thought.
Policies, when we look at government, when we look at history, we actually do compensate people who have suffered the harm indirectly and their heirs. Think about this. So in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right, Black Wall Street was bombed from the air. Homes were burned on the ground.
So there you go. There you go, Terrence. There you go, Terrence. He coming with Tulsa. He coming with the Tulsa talking point. Anytime you hear Tulsa, what's that mean? Let the buck dance begin. Let the buck dance begin. Here we come with Tulsa.
Compensation, including for victims who are over 100 years old today. But when we bombed islands in the South Pacific, as in the U.S. government, we paid compensation to direct victims, indirect victims, and their heirs as a consequence of an American government bombing people on the ground. The point being here is when you look at reparatory compensation programs, what you find is the variety of direct and indirect victims who are compensated.
This dude look like he's so tired, his face about to fall off, don't it? He look like he's so tired that his face is about to fall right off his head.
For nearly every group but Black people.
I want to play
that face. Look like his face literally, it looks like it's about to just slide right. It's about to be it's just about to be a blank spot. His face finna slide right off of his head like a mask and fall on the floor.
Clip from Ronald Reagan after he signed a bill to repay Japanese Americans who were detained during World War II. Here's what he said in August of 1988.
Yet no payment can make up for those lost years. So what is most important in this bill has less to do with property than with honor. For here, we admit
So it has less to do with property than with honor. So I want you guys to understand that. And that what you need to know from what the president, who is a speaking representative of the United States, is saying is that when it comes to white America, there's no honor in doing fair business with black people. If you guys agree that that's what President Reagan is saying right there, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Because, again, it's the same thing that goes back to that beginning part where we talked about Eric Adam in the J Community Advisory Panel. The community said the action of this shows the concern for the community, which means that the inaction shows no concern. So Ronald Reagan right here is establishing policy of any right done by black people is dishonorable in the eyes of American culture. Knowing that, how do you proceed? That's the question.
Wrong. Here we reaffirm our commitment as a nation to equal justice under the law.
Equal justice under the law, which means if you're non-black, we're going to provide compensation for when wrong was done. If you are black, we're going to tell you how the things that we did are somehow your fault. Again, establishing policy that's still being in practice today.
Coleman, is that a model for how America should deal with this? Could it be a model for how we dealt with Japanese Americans?
Like I said, the opportunity was missed in the lifetimes of slaves. I know.
Was the opportunity missed? You mean to tell me that there was a bunch of hearings for this and the people who were supposed to be compensated just didn't show up to court? What do they mean the opportunities were missed? I need you guys to answer that for me in the comment section. What does Coleman Cruz mean that the opportunities were missed? They were missed? Is that what happened? That's what happened? They were missed? We sure about that? They were missed? Carlton says Coleman is basically saying get over it. I agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question for you guys. Do you all feel that we should take a more active step in getting into the business of other people and telling them to get over it? If you guys think that that's something that we should start doing, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that we should start doing it, then give me a thumbs down.
I know of 0 examples of an ethnic group getting reparations 150 years after the crime in question. Now, when it comes to honor and symbolic apologies, I completely support those. I'd also like to point out many have been made and almost none have been.
So Coleman Cruz supports symbolism. I want to make sure that you guys heard that properly. Coleman Cruz supports symbolism. My question is, how do you all feel about symbolism? Do you all support symbolism like Coleman Cruz does or no? I don't. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, remember, if you're not subscribed to the Discord, make sure that you guys hit that link that's pinned in the comment section. That link will take you to the Black Light Revelations Discord, and it will give you a notification every time I go live, as long as you're a part of the Black Light Revelations Discord. You're also able to chat with subscribers who have joined the Black Light Revelations Discord. And also, at some point, once we get enough people in the Discord, there will be live events that take place in the Discord. So make sure that you guys become a part of the Discord community by hitting that link. Also, if you guys haven't hit the like button, make sure that you guys hit the like button. Share the stream to your social media, and also make sure that you guys are subscribed to my other channels. All right.
an ethnic group getting reparations 150 years after the crime in question. Now, when it comes to honor and symbolic apologies, I completely support those. I'd also like to point out many have been made and almost none have been really accepted by the spokespeople for Black Americans. So, for example, both houses of Congress.
Okay, now my question is, who are the spokespeople for Black America? If it seems to me, anytime Black people are doing something, it seems like there's always some white person that can't shut up. So as of right now, it would seem to me that white people want to be the spokesperson for Black people in America, but I don't know who the actual Black spokesperson is for Black people in America. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. now this is what's really funny, right? This is what is real comedy right here. I want Terrence to put in the comment section the number of people watching the stream on Rumble. I'm not gonna say anything. I want Terrence to put it in there. I want Terrence to put the number in there because Terrence is over there. You know what I'm saying?
Officially apologized for slavery and Jim Crow in 2008, 2009. The Senate officially apologized for lynching in 2004. Slavery is, of course, a state's issue, as you know, and at least 8 different southern states have issued official apologies for slavery. We have a beautiful museum in the nation's capital.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? It's 20 people watching on Rumble. It's 11 less people than who are watching on YouTube, watching on Rumble. Not saying a damn thing. Not saying a damn thing. So now when somebody sits there and says, oh, you know, they don't care about what's being said. Oh, no, they do. And Terrence and Cameron be over there all the time. So when I'm telling y'all these numbers, I'm not making them up. I'm not making these numbers up. These numbers are absolutely real. So now I want to show you guys something real quick. They're not rumbling at all. There's literally there's literally zero rumbling. You know what I'm saying? Zero. How many people heard about this? Texas meteorologist gets a road rage sucker punch on dash cam. Minor fender bender turns into a really bad day for 2 people. CBS weatherman assaulted. Now take a look at who's assaulting him. Now let me ask you guys a question. They like to talk about being underrepresented. If you ask me, I think that this incident was probably somewhat underrepresented as well. What do you guys think? You think this type of incident here is underrepresented? Dang, man, no impulse control, just a violent thug. Right, he even had the man bun. He man. By the power of Grayskull. Yeah, Torian, I want to try to cram all of this info in. I really want to clear my screen bad. You know what I'm saying? I really want to clear my screen bad because I got a whole series of new streams that I want to do, but I want to try to keep them compacted into certain information packets. You know what I'm saying? So I want to try to get it all finished if I can. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. Hey, yo. But here goes something for you though, Torian. Look at this. Watch this. Look at that. He oh man, how did he miss? How did this dude miss?
Oh, you hit my car, and that's when he swung with.
Where was he punching at?
Swung with.
Oh, facts. Yo, Torian, Jay Bird wants to know if you can put the link to that most recent collab that we did in the chat. Yo, and how did he miss? Look, the white dude's he got like he's got the face from the wind. The wind of that punch made his face shudder a little bit. Ah. Hey, yo, AV Promotions. Hey, what's funnier, this or that milk or that milk throwing incident?
There was a sucker punch.
CBS Austin morning meteorologist Avery Tomasco still seems a little.
Hey, that's the first sucker punch that I've ever seen where the person who threw the punch was the sucker. Right. Torian said Bruce Lee didn't die for this. Facts. In the great words of Bruce Lee, he said for you to be like water. That punch was more like cardboard.
On Mopac.
Hey, we gotta have a survey. What's more funny, this right here or the milk throwing? Hey, that milk throwing was classic. That was classic. What? That was the weirdest accident that I've ever seen in my life. Y'all ever seen an accident go down like that? I've never seen an accident occur like that. That was weird.
The sudden, there's a car coming into my lane. I slam on the horn, hit the brakes, but it's unfortunate.
What kind of accident was that?
There's a car coming into my lane. I slam on the horn, hit the brakes, but it's unfortunately too late at that point.
Even then, Avery says he didn't think it was a big deal.
Hey, why when he hit the car did it look like? Why when that Toyota when he hit that Toyota Yaris, did it look like as soon as he hit that Toyota Yaris, it shot into traffic, like it went flying? Like, look how as soon as he hit it, how fast it started going. Like, what the hell?
The horn.
Ah! all it need to do is just spin around all crazy, and that shit would have been just like Mario Kart. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says they're all professional liars. They're always putting these clowns in front of the camera, and it turns into a full-blown circus, talking all that abracadabra BS. Facts. I agree. But yo, that was crazy how that car just shot into the freeway like that. Like King Koopa was driving it.
Sure.
Hey, can that Asian dude actually get in trouble for assault? Because he didn't touch him. Look.
There's no disputing video evidence. Both.
Hey, he didn't even touch him. Man, I'm dead. Carlton said the Asian man mad that the white dudes are dating their women. He could have been mad about that. I honestly, the way that they get down, I think that they probably happy that white dudes are dating their women. Everybody's happy to date a white dude. You know what I'm saying? Even other men. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think people only get outraged when black men are dating people. I don't think that anybody gets upset when white men are being dated. You know what I'm saying? It's only it's only when black men are dating people that people are upset. That causes outrage and movies to get made and entire YouTube channels and Dr. Umar Johnson snapping his belt and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when it's white men who are the recipient, you know what I'm saying? It's just business as usual, which is interesting. You know what I'm saying? Torian said he's mad because affirmative action is no more. I think this Asian man attempted to take affirmative action on this white man and just like in court, dropped the bag. You know what I'm saying? This right here, this is literally this should be the meme of Asian people attacking affirmative action.
Shooting video evidence. But
That's what y'all did in court right there. That's what y'all did with the affirmative action court shit. That's exactly, y'all wound up with all your might all the way from Canada, swung and missed. That's wild. He wound this punch all the way back from the crisp maple syrup airs of Canada and missed. Look at this. All the way from Toronto, Montreal, you know what I'm saying? British Columbia.
Shooting video evidence. Both.
Boom, and missed. That punch never got to go boom. It never got to go boom.
With the crash and both with what he did to me after the fact.
What he did to him after the fact. That's terrible. You know what I'm saying? That's terrible. Too bad, so sad. I'm glad you're mad. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. So yeah, let me see. Hold on real quick. There's a couple other things that I wanted to show you guys. And I think I actually yeah. So how many people heard of this woman? I think her name is Ajike. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Ajike Owens. You guys heard of her? If you guys heard of her, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't heard of her, then give me a thumbs down. There was a woman, and her name was Susan. Let me see, what's her name? Oh, we got to look at this lady having this epic meltdown too, because it's just always worth watching these people have epic meltdowns, because remember, it's us that are emotional, and it's us that always has the meltdowns. So there's a woman, and her name is Susan Lorenz, and she deleted a black woman. I believe this took place in Florida. Torian knows. How do you say a GK? Okay, a GK. Okay. Body cam shows repeated 911 calls before psycho neighbor fatally shot Florida mom through the door. Now, how many people heard about this story? If you guys heard about this story, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about this story, then give me a thumbs down. You guys hear about this? Because remember, it's us that commits all the crimes, of course, except for this one. Literally, except for every crime that I talk about, we commit them all. Shout out to Torian. Torian did a video about it, so make sure y'all go check out Torian's video that's about this. Run them numbers up. Go watch the video. Throw the link in the chat, Torian. Drop a comment on there. Y'all know what to do. Body cam footage shows cop calling Florida woman who shot neighbor dead a psycho. All right. So the cops who are psycho themselves are calling this lady psycho, probably because she didn't leave the lady alive for them to shoot.
First of all, before she moved there, this big open space right here, all the kids, they like to play kickball, football in the space she moves in. I don't want y'all playing over.
So now let me ask you guys this, right? Shout out to Leonard DeYuta. Remember, the police are sitting there talking about they want police accountability and they want transparency and reform. But now if a citizen is calling multiple times and they do nothing and let that citizen get deleted, I mean, again, are you supposed to trust the police? Are you supposed to trust that organization? Why would you trust that organization if they're sitting there letting you get deleted? Why would you do it?
So they don't play with it. The other day she tells my son, I'm gonna have you arrested and we're going to jail. He's 8, so he's terrified. He won't even walk the dog.
Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. Psycho.
Yeah, well, you mumbling psycho didn't stop that woman from being psycho. Let me ask you guys a question. Do the police have any liability in this incident? If you all feel that the police share some kind of responsibility into this incident, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that the police share any kind of responsibility into this incident, then give me a thumbs down. A Florida woman who shot a mom of 4 through her locked front door was once branded a psycho by a responding deputy after repeatedly calling cops to complain about the victim's noisy kids. So now my question is, where Torian did a video about her. I'm talking about her in this live stream here. Where's the rest of the people making videos about this particular situation? Newly released body cam footage shows the numerous instances that Susan Lorenz, who is 58, had called the police on 25-year-old Akaje. How do you say it again, Torian? Was that Akaji Owens over local children playing near her rental apartment in Ocala. Lawrence faces a manslaughter rap for fatally blasting Owens June after the spiraling feud over the noise. Critics have argued that the crime is deserving of a murder rap, asserting that Owens was unarmed. Now, that's an interesting point. And since nobody else is talking about that, people would rather do, algorithm content and not really talk about the stuff that they claim they talk about. Let's talk about this right here. A GK. All right, appreciate it. A GK. Do you guys feel that this should be a murder charge, or do you guys feel that this should be a manslaughter? If you ask me, this should be a murder charge, and also possibly premeditated, because she clearly had it in for this woman by excessively calling the police on her for her kids being kids. So I think that this lady here, this Karen, should get hit with premeditated murder charges. And I believe that the police should also get charged accessories after the fact for not doing anything to defuse the situation the first bunch of times that this woman called. And honestly, aside from the police, I also think that Ron DeSantis should get investigated for emboldening this woman to just know that she can shoot this lady and it's all good. Because remember, Ron DeSantis said Florida is the state where black people go to die. Remember? Y'all remember when Ron DeSantis said that? Florida is the state where N-words go to die. Ron DeSantis' words exactly, right? If you guys remember when Ron DeSantis said that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember when Ron DeSantis said that, give me a thumbs down. I remember when Ron DeSantis said that very clearly. Facts, Terrence. That's exactly what he said. That is exactly what he said. Because WOKE spells N-word, doesn't it? So, yeah, Ron DeSantis go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Handle your business. Don't let your business handle you. Don't let your business handle you, because if you go woke, you go broke. If you go N-word, you go broke. You go black, you can't come back. Right? Not my words. I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? That's Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis probably told his daughter, if you ever go woke, coming back home is where you'll come to die. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You know what I'm saying? I think that's terrible, man. I think that's terrible. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. That just means to make sure that you have your power tools ready. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, when they come on the side here, I just can't hear my clients. The insurance broker tells responding deputies after calling 911 in February. That's not fair to me. Lawrence then accused Owens of throwing a no trespassing sign at her after she yelled at a group of kids to leave the area. And of course, we know that because Owens is by skin color woke, it must have been this lady right here, hands up, don't shoot, that was telling the truth. Right? Terrence said his woke loving daughter. Facts, like Lena the plug. You know what I'm saying? Like Lena the plug. You know what I'm saying? So this is her right here. Looking like Mama's Family mixed with Roseanne Barr. What's that lady name that was on Mama's Family? Her face looks like it was folded into many different directions and then straightened out. And it looked like somebody also took a Crayola color pencil and drew something where brows are supposed to be. And she could go Christmas shopping for 2 families with them bags under her eyes. For real, for real. Now, that right there is what you call aging with grace. But that's only if Grace is aging in dog years. That's what you call aging with grace right there. But only if Grace is aging in dog years. You know what I'm saying? She got this, I don't know what, something must have happened to her. You see, she got these EKG leads. She must have had a heart attack or something. Probably when they told her you're going to jail for manslaughter, she started acting like she was having a heart attack. Oh! All I did was kill a black person. Oh! I thought this was the state where woke went to die. The former New Jersey resident claimed that the children were trespassing and causing a ruckus, but deputies later told her the area was not her property. Sounds like the United States. You get out of my yard, ma'am. That's not your yard. In another video, an exasperated deputy can be heard privately calling her a psycho after another 911 call into her home. Now, what you know what else should happen? If this now this is what should happen, right? They need to get this officer who called her a psycho, and that officer needs to be disciplined for negligence. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. If a police officer diagnoses and writes excitable delirium on a police report, that justifies a police kill, right? So that means that if a police officer who's also capable of diagnosing excitable delirium, since you're allowed to diagnose people now, since you diagnosed this lady as being a psycho and then turned around and did nothing instead of pink slipping her for an evaluation, you left a threat out in the public, sir. And now that threat that you left out in the public, that you, in your experience of law enforcement, deemed to be psycho as recorded, that person is responsible for taking somebody's life. You need to have your life messed up too. What do you guys think? Yeah, it should have Corey Holcomb, 5150. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't. Now, most people, he thought that, that police officer, by his own words, by his own testimony, said that that lady was psycho, right? Most actual psychos don't survive an encounter with the police, right? Just something to think about. In an August video, Lorenz tells deputies that the children routinely mocked her and cursed at her. Cops said she called 911 roughly a dozen times over the year preceding the shooting. I don't want to be intimidated by them calling me a bitch, calling me Karen, Lorenz said she can be heard saying. The various clips show Owens telling police that she believes Lorenz is unwell and makes it a point to remind her neighbors that she is a doctor in need of peace and quiet. So damn, this black lady was a doctor. I didn't know that. And so now the police officer should really get in trouble because the police are allowed to diagnose somebody as being found with excitable delirium, right? Now you got an actual doctor who said that this lady was psycho. The police concurred and said that she was a psycho, still didn't do anything. The lady's dead now. Let me ask you guys a question. Should the police get a lawsuit placed on them? So now here's my question, right? Nobody should listen when a black person talks, right? Black people's voices shouldn't be heard, right? Who's more qualified to say whether somebody's not well or is well? Some high school graduate police officer or a doctor? Make sure don't none of us get over 1 million subscribers so that anybody can ever hear our voice. That's what I'm saying. See? Now I want you guys to make sure and see that you understand this point right here. This is part of the reason why these people attempt to make it where our voice is never heard. The doctor says, honestly, I think she has a mental disorder. Owen said of the woman who would gun her down months later. Other neighbors also told deputies about Loren's confrontational behavior. So now you have a police officer that failed to act on his instinct of her being a psycho, a doctor who said that the woman was a psycho, and a past history of complaints of erratic behavior about this particular neighbor. So now, not only should this Lorenz woman be now, you know what's going to happen now? She's going to get off because of a mental disorder. You see how they play the game? Now, what they're going to do is they're going to let this woman off because of a mental disorder, and then use all of this mental disorder testimony as saying this woman's not fit to stand trial. She has a mental disorder, despite the fact that they ignored the mental disorder and let this woman kill somebody. That's the privilege. That's the privilege. And the thing is that this doesn't need to be argued. We see it happen in real time. This has happened in real time. There's no need to argue any of this. It's right here. I got to agree with James. James says, Rob, she's not going to jail. She's going to the psych ward. Facts. If you guys agree with James, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. She's not going to jail. She's going to the psych ward. She was deleted. This woman right here, Ajike, I hope I said it right. Ajike, she was deleted in front of her 9-year-old son. She was deleted in front of her 9-year-old son. Right. What about Chicago? What about Chicago? You know what I'm saying? Just ignore this and only worry about Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Facts, Terrence. Big facts. These people have robotic, pre-planned responses. Torian said, hopefully they pump her with so many drugs, it fries her damn brain. Well, if they drop her off in the right neighborhood, she'd do that on her own, I bet. They say they down in Florida somewhere. Go ahead and drop her off in a neighborhood in East Orlando, and I bet you she'd do that on her own. You know what I'm saying? Orlando is East Coast grimy. she'll do that. She'll do that on her own. So now this person here says she is literally crazy. One woman says all they do is play football over there. She yells at them, and when an adult says something, she calls the police. Sounds about what? See, Leonard know what I'm talking about. She go over there to East Orlando and get everything she's looking for. She's standing right on the corner where one of them gas stations at, and she can get whatever she's looking for, anything that she wants to. T.I. be down there talking about you can get whatever you like in your arm, in your mouth. Smoke this strain, see what it's about. You can get whatever you like. Oh yeah, Jacksonville grimy too. Jacksonville is grimy too. Big facts. Oh man. Any exit off the 9-5 in Florida. Because you know what they going up and down the 9-5 for. So any exit up off the 9-5 on Florida, you know what I'm saying? She'll find whatever she's looking for. All she got to do is just hit that 9-5. That's all she got to do is hit that 9-5. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, at one point, Lorenz tells the deputy that she was appalled by the general behavior of local residents and that Owens once threatened to put her in a nursing home. Man, that's hilarious. Man, I'm sorry, but that's funny as hell. She do look like that. She look like she sells pills for grocery money and then turn around and call the police on the people she sold the pills to, talking about they stole her medicine. I was in New Jersey, she said. Never like this, ever. People respected one another. Are you crazy? What part of New Jersey was you in where people respected each other and then you went down to Florida and they meaner? Are you serious? What? Torian says she's giving out her reasoning for justifying that she killed this woman. Facts. I believe Washington. It seemed like Washington Heights is like MLK Boulevard. It's anywhere where there's Washington Heights is grimy at. You know what I'm saying? Then she says these people are hooligans. So she's speaking in MAGA tongue. Let me can we call dog whistles MAGA tongue? She's speaking in MAGA tongue. Exactly. Facts. Ain't nobody nice in Jersey. Even if you go to a nice part of Hoboken, still people ain't nice. What's she talking about? Torian said, "Have you spoke about Jordan Williams?" I don't think that I've talked about Jordan Williams. I'm not sure what's going on with Jordan Williams. I agree with Leonard. She's a fully programmed Fox News assassin. Oh, that's wild. Jay Bird said it's like New Jack City and Blue Hill Avenue combined. Psh, I believe it. I'm telling you, I know some people that live in Jacksonville. You know what I'm saying? I know some people that live in Jacksonville. So now here it says, while deputies say they understood that the noise was potentially irritating, they repeatedly told Lorenz that she did not have legal grounds for a trespassing claim. So she didn't have legal grounds for a trespassing for trespassing, and she just took things into her own hands the American way. Let me ask you guys a question. Did she solve this problem the American way? Oh, that'd be a feel-good story. Somebody must have embraced villainy, and somebody else must be cashing out a life insurance policy. I understand it's nuanced, the deputy told her, but I'd rather kids be screaming because they're out here playing and having a good time than stealing cars and robbing people. So even this police officer that said this, the police officer racist as hell. I mean, why the hell would the kid be outside stealing cars and robbing people? Why couldn't they rather be outside playing instead of playing Xbox or some shit? So the only alternative for them kids was to be robbing and killing people? They couldn't have been doing something else, like stuck inside doing homework? They couldn't be doing something like not enjoying a nice day, sitting up there playing on a computer? They had to be robbing or stealing. I'm telling y'all, this is what these people think. And again, I'm gonna ask this question again. Come to the table for what? Because that's literally what the children of doctors do, is rob and steal people generally. I mean, I guess it's not out of the realms of possibility, because we see what the son of the president of the United States does. I mean, he's a degenerate. You know what I'm saying? So now it says the feud came to a violent end last month when Owens knocked on Lorenz's door after she yelled at her children and allegedly threw an iPad at one of them while using racial slurs. Lorenz fired through the locked door once, striking Owens once in the chest and killing her in front of her 9-year-old son. Now, how many Christian groups and how many Republican right-wing groups are collecting money for this woman's defense fund? Hey, Leonard said that female deputy looks like she eats pig knuckles every day. She looked like she got pig knuckles too. I ain't trying to be funny, but I bet you she get down like Megan Hall for real, for real. I bet you she I bet you she gets down like Megan Hall. I bet you she's on the ball like Megan Hall. I bet you she's on the ball like Megan Hall. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Lorenz told police that she thought Owens was going to break down her door and that she was afraid for her life. So she must have had academy training. Hey, yo, what police academy did Lorenz train at? Is she a retired cop? Is this old lady a retired cop? Because she's saying the same thing that the police said. Shout out to Cameron Jones. What's good with it, bro? She says the same thing that the police said. She was afraid for her life. Now, you're afraid for your life and you have a gun. Let me ask you a question. If white people with guns are afraid for their lives, what should we be? And what should we be doing? We should really be out here acting like injured animals then, right? You know what not to do around an injured animal. If you have all the privilege in the world, the criminal justice system is rigged in your favor, and you have every gun known to man inside of your house, and you're still scared for your life, what should we be doing? That's my question. What should we be doing? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, stop cloud watching and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell icon twice and share the stream to your social media. Shout out to the people watching on Rumble. I don't know what the hell wrong with y'all over there, but smash that like button and hit the bell. Y'all about to be dead. Hey, Cameron, how many people watching on Rumble? The people watching on Rumble be having me dying laughing. So now here it says, but after an investigation, Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods ordered her arrest. Now, this was after an investigation, and God knows what went into the investigation or how long. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Bronze the God with the $10 super chat. Make sure you guys show some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat. Shout out to Bronze the God. Now, we got to make sure that Bronze the God only sends one super chat, one $10 super chat. Because last time he sent super chats, I don't know what happened, if his phone malfunctioned or something like that, but he messed around and ended up super chatting me like $80. And it was an accident. And I tried to tell him. I was like, yo, something up? What's going on here? you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you keep sending these super chats and it's nothing in the there's nothing in the chat. It just was like $20. $20. Like every 5 seconds, like $20. I'm like, man, his whole bank account about to be lit up in a minute. I can't be doing my boy like this, you know what I'm saying? So I had to hop off. I had to hop off the stream and hit him up like, bro, something wrong with your phone, fam. So we got to make sure we got to make sure that Bronze to God only sends one $10 super chat. You know what I'm saying? Because just, I don't know what be going on with that phone over there, but we can't have that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to break people out here. You know what I'm saying? A little, you know what I'm saying? A little support, a little support here or there goes a long way. But hey, I'm on y'all side, man. I ain't trying to break y'all. Y'all need the money. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need the money. I ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? Shoot your boy a little something here or there. Help me pay for some of the articles. You know what I'm saying? Help me, upgrade the equipment every now and then. Pay for the little news articles and stuff that I buy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool. But I ain't nobody. I'm not trying to have y'all in bankruptcy. Y'all ain't. I don't need y'all in bankruptcy. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, if she gets any attorneys, I don't care what that attorney says. I don't care what any attorney presents to the court. For me and my detectives, this was an unjustified shooting, he said at the time. So my question is, why is this manslaughter? State Attorney William Gladson has opted against a murder charge, arguing in a statement that the killing did not include depraved mind prong of second-degree murder. What do they mean, depraved mind? And how did it not? They have past history. Now, if Esposito or if Fart Boy started making it rain like that, I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't have woke him up. I know his ass watching right now. He probably over on Twitch or he in the comment section. But now, if what happened to Bronze to God had to happen to Esposito, I wouldn't have said nothing. Yeah, that money would have just been mine, and it would have been a wrap. That money would have just been mine, and I wouldn't have said a damn thing. See, shout out to my man. Cameron Jones over on Rumble. 16 silent watchers on Rumble. That's how invested they are. I'm telling you, it'd be lit over it. It'd be lit with live viewers on Rumble, but not lit in the comment section because they're scared. They don't want any of their other people to get a screenshot of them being in the chat over here, and then they'll send it in the Discord and make a meme out of it, and they'll be shamed. They'll be like, if they get caught commenting in my comment section, they'll be labeled like Adam 22's wife. They'll be blacked, and they won't be able to go anywhere anymore. You know what I'm saying? They'll be outcasted like Esposito. Now you stuck here. now you stuck here for a lifetime of getting trolled and roasted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they scary. They scary as hell. They be all right though. They what they really don't know is that they the biggest threat to themselves. they don't want to be labeled woke. Fact. They don't want to be labeled blacked. That's why y'all, for the people like Cameron and the people like and the people like Terrence that always watch over on Rumble, make sure y'all get them screenshots anytime when them Rumble people comment, if they mess around and accidentally comment in the chat, so then we could post it up. We could post a profile up all over social media with a stamp that says blacked across it. You know what I'm saying? You've been politically blacked. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. That's why they don't say nothing, man. They got to maintain their image. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Whatever image that might be. I don't know if it was an image like this. This woman had an epic meltdown. She had an epic meltdown, and it wasn't because she got blacked. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what let's see what happened to her. Woman has epic meltdown over not real passenger on American Airlines. I'm getting the F off. Well, maybe she was getting black. She says she's getting F. She's getting off. Oh, she's talking about off the plane. My bad. A woman aboard an American airline flight caused quite the scene when she was caught on camera freaking out and headed for the exit over an apparent passenger that she said wasn't real. What do y'all think happened to this lady? She's up here seeing people that's not real. Jay Bird said that dude destroyed Adam's wife like that. Hey, did you see that? Did you see how happy she was in the Instagram live that she did? Listen, bro. The dude didn't say anything. Her face said it all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Get Noticed with Nikki. What's good with it? B1. She definitely appreciated that quote unquote shoot. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. And I think honestly, you didn't see that? There was the Instagram, bro. You ain't see that video? Man, listen, man. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, man. Hold on. Because I'm hold on. I gotta find that video. Because I'm telling you, all you gotta do is just look at her face. Trying to see if I can find this video real quick. This dude, Adam 22, is insane. He just like Kanye West, but a white version. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see something. You know what? Mediocre tutorials and reviews. Mediocre tutorials and reviews did a video. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I can't believe y'all ain't, man. I'm telling you, it's all in her face. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even recognized Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews channel. He changed up all kinds of shit. Hold on real quick. It should be looking different when you go on it from the computer. Oh, yeah, right here. Woman ruins her marriage in 16 seconds. Hold on, no. Damn. Let me see something. Hold on. Okay, yeah. He got it right in the beginning. Now I want y'all This is after. Nah. You gotta see Lana, bro. You gotta see Lana. See, like this shit is over with. It's done. This is a wrap. First of all, just like look at her face. Anybody that know what's up, know what's up. Now listen to this.
Today.
Done. Did you see that? Did you see that look? Cut it off, Adam. You messed up. That she's never coming back, bro. If you guys agree with Jay Bird, he took her heart and soul. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Oh yeah, and I guarantee you, TBA was I guarantee you TBA was spot on. You know what? How many ladies do we have in the room right now? If you are a lady, throw a heart or a flower in the chat. Now, woman to woman, body language. What's this say right here?
Hey guys, guess who I'm shooting with today? It's finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were going to do that.
She shot her first ever scene with another man.
So I thought that was after, but that was before. I bet you they probably weren't allowed to do it after. She was that excited before. Ain't no coming back after. Ain't no coming back after. Hey, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't be me. First of all, you know, him and Kanye West, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, bro. If that's what you want to do, you know what I'm saying? You want to deal with that kind of woman, whatever. And the thing that they said is that Lana the Plug actually gave him the out multiple times. They said that Lana was like, we don't have to do this. I don't have to do this. And Adam 22 encouraged her to do it. Adam 22 encouraged her to do it. Man, listen, man, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It is a wrap. It's a done data, man. That's dumb. You know what I'm saying? Whatever though. Hey, look, these dudes nowadays, they got it, man. They know what's up. They know what time it is. They got all the answers, man. You know what I'm saying? They know what's good. That's a new thing. Him and Sneeko, you know what I'm saying? Him and Sneeko, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna be more racist after that. He's definitely gonna be more racist after that. But I mean, he don't have nobody to blame but himself though, because your wife actually said, "I don't have to do this," and you said, "Go ahead and do it." You know what I'm saying? So you don't have nobody to blame but yourself. So you don't have no reason to blame somebody black, because if you was giving it to your wife and your wife was enjoying what you had, the fact that you decided to lease her out after she said that she wouldn't do it, that's on you. That's not anybody black's fault. She did say she wasn't going to go through with it. Look, let's keep it a buck. No, I don't think that there's very many, not even women. I don't think that there's very many people who would be like, nah, I'm not doing, you know what I'm saying? Like if they had some kind of fantasy or some kind of desire that they wanted to do, and you'd be like, yeah, go ahead, do it. I don't care. I don't think that there's very many people that would turn that down. Not many honest people. And if they did turn it down, they would have animosity towards that person for the rest of their life. They'd be mad. That's why you don't never even approach that kind of, you don't even never approach that kind of situation, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't even do that. You don't even go over there. You don't go that way. You know what I'm saying? You don't go over there. Yeah, Sneeko did it. Well, nah, Sneeko. See, Adam 22 allowed Lena the Plug to shoot a porno with another man. Adam 22 actually sat on the bed while his girlfriend was getting drilled by another guy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Bronze to God said, how did this conversation come up? Because we was talking about this woman's epic meltdown. And then she said, I'm getting the F off. So I figured maybe somebody was actually, quote unquote, helping her get off, especially see how her face is like that. I mean, that looked like somebody giving it to her good, don't it? I'm sure y'all done made people, I'm sure y'all done made women make faces like that. So I didn't know what they was talking about. So now here it says the bizarre explicitive-laden meltdown that went viral Monday reportedly occurred as the flight was preparing to depart Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. She says, I'm telling you, I'm getting the F off. See, now if you just show that part and you look at her face, okay, I believe you. What you doing down there? Coming from the coming from the bathroom. Yeah. Coming from the bathroom. Ain't nothing going on but the bomb rap song. Hitting all night long. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. She coming from the bathroom. Ain't nothing going on but the bomb ass rap song. Shitting all night long. Oh, man. This shit don't make no damn sense. Oh, you talking about between Adam 22 and his wife? I don't know how that came up, bro. I don't know how that came up. I have no idea. None. I'm not even trying to be funny, but I bet you Adam 22 was the one that came up with that shit. I bet you it wasn't even Lane of the Plug's idea. I just got this feeling. I got a feeling that Adam 22 or Lane of the Plug didn't even have nothing to do with that. I have a feeling that it was some weirdo ass bravado shit that Adam 22 came up with. Carlton Way said every woman has thoughts about being with the original man. Every woman got thoughts of being with the original man and harming the original man. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to be careful. So now here it says, I'm telling you, I'm getting the F off. And there's a reason why I'm getting the F off. And everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. The woman yells as she paces to the front of the plane, according to footage of the incident circulating on TikTok. I don't give two F's, but I'm telling you right now, I know this MFer back here is not real. So what is she talking about? Is she under the influence of drugs? So now here it says, then she points to the rear of the plane, prompting other passengers to turn around and get a glimpse of the source of her concern. You can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to, the woman adds before apparently leaving. So I don't know if the plane was in the sky or what. That's exactly what somebody weirdo self would say. Dude, how can I be racist? I let my wife F a black guy. Like, you're weird. You know what I'm saying? You're weird. And also with the history of how they treat women, that's not saying anything. Like, nobody's surprised by that. Like, no one's surprised that you would leash your woman out. Like, you know what I'm saying? And also that your woman would be complicit with it. Like, that shit's not that's an issue of self-satisfaction. That don't even have nothing to do with like racism or anything like that. But they'll try to make it where it's about racism. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many old stories, you know what I'm saying? Like old ass stories of myths and shit like that were like kings and queens and stuff like that messing around with slaves or other groups of people that they quote unquote allegedly didn't like or allegedly weren't supposed to be messing around with or anything like that. Now, how these people sit there and talk about slavery is something that everybody did long time ago. Man, double dipping is something that everybody did long time ago. How many stories of kings in the Bible was the kings and pharaohs and stuff like that messing around with the people of society that weren't quote unquote of their designated class? They've been doing that shit forever. Terrence said he was making up for not having any black people at the wedding. Psh, man, listen, that's probably why he didn't have no black people at the wedding. Her, some alcohol, and some black people, man, this shit would have took place before this appointment took place. It would have been a wrap. The reception would have been lit. The reception would have been everything lit. You know what I'm saying? Train work, man, bro. high school basketball team. You know what I'm saying? High school football team. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? Now here goes my question. Wasable says bloodlines was to stay pure, which meant inbreeding. Yeah, that's facts. I don't know if you've seen that stream that I did about the British royal family, about how they inbred for like 13 centuries to quote unquote keep their bloodline quote unquote pure. Shout out to Michael, man. We got to keep Michael safe. We can't have Michael wrecking his car out here. You know what I'm saying? So look at this, man. Now it says the footage was first posted by a TikToker user named Texas, Kansas, NNN Sunday night, though it has since been removed from the account. So, oh look, they got the it looks like they have a hold on real quick. Looks like they got a downloaded video. So hold on, I'm about to try to let me see. Hold on real quick.
You right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Hey, she's high as hell. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Why they acting like they don't know what's going on here, man? This lady lit. She like Bobby Shmurda. You tweaking, ho. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Hold on real quick. She like Bobby Shmurda. She tweaking, ho. Hold on.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not.
Yo, I think they in the air too, man.
Say whatever you want. I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off.
Look,
and there's
yo,
a reason.
Hey, to all the ladies, this is one of the reasons why women should never boof drugs. Never boof drugs. If somebody ever asks you to boof some drugs, tell them do that shit on their own. Don't you do it. I bet you she was boofing and the bag ripped open. I bet you she was boofing and the bag ripped open.
Say whatever you want. I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Hey, They need to get her on the next. Yeah, she definitely facts. You know what I'm saying? She got that fentanyl meow. You know what I'm saying? She should be on the next what's the name of that movie? She should be on the next How High. Or wait, no, it was Half Baked. She should be on the next Half Baked. She sound like that dude that was quitting. That's exactly how she was like Samantha L. Jackson. She tired of these snakes on this damn plane. I'm tired of these fake people on this damn plane. Listen, man. Listen, man. That motherfucker back there, he is not real, okay? And you can die, and I'll die, and we'll all fucking die together. I'd have been like, man, if you don't sit your motherfucking ass down and we 30,000 feet in the air, I will get up and whoop your fucking ass like you're a man. I'm not dying today because you done boofed and leaked fentanyl and meth and wet heroin all over the place coming from the bathroom. You will get straight boxed out like an MMA match. Toria said, Rob, you ever seen this movie called Bridesmaid? This reminds me of that. Nah, I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen it, man. I'm telling you, man, I would unbuckle my seatbelt on that train or on that plane, and I would get her ass together real quick. I'm not about to crash because your crazy, silly acting ass. Sit your motherfucking ass down. We'll talk about this motherfucker that's allegedly not real when this motherfucker lands. But you're going to sit your ass down for right now. Yeah, one of them meth balloons definitely busted.
Say whatever you want. I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker.
Hey, nah, that's actually interesting, Igor. I actually got a theory behind some of that stuff. Cause I actually think that you're kind of onto something there, especially with the neurological biochemistry. I definitely think that you're onto something there, bro.
That motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
What you are going to do is you're going to sit your ass down. That's what you're going to do. Not only are you going to sit down, you're going to sit down and you're going to shut the hell up until that plane lands. That's what you're going to do. I'm telling you, man, it'll be somebody like that'll have you deleted. You'll be gone. That plane will be dead, crashed out. Yeah, they all look back. I wouldn't have. Nobody even said nothing to her either. She's sitting up there tripping. Ain't nobody say nothing, bro. Man, okay, look. Shout out to my man, Toy Man Returns. What's good with it, bro? I can be sitting up there chilling, relaxing on the plane. I'm chilling, right? But now when you start doing weird stuff like that, now I'm looking at you because I didn't get on this plane to die. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I paid for. I got on this plane to go somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have to sit your motherfucking ass down. You know what I'm saying? Until we get off this plane. If ain't nobody gonna snatch your ass up, I'm gonna snatch you the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Because you sit your little high ass down somewhere until the shit land, and then you can go as ham as you want to go. You can do whatever your little heart desire once we get on the ground. You can as soon as we land, we can even still be in motion. You can hop right out the emergency exit for all I care. You gotta wait until we land, though. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be on that ground first. So now here's the original poster, according to the Daily Mail, said the ordeal delayed the flight for roughly 3 hours as all passengers were forced to leave the plane before reboarding. The person behind the account that posted the original video also claims that the woman was not arrested following the outburst. They should have at least drug tested her or something. Man, she seems. Have you ever seen people who are like out of pocket where they're acting like that and then they get the shit slapped out of them? They don't say ouch or nothing. It's just like they get reset and they start acting right. It's almost like you didn't even smack them or anything like that. It's just like you hit the reset button. Have you ever seen that? I've actually seen somebody get slapped into a reset before. They didn't question who slapped them. They didn't fight back. They didn't do anything. Hey, how you doing today? You ever seen that before? I swear I've seen that before, and that's the craziest shit. Like, I honestly think that some people just need to be slapped. Yeah, big facts, Torian. That's definitely Operation Protect the White Boy WW edition. She was on. Shut your ass up. Hey, how's it going? How long to take off? I guarantee you that's what would have happened. I guarantee you that's what wouldn't have questioned the damn thing, wouldn't have asked why you hit me. You know what I'm saying? None of that shit. Just boom. Well, what are we about to do now? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. I've seen it too. I've seen it too, man. I've seen that shit. I was like, damn, that's how that shit works. You know what I'm saying? Just get the shit slapped out of you. You start acting right. Hey, that's real, Igor. Igor said, my parents have always said that some of the folks only need a fraternal slap when they spaz out, bro. And they be right back to acting normal. They'll be right back to acting normal. Super facts. Now let me see what we got over here. Let me see what we got. Oh man, you know what? I should actually do a collaboration with my man Kid Gravity about this next topic. I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he want to do a collaboration about this. So let me see something here. I'm actually about to try to wrap this up. We've been live for like 6 hours, and shout out to everybody that's been in here watching, man. I'm glad that y'all enjoyed the live stream so much that y'all are sticking around and checking out everything. But it's literally because I got a lot of topics that I want to get through because it's just so much going on, and it's really hard to get them all in. All right. Now this goes hand in hand with another topic, and like I think I'm gonna have to do another like general stream like this in order to finish up these topics so I can move on to the next stuff. But I'm like about 4 days behind with content. So I gotta ask you guys a question. Even if the content is late in delivery, do you all still want me to do the stream on it or no? Or does the stuff have to be day of? Let me know what you guys want, because I think a lot of this stuff is important. But what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to do it where it's general streams like this one, because this one don't really have a topic. It's just a bunch of stuff, and then I'll be able to get into the topical streams because there, like I said, there's a lot of stuff. So all right, then cool. We gonna keep it moving there. So my question for everybody is, how many people have heard about the eviction skyrocketing crisis that's going on here in the United States? a lot of people are going through situations where they're not having money to pay their rent. I appreciate y'all. That's what we that's what's up. We're gonna get it. For real. We gonna bust these out because I think these are extremely important.
Now that the pandemic's renter protection programs have expired, eviction filing rates are soaring. Princeton University's eviction lab says that in some cities, the average weekly filings are more than 50% higher than they were before the pandemic.
So now let me ask you guys this. And again, see, sometimes you got to play that initial part back because a lot of times people don't hear it. Why do you all think that the eviction rates have skyrocketed how they have? Why do you all think that the eviction rates have skyrocketed how they have? And my question for everybody is, if everybody is getting all of this aid that is allegedly being given out, then why is it that people are going through these evictions? What's going on here? What's happening?
Now that the pandemic's renter protection programs have expired, eviction filing rates are soaring. Princeton University's eviction lab says that in some cities, the average weekly filings are more than 50% higher than they were before the pandemic. One reason is the rising rents and a shortage of affordable housing for those with the lowest incomes. The National Low Income Housing Coalition says that to afford a modest two-bedroom apartment, someone working a 40-hour week needs to earn between $16 and $42 an hour. That's much higher than the minimum wage in most states. Diane Yantel is the CEO and president of the National.
So now what I want you guys to do is think about these. Think about how much it's costing for people to live. You guys see it right here. You guys see the statistics right here, right? Now, think about the dating content that people are making, talking about the income requirements that they desire and the income requirements that they have of people. So now my question is, where are these people going to find these individuals with this kind of income that they want if 50% of people are not able to pay rent at these current living wages? Somebody is not being accurate with their information here.
Most states. Diane Yantel is the CEO and president of the National Low Income Housing Coalition, which is an advocacy group. Diane, is this rebound or surge in evictions, was this inevitable once these protections went away, or is there something else going on, other factors going on?
Before the pandemic, we had about 10 million of the lowest income renters who were paying at least half of their very limited incomes towards rent just to keep a roof over their heads. And of course, when you have such limited income to begin with, you're always one unexpected bill or financial shock away from missing rent, facing eviction, and in worst cases, becoming homeless. But the federal government stepped in really in unprecedented ways and provided protections and resources that kept millions of renters stably housed who otherwise would have lost their homes.
So now let me ask you guys something. Did this pandemic funding that occurred, did this improve the economy or did it hurt the economy? Because remember, we've gone over this and we've talked about this before. How has this pandemic funding affected the economy?
But just as those protections were expiring and those resources were depleted, renters were re-entering really a brutal housing market where rents.
Yeah, I got you. Jay Bird. I'll share the link to the video as soon as it's over. I got you.
Were skyrocketing and costs across the board had increased, and the lowest income renters are being squeezed more than ever. I'm talking about people who make less than 30% of the area median income. So, for example, that's a family of four bringing in less than $25,000 in annual income, or it's an individual senior or a person with disabilities who has a limited $12,000 to $15,000 a year in income. So they have very little available to pay for rent and have enough money left over for all of life's other necessities. And it's people of color who are most impacted and most harmed.
People of color. Now, you notice they haven't even finished their sentence right here, and they got black right in front. So now my question is, if it's black people who are being affected by these things, is it misinformation to continue saying it's people of color? Because because per the affirmative action decision and per Asian Americans, it's not people of color who are affected by these things. People of color are not affected by anything, according to Asian Americans, right? So now one of the reasons why they continue to utilize that terminology, people of color, is so that they can create these programs and then not use any of the creations of the programs to do anything that functionally improves any of these disparities that hit us at the highest rates, which means that we have to do it and then we have to block the Democrats out. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, please take a moment, hit the bell and subscribe to the channel. And also, wherever you're watching from, please share the video to your social media.
For rent and have enough money left over for all of life's other necessities. And it's people of color who are most impacted and most harmed by the housing market. Black, Latino, and Indigenous people are disproportionately extremely low.
So what race are Latino people? How is it guaranteed that a Latino person is a person of color? Let me ask you guys a question. What color is Latino? What color is Hispanic? What color is somebody from Spain or Portugal?
Income renters due to decades of systemic racism and ongoing discrimination in many systems. And so
we're not gonna do anything about it. See, like this is what I want to reiterate. I want you guys to pay very close attention to how many times they get one of these white experts to come on TV and sit here and talk about, well, the effects of racism and systemic racism and this, that, and the other, but then they don't want to do shit. How do you discriminate against people who aren't a race? Hispanic isn't a race. So how are any Hispanic people victims of racism? Somebody explain that to me. How can you be not a race, but you're a victim of racism? Seriously, I want somebody to explain that to me. How can your identifier not be a race, but yet you're saying that you're discriminated as a result of systemic racism? How? When you don't identify as a race, you're not a race. What race is Hispanic? What race is Latino? If Lucy on I Love Lucy's husband kept his mouth shut and Lucy did all the talking for him, who would discriminate against him? Who would, if Ted Cruz changed his last name, who would discriminate against him? If Marco Rubio changed his last name, who would discriminate against him? What race are Hispanics? So how are Hispanics suffering from systemic racism? And I agree 110%, Igor. Hispanic is simply a linguistic identifier and not a race. I descend from the Portuguese. They are Caucasians, Arab, Germanic, Moor, and African ancestry. Facts. The original indigenous people from the Iberian Peninsula were blacks. Facts. You're absolutely right, Igor. Do you speak Portuguese? Like, do you live in Portugal, or do you live in the United States? I'm just curious. Oh, okay. Okay. You in Angola. Okay. Did you ever call into the Black Authorities live streams? Ever? Because I remember this one time, it was this one dude that like he spoke Portuguese, if I'm not mistaken, and he actually had brought up some good points. And a Black Authority asked where he was from, and I can't remember if he said he was from Portugal or if he was Portuguese and lived somewhere else. But you really don't hear about that too often, so that's why I was curious. Oh, okay. Example, Marilyn Monroe. Look at Cameron Diaz. Look at Cameron Diaz. So my question is, how do you suffer from systemic racism when you're not identifying as a race? Because it's part of your culture to not identify as a race. You know what I'm saying?
They are disproportionately likely to be evicted or become homeless in our country.
And obviously becoming homeless has a big impact, but also even if they aren't evicted, just getting that eviction filing against them has an impact.
That's exactly right. Just a single.
Oh, I'm sure, Igor. Hey, if you ever see any news about that, try to tag me in it on Twitter or join the Discord and shoot it to me. So now here's my question for everybody. What's the point of them identifying and just sitting up here saying, well, this disproportionately affects Black people? They don't plan on doing anything about it. So why even call it out? Anytime they bring any of this stuff up, they never plan to do anything about it. So my question for you guys is, what is the motive of the news media for bringing this stuff up? What do you guys think?
Single eviction filing on somebody's record can create really a spiraling down into poverty that becomes very difficult for that family to climb back out of. It becomes more difficult for them to be able to find decent apartments and landlords that will rent to them. So they often are led to communities with lower performing schools or higher crime rates, which has all sorts of associated costs and challenges for that family, for the community, and really for the country.
You talked about how the pandemic protections sort of protected against that shock, and it was the pandemic that was the shock. Could in any sense that be a model for safety net programs for renters who do get that shock because of a medical bill, because of some other factor?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the emergency rental assistance programs that were created during the pandemic are a success story. Congress provided $46.5 billion in emergency rental assistance. And with those funds, communities created over 500 programs across the country to quickly get cash into people's pockets to pay the rent and stay stably housed. So we absolutely should.
So now here goes my question. You see how they talked about how these programs got quickly formed to provide cash to people? How many tweets and protests and memes did you see against these programs being formed? How many people complained about these programs being formed? Or for the most part, were people on board with it? because it's interesting. It seems like there's only certain situations that people get really outraged about when it comes to generating cash. So now my question is, this lady just said that all of these programs were created and the purpose of the programs was to generate all this cash for people to be able to pay their bills, right? So now my question is, we should be able to go back and trace the outrage and see where people were upset and outraged about this and what they did to make sure that this kind of thing didn't persist, right? Like that kind of records of that should be all over the place, right? Had Carlton talking about that cryptocurrency. Carlton said a lot of Latinos and Hispanics are them folks. He talking about that cryptocurrency. He talking about them bitcoins.
Should make this program permanent and permanently funded, keep this infrastructure that we built throughout the country, build off of these lessons that we learned, and continue to keep people stably housed into the future.
The other part of this, as you've said, is the lack of affordable housing. Are there efforts that you think are particularly successful in trying to solve that problem?
So there is a tremendous shortage of homes, and especially for the lowest income people. There is a gap of 7.3 million homes affordable and available to the lowest income people. So another way of saying that same number is for every 10 of the lowest income households, there's just a little over 3 homes that are affordable and available to them. And that gap grew pretty substantially during the pandemic. So there's a number of ways that we can fill that gap. We can fill it through short-term emergency rental assistance programs, through longer-term.
Hey, Torian, you see that? Carla must be watching at a different point in the stream, but shout out to Carla for the spoiler alert.
Rental assistance, through preserving and building more apartments that are affordable to the lowest income people, and by creating and enforcing really robust tenant protections. But it's going to require increased political will at all levels to be able to get the solutions at the scale needed to truly address this challenge.
Diane Yentel of the National Low Income Housing Coalition, thank you very much.
All right, so yo, Jay Bird, I'm about to put this link in the chat. So give me 1 second here. I love when the computer decides to take all day, don't y'all? And you know what the interesting thing about the computer is, when the computer decides to take all day, it always does it at the most convenient time. It always does it at the most convenient time. It never does it when you can kind of have a couple minutes. It does it when you need it to be right on the job. You know what I'm saying? So I got another video. Now, that one was talking about renting, right? I got an article here that talks about housing. Yeah, shout out to God Raheem. God Raheem said, Rob, I appreciate you holding me down my whole shift. I'm going to be back to the short streams as soon as I get all this stuff out the way. But I'm telling you, bro, there's a lot of it's a lot of info that's coming out. And what's crazy is that I think a lot of stuff is like slipping through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? Like this, for instance. How many people heard about this? Heirs to Black-owned homes face ramped up foreclosures. Here's who's pushing back. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Why do you all feel that heirs to Black-owned homes face ramped up foreclosures? Doesn't it seem like in all of these different situations, it seems like there's huge issues with Black people attempting to maintain their living conditions? My question is, why is that? What's going on? When Henry Scott's mother died 2 years ago, there was never a doubt he'd want to keep her home. He most definitely did. It just has a lot of issues for me. But a title issue tied to the lack of a will put a smooth inheritance at risk. Such problems can result in unclear ownership, simmering family feuds, and property falling into despair. That can put family homes such as Scott's at risk of being lost to unscrupulous developers, or as the Miami Herald showed earlier this year, cities seizing them over property violations and selling them to boost municipal value. Now, let me ask you guys a question. And I'm not trying to get in anybody's business, but how many people's family have dealt with messy inheritances, or not having a will, or not having property divvied up, and then when somebody ends up passing away, it's a mess at the last minute? I appreciate it, Black Spider. You guys got plenty of content to watch. If you guys ever just play a playlist or something like that, it's all kinds of stuff. You could you could listen to it like the radio. You know what I'm saying? And see, like, I've actually dealt with that too, Lloyd Sky 9. And the thing that's sad about it is that that kind of situation is one of the things that puts people at the risk for having to deal with unjustly losing their property. You ain't never lied, bro. Same here, man. Same here, bro. I've been telling my family about it. Healthcare power of attorney, durable power of attorney, a will. Man, I've been telling them about that stuff since I was 16 years old, bro. One ear and out the other. And I love my family to death. I love them dearly. But they don't listen to shit when it comes to estate planning. And like I told you guys, I embraced villainy a long time ago. Long time ago. I told my parents and I told my brother, I've been telling y'all this shit since I was 16. If something happens, do not look for me. Don't ask me shit. Pick up the phone and dial 911. Don't call me. Cuz I'm not doing it. I've been telling y'all, trying to help y'all since I was 16, and y'all can't be bothered with the shit. So what that means is that when that time comes, don't bother me with the shit, because I'm not going to have a heart attack and be stressed out. You know what I'm saying? After trying to help you all out for all these years, I'm not doing that shit. You're on your own. Love you. You're on your own. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even touching any of that shit unless a miracle happens and they decide to figure it all out. But I'm not doing none of that. So now my question is, I was just about to ask that, Torian. You took the words right out of my mouth. Why do you think that is? I don't know. I have no idea. I really wish I could tell you. I have no idea. I saw in my family, I've seen situations of houses where the houses was left to multiple people, and you know what I'm saying, like the house is not even being owned by anybody. Whole ass houses. I want to say, like, probably in the city of Cleveland, my family probably owns like 3 or 4 actual houses, but some of the family lives in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Some of the family lives right in Cleveland, and nobody can get along about how to deal with the house. Man, what's wrong with y'all? Clean the house up, fix anything that's wrong with it, get an estate planner together, and charge rent for it. Get the house approved for Section 8. Let people rent the house. What are you doing? My great-grandmother and my grandfather on my dad's side, and I got some family on my mom's side. Vacant houses in Cleveland. I could be flipping them houses, man. I could be doing all kind of stuff with them. And they just cool with it. Like, they just cool with it. Like, it's crazy. Like, you sitting here letting all this monthly income just go to waste, and you're cool with it. Man, that's wild to me. And I know so many people whose like older family members are like that or have gone through that kind of dilemma. And it's like, man, what is going on? What's up with y'all? I gotta agree. Torian says, Lloyd Sky 9, why do you think that is? It has to be an underlying reasoning, a central reasoning. I agree with you that that's probably has to have something to do with it, contributing to it. But what exactly is it? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. And my thing is, me personally, I spent long enough attempting to you know, at least mention these things. I'm not doing it anymore. I think what it could be, I know in some situations it could be family not getting along, and again, is that not living in reality to where these people think that they have the convenience of being petty instead of solving issues to where it will benefit the family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know my dad and one of my uncles don't get along. You know what I'm saying? So now my aunt's house that lives in Cleveland, or that lived in Cleveland before she passed away, she had a house and it was both of theirs. Now, but my uncle lives in Atlanta. And of course, you know what I'm saying, like my dad lives here, but they don't get along. So like they just don't even talk. So the house just sitting there. Like they just don't even talk. Now, I don't know if they've done anything about it since then, but even the fact that that was going on, period, is beyond wild to me. I used to try to tell my dad, yo, figure something out. I'll buy the house. Like, cause I was working when I was younger. Like, yo, I'll buy it. I'll buy it off both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what neither one of y'all got to say about each other. I'll buy the house off both of y'all though. I'll pay you X amount of money. I'll pay Unc X amount of money. And that's it. That's the end of the discussion. Problem solved. Man, neither one of them was even trying to hear that. Neither one of them was even trying to hear that. So in my case, in my situation, I don't know. But I know that I've talked to a bunch of people, and a bunch of people have dealt with issues like that. That's why a lot of houses, like in the city, especially in like the Midwest, the Steel Belt, you know what I'm saying? That's why in a lot of them cities like Cleveland, you know what I'm saying? Cities like Detroit, cities like St. Louis, that's why it's all those vacant houses in the city. A lot of this vacant houses is because people had to bounce because, you know, the manufacturing industry and the steel industries left, but also because of family acting like they ain't got no damn sense. Like, can you really afford to be petty out here like that? And shout out to Captain Happy on Twitch for subscribing to the channel. Make sure you guys show some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for the new subscriber on Twitch. I'll be getting more subscribers on Twitch and on Rumble than I do on YouTube. Man, that's wild, man. I want y'all to pay attention to that. Pay attention to how many people be subscribing on Twitch, and pay attention to how many people be subscribing on Rumble, and then pay attention to how the YouTube channel, it never goes anywhere. Make that make sense. When I start getting more people in the live streams on Rumble, and when more people start chatting, I'm not streaming on YouTube no more. I'm gonna park my YouTube accounts. The day that the Rumble live streams exceed the live viewers of YouTube, YouTube is done. I'm just letting y'all know, and I'm dead serious. So now here it says, when Henry Scott's mother died 2 years ago, there was never a doubt he'd want to keep her home. He most definitely did. It just has a lot of memories for me, said Scott, who is 61. But a title issue tied to the lack of a will put a smooth inheritance at risk. So now let me ask you guys a question. Why wouldn't there be a will? Why didn't they have a will put in place? Why do you think that was? They should have had a will. Such problems can result in unclear ownership, simmering family feuds, and property falling into despair. That can put family homes such as the Scotts at risk of being lost to unscrupulous developers, as the Miami Herald showed earlier this year, cities seizing them over property violations and selling them to boost municipal revenue. Black neighborhoods have borne the brunt of these efforts. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Why have black neighborhoods borne the brunt of these efforts? Why? I hate to agree with you, Lloyd Sky 9, but I can't disagree because of what the evidence shows. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'll never understand. You can see that exact same trait, what you're talking about, when it comes to politics. So now here it says, but now community organizations in Jacksonville, which is 30% black, are fighting back, banding together under the banner of a community redevelopment organization called Local Initiative Support Corporations to help families struggling with what are known as heirs property issues. So far this year, the program has resolved 180 such cases across Jacksonville, according to Executive Director of the group Jacksonville branch, Irvin Cohen. He estimates that this amounts to helping residents preserve $11 million in debt equity. Think about this, man. Mismanagement of these assets that these people own almost ended in loss of like $11 million. The Jacksonville program might be a preview of what's coming to Miami. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you all think that this is a problem that is going on nationwide? Is this a problem that you all feel could be an issue nationwide? Do you think that this particular thing is something that's isolated only to Jacksonville, Florida? Or is this something that could possibly be going on all over the place as we speak? And an antidote to what has occurred in cities like St. Petersburg, which has foreclosed on hundreds of homes, mostly in largely black neighborhoods, and Bradenton. So again, I got to ask, why is this particular issue affecting these black neighborhoods? Yeah, I got to agree with Leonard DeYuta. It's probably happening nationwide. So now here's my issue, right? If it's happening nationwide, who's addressing the issue, right? Let's ask the question. If black people voted for Democrats, allegedly, at such a high rate, why aren't the Democrats doing anything about this? This seems like something that the Democrats should take interest in. But let me ask you guys a question. How many of you have heard the Democrats bring these kind of issues up ever? Have the Democrats ever brought this stuff up? Have they ever mentioned any of this? Democrats in Florida should be all over this, right? You would think they should be, but it doesn't seem like they are, does it? So Miami Herald found out about this, but the Democrats don't know about this. More stuff to ask. The Scott family home is just a stone's throw from the McCoy Creek Boulevard Park on Jacksonville's west side. First purchased by his grandparents in the 1960s, the teal one-story house still glows with the ghost of his family's memories. So now let me ask you guys a question. This was purchased by his grandparents in the 1960s. So now let's ask the question, what were his grandparents dealing with in the 1960s? What was the Scott family dealing with in the 1960s? The teal one-story house still glows with the ghost of his family's memories. The lingering scent of his mother's perfume, the blooming petals of his cousin's laughter, even the bittersweet memory of his grandfather's horrible casserole. Back in the 60s, when his grandparents bought the dwelling, black families faced imposing obstacles to homeownership, often involving redlining, where banks refused to make loans in certain neighborhoods, often majority black ones. That practice cemented patterns of blight and segregation. Okay, so now my question is this fake news? Is this woke? Shout out to Lloyd Sky9 and Carla for answering the Nightbot. Is this fake news or is this woke? So now my question is, what has the United States done to fix any of these wrongs right here? And how much money has this particular issue specifically costed black people in the United States? And another question is, what other groups of people dealt with this and how bad was it of an impact on them? Captain Happy over on Twitch says Democrats know about it. They only care when it's time to solicit votes. They will make promises before the 24 election cycle. I agree. If you guys agree with Captain Happy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now my thing is that We need to be able to get our voices heard so that we can go back over all of the things that the Democrats have not done, put in the Democrats' face the percentage of people that they claim voted for them, and then ask the Democrats the question, how should we deal with your failure? Because we already know how we plan on dealing with the failure. But if you ask me, though, they just need to get ran up on like that. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird says, this is new to me. I haven't heard of this group in the city. That's interesting. So we're gonna have you check it out, Jay Bird. You're gonna have to do some investigation. So now here it says Scott's mother did not create a will before her death, leaving him and his two brothers entangled in an heir's property dilemma. What can happen when a homeowner dies without an estate plan? So now let me ask you guys a question. Why as a parent would you put your child through this? Why, ladies and gentlemen? Why, as a parent, would you put your child through this? How is this helping anything? How is this making their life better? I agree 110%, Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 says we really need to get a message to the older black population. They just can't be told anything, right? And if you do want to be just told anything, then be just told anything by us. If that's what you want to do, is live your existence by just being told anything, well, then just be told whatever it is that you're told by us. Captain Happy says, how is a home purchased in the 60s not paid off yet? That's a great question that I don't have the answer to. I don't think that this home isn't paid off. Anytime you have a home, you still got to pay property taxes. So I'm not sure if it's the actual mortgage that's not paid off or if they fell into some issue with the property taxes. I'm not sure, but that's a hilarious question. And if the answer isn't that's not the case, then I'm sure the answer is just as hilarious. So now here says Scott, who is vice president of the Community Revitalization Group, North Riverside Community Development Corporation, attended a workshop put on by Cohen's organization. The group now, what do you think about this last name, Cohen? What do you guys? How do you guys feel about this this last name Cohen? I'm sorry to hear that, AB Promotion. My man AB Promotion says my mother let her life insurance lapse. Do y'all think that this last name Cohen is one of them folks? Shout out to NY State of Mind. What's good with it, bro? Chosenite. A sombrito, right? You know what I'm saying? A sombrito. See, sombrito. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the bell. Share the stream to your social media. If I want Terrence or Cameron, if you guys are still in here, to put the Rumble live number in the chat. You know? So now here it says, let's see here. Hold on down here. So this is their house right here. This is a nice house. This is an old house. You could tell that this house has been around for a long time and is kept up real well. So now here it says we're really leaning into heirs property as a way to prop up family wealth creation, Cohen said. On the other end of the pendulum, I would like to think of it as we are advertising or we are adverting a homeless situation. In April, Legal Services of Greater Miami received a $600,000 grant from the Wells Fargo Foundation, which will be partly used to brief Miami-Dade residents about the issues and provide free legal assistance to heirs, property owners, in untangling titles, building on organizations' work so far in the Liberty City funded by Bank United. Now, what I find interesting about this is that instead of actually giving the money to the people in order to get their property together, they'll give $600,000 to this group of lawyers called the Legal Services of Greater Miami. So that's that sombrerito hustle right there. We're gonna stick our noses in your business and act like we're doing something that you can do, and we'll just kindly fold this $600,000 up and put it into our suits, the top pocket up here. That's what we'll do. I'll take that money. I'll kindly take that. Thank you. Let me just fold it up right here and I'll put it right into my top pocket. So now here it says Legal Services has fielded approximately 30 requests for help with potential heirs property matter. Yo, this is something that people like us can do. And we can kick them, Chosenites up out the hustle. Back up. You know what I'm saying? This is issues affecting people like us. We got this. Because all they're trying to do is make a bag. And shout out to my man Cameron. We got 22 people watching over on Rumble. If you guys are on Rumble and you're watching, make sure that you smash that like button, hit that follow button, and share the stream to your social media. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You'll be all right. Y'all will be okay. Go ahead and tell them, Cameron. They'll be okay. At a time like now, where affordable housing is becoming scarier and scarier, keeping a family home that you've had for decades is perhaps one of the most affordable ways to stay housed, said the organization's advocacy director, Lisa Locke. All right, so let's check out this video that they got up here real quick. If it'll let me. Let me see. Hold on real quick.
Since 2015, St. Petersburg attorney Matt Widener has worked on behalf of St. Petersburg, Bradenton, and other cities across the state to foreclose on properties with code enforcement violations. The goal is to get new owners for abandoned lots and neglected homes.
See that? See that right there? Trap house. Trap house. Now, why you gonna sit there and let some criminals trap out of your house for free instead of getting it together so that your family can use it to generate revenue? You donate that you've actually once you've allowed that house is a thought. Do y'all know what the word thought actually means? What do the word thought actually mean? Somebody tell me in the comment section. What does the word thought mean? That house is a thought. What do the term thought mean? Not only is that house a thought, that house looks like a thought. That's one thing. Leonard said that hoe over there. It also means the hood owns that. And that house definitely, it don't look like no family owns it. That house looks like the hood owns that. It looked like it's a bunch of people in there wearing nothing but COVID masks and goggles. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of dirty couches and people walking around with only COVID masks and goggles on. Cut it. You know what I'm saying?
For abandoned lots and neglected homes. But it's also wound up costing vulnerable families properties that have been passed down for generations, like Malika McKinney's family.
I want it back. Our name is still in the sidewalk. My cousins and my aunt's name, all of us that grew up over there, playing over there, were neighbors and friends that hung out at the house. My dad's friends and their kids and all of us who grew up together, all of our names is in the sidewalk, going along the sidewalk around the property. We moved in when I was 5, right before my 5th birthday. That was our childhood. Even when we weren't living in the house, we were living here. My aunt still lived over there. I still caught the school bus from right there. We still played in the neighborhood. That's our history. That's where this is the area my mom grew up in. That's why she purchased the house in this area behind her parents. And this is where at least 4 generations of our family has grown up and lived at. This is all I've ever known. And I'm 46 years old.
So now this dude right here, his name is Matthew Widener. You think this dude is running a hustle? Matthew Widener, one of them sombreritos, running a hustle? Anytime people get involved in stuff like this, if they don't have a vested interest, you got to ask the question, what's your angle? AV Promotion says she talking about AV Promotion says she talking about the sidewalk, bruh. One expert described Ayers property as the biggest problem most people have never heard of. Now, let me ask you guys a question, and y'all don't gotta, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can keep it a buck. How many people have an estate planned out? How many people have their estate planned? If you guys have your estate planned, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't have your estate planned, then give me a thumbs down. Leonard, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you see, I just skipped right past that. I ain't even on that. I'm not even going there. I'm leaving that alone. I'm leaving that alone. Listen, it's a reason why she was the quote unquote chosen one. You know what I'm saying? We know that, you know? So now, I think that people should consider estate planning. Like right now. Start working on it by the end of this week. Because let me ask you guys a question. Is this one of the things that we could do a better job with in order to circumvent politics to help preserve generational wealth? So my thing is that if this is one of the things that can be done in order to help circumvent generational wealth issues, then we probably should look into this. You know what I'm saying? Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. With no will to formally establish a new title holder, family members share ownership of the inherited property, and these unresolved title issues make it nearly impossible for families to get loans or other financing options to maintain and improve the heir's property. Even getting a permit to do the work is often a no-go. So now let me ask you guys a question. Now, a lot of this, right, I would say maybe about 25% of this, you could probably say that the family is slipping, right? But also, I believe that the redlining was put in place in order to create this as a side effect so that they could then come back in and take the property over. Jaber, I think honestly, if you just go to the place where you where you have your bank account at, if you bank at a brick and mortar bank, if you talk to one of those personal bankers, the personal bankers, I think they can set you up with people at the bank, and those people at the bank can refer you to other people. If they got private client services at the bank, or they could set you up with brokers, you know what I'm saying? Or even if you look for stuff online, certain insurance companies. But if you also your city that you live in most cases, the city that you live in will have a bar association. If you go to the city that you live in or the county that you live in's bar association and type in estate planning, family planning, will planning, they'll probably give you a reference attorney that could be a starting point for somebody that could at least maybe give you a free consultation and get you on your way. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't say to jump at the first person, who you go and talk to about this kind of stuff. I would say shop this kind of stuff around and see where you can see what you can get. Yeah, I keep trying to tell him. Cameron said, "Uh-oh, Rumble about to surpass YouTube." Once Rumble surpasses YouTube, I'm telling y'all, it's a wrap. If I do stream on YouTube anymore after Rumble surpasses YouTube, it's gonna be on members only, and I'm hiding the streams after the live stream is over. They'll be up on Rumble if y'all want to watch them. But I'm telling you, it's about to it's like Cameron said, it's about to happen. You know what I'm saying? It's about to happen. So now here it says the shared ownership, which in some cases involves numerous family members scattered across the country, can also make the properties vulnerable to developers, even if a majority of the owners don't want to sell. A Miami Herald investigation earlier this year showed that these kind of properties have been the target of ramped up foreclosures over unpaid code fines in numerous cities across the state. For historic reasons, with roots in Reconstruction and the Jim Crow era, heirs property in urban areas is disproportionately found in neighborhoods with high concentrations of Black residents. But America didn't do anything wrong ever, and nobody alive today is being affected by any of this. So my question is, why is the media even mentioning any of this when there's literally no plan to address it? Because despite the fact that you can show tons of proof about it, it doesn't matter anyway. Let me ask you guys a question. Out of all of the things that we've talked about thus far, how many times have you heard this brought up? So again, my question is, what do people like Vivek Ramaswamy not understand about this? Let me guess, is this an attack on Asian people too, for not bringing Asian people up? Seriously, somebody help me out. Let me know what's going on here. The risks associated with heirs' property, however, do not solely stem from racial or social economic issues, said Mavis Gregg, a North Carolina attorney who has worked extensively to resolve these cases. The issue, she said, is that the ownership legal bundle of rights that come inherited with inherited real estate is very restrictive and very difficult to manage. So now my question is, then how is the restrictions that used to be involved in purchasing the land, how do those not affect the current restrictive issues that are going on right now? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? How does that work? So now here it says, Scott said that he's thankful the Jacksonville program has not only enabled him to protect his family's home, but is helping his community eliminate barriers to accessing funding for home maintenance. There's such a big need for housing repairs in our area, Scott said. There are some very old homes, and we have lots of residents who really need help with the repairing of their homes. Building trust in vulnerable communities. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How did it go from black people to vulnerable communities? Let me ask you guys a question. Are black people in vulnerable communities, are those the same thing? Is that the same group of people? Or are those two different things? Are those two different groups of people? Jacksonville covers the most land any city in the continental United States due to its sprawling footprint. Cohen estimates the city has more than 12,000 heirs property cases, more than anywhere else in Florida. After Hurricane Michael in 2018, Cohen saw the urgent need to address heirs property in Jacksonville. So now let me ask you guys a question. Let's ask this question. Why isn't it a black person that's doing this? Why isn't a black person addressing the black heirs property issue in Jacksonville? Why is Cohen doing it? How come a HBCU that has a law school attached isn't sending interns there to do that? Isn't Van Jones an attorney? Isn't Ben Crump an attorney? Isn't Lee Merritt an attorney? Isn't the lead attorney an attorney? Isn't Dennis Sperling an attorney? Lack of interest. Shout out to Dre D. Shout out to Maine. What's good with it, bro? So now here it says families struggled to get federal relief funding for making repairs because they couldn't prove that they owned their homes, an issue that recent policy changes have sought to fix. Last year, his team launched its heirs property program, which includes a door knocking campaign, workshop series, and referrals to legal services. So he's going to all of these black people, getting these black people to buy these legal services, and then having the black people pass the cards out to their friends and family to tell them how good of a job they did. Man, I'm telling you, man, these people know how to hustle, man. They know how to hustle. They create a devastating issue, then make a business off of the devastating issue and tell you to tell your friends so that they can get their friends paid off of the issues that your friends are having. Man, I'm telling you, man, these people got a hustle going on. Let me ask you guys a question. Is this a race hustle? Since everybody likes to call everything a race hustle, since we can't talk black politics because black politics is a race hustle, if you ask white people. Let me ask you a question. Is looking at a group of people in a predatory way to extract money from them in the same way that they've been victimized the first time, is that a race hustle? Because I guarantee you Cohen is not going to the Cohen community to do this kind of thing, because in most cases, the Cohen community probably didn't deal with redlining and Jim Crow. But at the same time, if there's a market for something, if the people who need to address the market choose to not address that market, then whoever comes in and addresses the market is the person that reaps the benefits. So as frustrating as it may be that there's a Cohen doing this, ultimately the fault lies on the people who are dropping the bag that chose not to do it. Cohen chose to do it. Can't get mad at that. You don't get to choose your heroes, especially when you're desperate and people want to stay desperate. So when you get a Cohen for your hero instead of somebody that you'd rather have as your hero, hey, you might be getting hustled by Cohen, but at the end of the day, you better just be glad that somebody actually cares. Or even if they don't care, somebody's at least offering the service, because otherwise wasn't nobody else going to do it. Wasn't nobody doing this shit until Cohen started doing it. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you guys a question. Who was down here in Florida helping with the heirs' property issues before Cohen was doing it? So now here go my question though, New York State of Mind. Did quote unquote, did we get shut out, or did we shut ourselves out by just not dealing with it at all? Because I guarantee you, if somebody else had stepped up and done this, there wouldn't have been no room for Cohen to step in there. But again, the same way that these people here left their estate to just be blowing in the wind, everybody else looked at this problem and let it blow in the wind. And then Cohen said, you know what? I'm about to make money off this. And I'm going to clear my conscience making money off of it, because it's going to look like I'm helping people. If you sit there and stare at the worm and somebody else run over and eat the worm, can you really be mad about that? How many times do people just sit there and stare at the worm and then somebody else run over there and eat it, and then everybody want to get outraged? This problem, they said this problem been a problem forever, and literally nobody addressed it. So then the person that may not be the optimal person to address it, somebody decided to go address it, not because they care, but because they see a market in it. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Hey. You know what I mean? Discriminatory policies throughout Reconstruction and Jim Crow not only made it more difficult for Black people to obtain loans, but it also kept them from creating wills to formally transfer ownership of their property. So as we can see, the Jim Crow laws actually stopped Black people from being able to create wills to transfer their property. Yet, this lady right here said that racism isn't the issue. The issue is that the ownership, the legal bundle of rights that comes with inherited real estate, is very restrictive and difficult to manage. Right here, it literally says the discriminatory policies throughout Reconstruction made it difficult for Black people to obtain home loans, and it kept them from creating wills. So again, what you see right here is just more evidence of how these people will unapologetically lie. Know what I'm saying? This generated a sense of mistrust that continues today, with one 2022 survey finding that 77% of Black people nationwide still don't have a will. compared to 61% of white people. Now, let me ask you guys a question. The people that are most concerned about generational wealth, is 77% of black people not having a will? Is that improving any issues with generational wealth? And shout out to New York State of Mind and Carla for answering the Nightbot. How many of y'all were aware that 77% of black people nationwide don't have a will? If you guys were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys were not aware of that, give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Are those rats in politics cleaning their whiskers and licking their lips, waiting for these properties to be available so they could get them at the sheriff auction? You know, these people are dying to take advantage of your stuff. It put them back into their ancestral realms of just being able to take stuff. And put them back in that good old spirit. I stole it, fire and squire. Over time, families lacking a paper trail of ownership have struggled because they are now being targeted when there's a hot real estate market, particularly by third parties who want to get an interest and then force a sale, said Gregg, the North Carolina attorney. Cohen said factors like these have combined to create a culture that's ripe for issues of heirs property. So now, again, let me ask you all the question: what should be done to the people who put the laws in place that created this environment? These people put these laws in place so that they could steal the real estate back from black people and sell it at a premium. This is one of the biggest extortion rackets ever. And these people literally think that it's all good. Remember, if you ask Asian people and white people about this, nobody's even at war here. These people's response is simply, well, we just won. So now my question is, what does that tell you? You just won what? The dirtiest organism in the universe award? You just won what? General Dinkins received help from the group navigating through the estate planning process and felt he could trust their team because of the efforts they took to simplify his responsibilities. I hate to use the word easy process, but it was a process that didn't put a lot of strain on me, Dinkins said. To me, it meant a lot of people. It meant a lot to have people in the legal office that were kind and friendly and helpful. Dinkins, who was 66, was already his home's title holder when he first attended one of the Jacksonville group's community meetings. But as a father and stepfather, he chose to pursue the group's help after learning about how lacking estate plans can affect heirs. I know one day I'm not going to be here, and I don't want my kids to have to go through the legal issues and someone trying to take the house. The kids being upset over who's going to get what, he added. Wade Clark was in the process of clearing title to his home in Clearwater when the city foreclosed on him over unpaid code fines. Despite winning a court battle to be declared the sole owner of the house, Clark, a veteran, still lost the property to foreclosure. So now let me ask you guys a question. Again, and I asked this question before, how widespread of a problem do y'all think that this is? How widespread of a problem do y'all think that this is? If they had worked with me after giving me control of the house, I could have gotten a loan on the house through the VA, Clark said. It was always a we don't want to talk to you attitude. Duh. So I hate to say this, and I'm not saying this trying to be disrespectful, but this is one of them dudes who don't really understand what's going on here. If they had done this and they had done that, I would have been able to do this. But they sat up there and act like they didn't want to talk to me. That's because they didn't. That's because they didn't. And shout out to the people on Rumble. We got 25 people watching on Rumble. They about to catch up with y'all over on YouTube. Y'all about to be sentenced to an eternity of members only streams. They got 25 people watching over on Rumble. And on YouTube, y'all got 27, man. Y'all better be careful. Y'all about to be sentenced to an eternity of members only streams. Ryan Thompson, an Auburn University professor who has studied the pervasiveness of heirs property across the South, said that owning heirs property creates a catch-22 for families. The difficulty of maintaining heirs property leaves owners vulnerable to accruing code violations, and these violations put the owner at risk of losing the property itself. So now here goes my question. This is my question for everybody. Why is it that the owners are still falling victim to this? And why isn't there an association of people in these neighborhoods where they're helping each other avoid these kind of pitfalls? Does that make any sense? We oftentimes refer to heirs property as the biggest problem most people have never heard of, Thomas said, but the code enforcing strategy has the potential to be the worst problem that none of us have heard of. State officials took one step to address heir property issues in July 2020 with the adaptation of the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, which implemented measures to prevent developers from scooping up heirs property below market value. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What would be the benefit in those people scooping up heirs property at market value? Ooh, look, YouTube got 26 people watching. Rumble got 25 people watching. Y'all about to be hit. Y'all about to be hit. Why would these people do this? Before heirs property can be partitioned and sold, the law requires courts to provide notice to all heirs and enlist an independent appraiser to determine the property's true market value. But the law doesn't address all the risks that owners of heirs property face, particularly in urban areas. And some cities across the state are beginning to introduce their own programs to deal with the problems. So now this is like a little graphic of what's going on down there in Florida. And it's basically showing areas where this is a big problem at. So I'm gonna just scroll past this real quick. So now you see this, most of the city's foreclosure lawsuits. So the foreclosure lawsuits are highlighted in orange. So that's where those foreclosure lawsuits are. The Black population in St. Petersburg is heavily concentrated in the southern neighborhoods in the city, some of which are more than 80% Black. So I guarantee you, ironically, the color purple represents the Black people down there. All right. So now, again, as we scroll down, this orange that pops up on the screen, as you can see, all of the foreclosure lawsuits are where all of the Black people live at. And if you listen to Ron DeSantis and if you listen to all these other people, that is because people are simply just not intelligent enough to pay bills. It has nothing to do with any of the stuff that the article was written about. And everything that the article was written about is literally nothing more than liberal nonsense and hyperbole. And I mean, and actually at the same time, I mean, don't you just want to move forward? I mean, like, don't you just want to move forward? Doesn't everybody just want to move forward? If you guys want to move forward, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you don't, then give me a laughing emoji. So now here it says some of the foreclosed homes have been passed down through generations. And so that right there is one of the things that happens with the generational wealth. Oh, yeah, it's 30 now, AB Promotions. It's 30 now. Y'all had got close though. They was whooping y'all ass over there on Rumble. Right now it's 20 people watching on Rumble. So they some of them people must have came over here to save y'all. You know what I'm saying? So wherever you're watching from, make sure you smash the like button, and also make sure that you guys share the stream, and make sure that you're subscribed to my channel, my backup channels, and the social media. So now here it says St. Petersburg, a focal point of the Herald's earlier reporting after it brought foreclosure suits on more than 400 properties with code violations, is now rolling out a new program to help heirs property owners address the title issues before they lead to foreclosure. Heirs property exists at the intersection of real estate law and inheritance law. And to dissect these issues, attorneys have to trace the family's property history through a thicket of legal documents. Depending on how many heirs are involved, this search can take weeks to years. The process can grow even thornier once all the heirs have been tracked down, because heirs each have an equal stake to the property. Resolving disputes can take an emotional toll. You've been living in a house for 20 years and your brother or sister in California decides that they want to exercise their interest in a property that they didn't even realize they had interest in. I mean, it can get intense, Cohen said. And honestly, I ain't trying to be funny, but that sounds like something that would happen a lot in people that have the last name of Cohen's families. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So he probably knows all about that. For Scott, the process of transferring the deed into his own name took about 2 months. He feels so grateful and so thankful for his two brothers, the other heirs, because they both voluntarily transferred interest in the property to him, avoiding conflict and clearing the title. To be able to protect his home, his mother's home, his grandparents' home, and its legacy has meant everything to him. Now I can give it a little tender love and care, he said, and pass it on, hopefully, to my daughter. All right. So now this, if you ask me, is an important article, because this article right here, it shows the legacy effects of redlining. It shows the legacy effects of Jim Crow. It shows how all of those things that took place long time ago still affect people who are alive today. It shows how people that were alive long time ago, or it shows how things that happened long time ago are still affecting people who are alive today. So now the title of the stream is Politics is Merely Entertainment to Some People. Come and be entertained by your demise. Let me ask you guys a question. Based on all of the stuff that we've talked about over this 8 hours, is politics merely entertainment to some people, or should it be more than that? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for watching. Make sure that you guys smash the like button, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, share the stream to your social media. If you're not subscribed to my backup channels, take a moment, make sure that you're subscribed to all of the backup channels. I will catch you all on the next video. All right? Peace.